one more you could attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GS
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Ultula.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wiz Cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
You can feel it in the frigid air. 'Tis the season for Pokemon battles. Welcome in everyone to Toronto, Canada. We are here at the Metro Toronto Convention Center, ready to kick off Day 2 Championship Sunday. I'm Wholesome_, aka Jim Lawson, joined by my good friend Softoph.
Yeah, that's right. I'm really excited to be here, Jim. It's been a great weekend of battles so far. Yesterday, we had so many top trainers from actually all around the world competing here in Toronto, and I know that Day 2 is only going to get better.
Well, let's take a look at our full regional schedule, actually. Obviously, here in Toronto, we just had our Bogota and Perth regionals as well, but a lot to look forward to this season, including EUIC coming up very quickly. But Soph, it all leads to Anaheim for our World Championships in 2025. Cannot wait to see all of our champions in the future.
That's right. All of these trainers are going to all of these regionals and ICs with the hopes of qualifying to those World Championships in Anaheim. So let's actually take a closer look at the championship points breakdown to see how trainers can earn their invites to Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. For this tournament here in Toronto, first place will be getting an automatic invite to Worlds, but also 350 championship points. But you can see as the points cascade down all the way through 64th. But don't forget, then the different regions, there's actually different thresholds for how many trainers will qualify from Worlds based on championship points. 75 here in the US and Canada, followed by 50 for Europe, Latin America, 10 for Oceania, and 5 from the Middle East and South Africa.
That's exactly right. It's actually a little bit different from last year when all you had to do was kind of hit a certain championship points threshold. Now we're actually going to be on the edge of our seats until, I think, North American International Championship at the very end of the season to see who is earning their spot in, say, the top 75 of North America.
Well, let's check in on our leaderboard for now and see for North America who's at the top. Number one, who's not actually at this tournament, it's Out of Pocket with 1,157 points. The Torian in second place with Elum still in the running here as well with over 1,000 points as well.
That's right. Looking at this leaderboard of the top 16, I believe Elum and Dunebug are going to be the players who are still in the running here in Toronto to continue earning championship points and potentially even be the Toronto regional champion. But let's take a look at the other leaderboards. There's still a lot of top players from all around the world, as we mentioned. And here at this tournament, I think Colin and Tomahawk still on the winner's side of the bracket. Inadequance, not on this leaderboard, but second place at Worlds. He's also still here in the top 16.
Well, so speaking of Worlds, Inadequance already qualified. Let's look at the rest of our our qualifiers for Worlds already. Yes, we mentioned Inadequance. Yakai, of course, our 2024 champion, does have that automatic qualification, along with the rest of the top 4 with Marto and Beelzeboy.
That's right. And speaking of top 4, you can also earn an invite to Worlds by being top 4 at an international championship. Of course, you can also get an invite by simply winning a regional championship outright.
That's right. Well, we will have to see who ends up getting that auto qualifier at the end of today. But let's actually take a look back at day number 1. It's some of our coolest matchups here. We're going to start with our spiciest matchup of the day, Magmar Man versus It's a Satire. Not only did we have Typhlosions on both sides here, but we had a lot of action from the Golisopod.
That's right. That was kind of the key Pokemon for Magmar Man in this matchup, but I know he really loves that Unova Stunfisk Stunfisk, and you see it here. You mentioned the Typhlosion that was so key for It's a Satire, but Magmarman was really able to neutralize it with the help of the Unnovan Stunfisk.
Unnovan Stunfisk absolutely performed great for Magmarman. It's a very interesting pick. But we're moving over to our most hyped matchup of the day. It's Rocha Babyface versus Inadequance. We saw a lot of good action from Inadequance with his B-Barrel as well. One of the few trainers actually still bringing Ariados, though, Soph.
That's right. Maybe, thinking that it still has some play. And this is just a star-studded matchup. It's hard to believe that's just a day one matchup. You see Inadequance with a sigh of relief there as he makes it to day two. Again, he's on the loser side of the bracket, so we'll have to wait a little while to see him. But this is the top matchup of the day between Dunebug and ValorAsh, really two mainstays in the North American Championship Series scene. And this is the end of the game. Critical play by ValorAsh to kind of swap in that Greninja. You see all that energy on Dunebug's Diggersby actually just goes to waste there.
Yeah, absolutely. Able to strip away that final Protect Shield and then land the super effective Hydro Cannon, punching his ticket to day two. Don't forget, though, Dunebug also will be in day two, qualified through the loser's side of the bracket. All right, well, we want to take a look at our caster MVP picks here, who we think is going to have success in this day two format here, as well as the Pokemon. ValorAsh, we just saw with that trusty Greninja. Caleb's going to be pinning him as his MVP. For me, though, I think SS Thorn with that Shadow Marowak. I think it's being disrespected. We saw actually Shadow Drapion having such a great day one. I think that Shadow Marowak is going to be cleaning up. Get ready.
Yeah, it seems like Diggersby has kind of taken over the spot of Shadow Marowak. We also just saw in that highlight, I think, Dunebug using the Starmie, kind of one of the only trainers using this newly buffed Pokemon. And as for me, I've got Elum with the Shadow Drapion. I believe that's actually the most used pick on day two among our top 16 teams.
Well, so let's just reveal it here. Let's move over to our day two usage. We don't have to wait anymore. 62.5% for Shadow Drapion, an absolutely stunning rise to the top that I don't think anyone predicted going into this tournament. We were all expecting the Diggersby, the Azumarils, probably the Fighters as well, which between both Annihilate and Primeape, almost 75% usage, but Shadow Drapion definitely kind of overshadowing all the rest of the Pokemon here.
I think a lot of people had their eye on Galarian Corsola as well, and it looks like it's performing pretty well. I believe that's an increase in usage compared to day one. But Jim, is there anything on this graphic you don't see that you kind of think is notable or interesting?
No Mandibuzz, no Galarian Moltres. It's actually overshadowed by the other flyers with Talonflame, 37.5, and Jumpluff, 43.8. So a bit of a surprise for me seeing some new flyers that have had success but are now overshadowing the traditional flyers that we see with those dark flying types.
That's right. It's always exciting to see how trainers adjust to kind of the first tournament in the new meta. Of course, this isn't the actual first tournament, as we had regionals in Perth and Bogota just last weekend. But in North America, this is the first regional of the Dual Destiny season, I believe. But that's enough about the Pokemon. Let's get to some of the players that we're going to be seeing today. This is the winners side of the bracket. I definitely have my eye on the last matchup at the bottom there, Tomahawk and Elum, both some of the best trainers in the world who do not yet have a regional or IC win.
And let's not forget, Tomahawk actually a clean 8-0, has not dropped a single game here. He's going to look to maintain that momentum in day two, but don't forget the rest of our matchups. We're going to be having Adib versus Sceptileice, ValorAsh versus Law Cody, Colin 6, the final boss, as they say over in Europe. He's going to be facing off versus Dr. Roast Beef here with his trusty Shadow Sableye.
Plenty of big names on the winners side of the bracket, but let's actually go to the losers side of the bracket, rounding out our top 16. We've got a lot of great matchups here. Blob versus Inadequance, Shady Equation versus Iomero, Freezing Sun versus Dunebug, and Athi versus SS Thorn.
We've seen some runs from the loser side of the bracket. Obviously a much longer gauntlet that they have to face here, but would not surprise me here. We've actually seen Dunebug come from the loser side of the bracket before and sweep a tournament, so very excited to see the new champion that we crowned here in Toronto. But speaking of champions, let's actually take a look at our full NA regional champions. We kicked it off in Baltimore, yet another season of Wadaj winning the first regional, no surprises there. But then we went over to Louisville and we had Lyle Jess with his Shadow Kanto Marowak able to take the title there. And most recently with S. James P. in Sacramento with his Alolan Sandslash, able to take the title there. We're here in our fourth regional though in Toronto, and we'll find out who gets that regional title here at the end of the stream.
Yeah, it's actually going to be a new winner because Wadaj and Lyle both knocked out yesterday, and then SJ, of course, not even in Toronto. So it's going to be a new face on that list of 9 NA regional champions that's going to be slowly filling up throughout the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to also call out, JJan did not qualify, so we won't be having a repeat Toronto winner as well. All right, well, that said, guys, make sure that you guys are following along with the action here. You can go to Pokemon.com/broadcast. Make sure that you guys are following the channels and making sure you're getting notifications on Twitch and on Twitter as well. And don't forget to send in your posts as well. You guys can use the hashtag #PlayPokemon to interact with us on stream and hopefully get some of your tweets featured as well.
All right, and there's actually going to be a special way to interact with us on this stream, not just on the normal socials. We've also got a special cookie decorating contest. All of us casters are decorating cookie, or maybe have already decorated a cookie. Of course, trying to take down the reigning cookie champion, Wholesome_ here on my right. So make sure to vote for your favorite cookie on the Twitch channel as well.
All right, there will definitely be a battle of the cookie stars a little bit later, but for now, we're going to be having some Pokemon Go battles. Hope you guys are all excited here. We're going to kick it over to the casters. Let's get to the battles.
Thank you, Jim and Soph. I'm Caleb Payne. I'm joined by my good friend, Tuo Butters, Steven Sanders, the only man bold enough to bring a Toxtricity to a tournament and maybe not do so well with it, but you know, it happens. How are you doing this morning?
Oh, it's great. It's a perfect morning to play some Pokemon. We have another stacked championship Sunday. We have a top 16 here. We're going to start with the winner's side, but first, let's take a look at the format these trainers will be competing in.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Grey League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
All right, it's time to get this party started, but let's first see what these trainers are competing for today. The prizes that these trainers can win. First place with that 2,500, and of course, there is championship points on the line, which is extremely crucial in this season.
Yeah, of course, and you know, prize money, booster packs, but I think what all the players are looking for is that glory in that coveted title of being a champion of the Toronto Regional. And like Jim said, no repeat champion going to happen this year, so we'll have a new champion of the Toronto Regional. And here's our current pairings on that winner side. We have Adib versus Sceptileice 25 to kick things off on the winner side. We got ValorAsh versus Law Cody 22. We got Colin 6 versus Dr. Roast Beef, and then Tomahawk UK versus Elum. These are all on the winner side. This is only half the matches. This is another half on the loser side too that we will definitely be covering as well. I'm very excited to see how this one shakes out, because we're gonna kick it off with Adib versus Sceptileice, and get this, Butters, it's a complete mirror match.
It is.
Same exact teams. However, there's some different movesets here, and we can debate about which of the movesets make more sense or not. But I think Sceptileice, personally, I talked to him a little bit yesterday, and he said that he's actually not a fan of the fact that Adib actually is running that Ice Punch Annihilate, because he thinks it's a little bit worse for him than it is for Adib.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, 6 out of 6 Pokemon are exactly the same for both of these trainers. And Sceptileice, a trainer that has just come off a top 5 performance, I believe his best performance ever at the first regional of the season in Baltimore, versus Adib, who has now secured his best performance ever here in Toronto. So both these trainers made a correct meta read. I feel like their team of 6 is probably exactly where the meta is right now, with an Annihilate, with one of those fighters between the Primeape and Annihilate combined. That is the highest usage of any Pokemon if you put them in the same role. Both Rage, Fist, Community Day attacks. So it's really awesome to see that both these trainers had the same thought of mind and both had success with it.
Yeah, and Chao Drapion comes in at number 2 there in usage if you count the fighters together. And I can confirm too, these two didn't team build together. They just happened to end up with the same team, maybe team building with some other people as well. But like you said, Sceptileice having his breakthrough performance year for sure. And Adib too. Adib hasn't performed in played in as many tournaments, so it's hard to say, you know, if this is his breakthrough year or, you know, he always just had it in him. Whereas Sceptileice has played in, I believe, 10 tournaments prior to this. The last one being Baltimore, 5th place, his best finish ever. Before that, it was 13th at a Charlotte Regional prior. And Sceptileice has just been absolutely on fire these days, not only just in the championship series, but I know he reached like #1 in the leaderboard for Gold Battle League as well. Like, he knows his stuff, and he is just very mechanically on point as well. A few differences here. Obviously, it's the same exact team, right? But there's Ice Punch on the Annihilate on Adib Khan's side, whereas it's close combat on the side of the Annihilate on Sceptileice. But the other difference is that the Clodsire on Deep Khan's side is running Sludge Bomb, whereas the Clodsire on Sceptileice is running Stone Edge. And the biggest difference for that right there, besides the Feraligatr being able to pace a little faster Sludge Bomb, is that you have a much easier way to bait against the Shadow Drapion. So we're gonna have to see how that plays out. Adib Khan going into that first matchup here with a terrible lead. Diggersby into Annihilate, but of course bring that trusty safe swap Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, speaking of Shadow Drapion here, that has been the pivot all tournament long for these trainers. 67% usage. Seems like the strongest Pokemon in the meta. You could just put it in there no matter what. Even in a Diggersby meta, it doesn't really matter. Now it's a Rage Fist bait. This is gonna be not very effective, but still chunk into the Shadow Drapion. But you should be able to counter down here, easily take one Aqua Tail or Crunch. It is going to be the Crunch landing into Sceptileice.
And I like this play from Adib as well too. Not going to shield here. Wants to put this Annihilate into Shadow Claw territory. If Sceptileice actually double shielded there, it could have been really tough for Adib because he doesn't have an easy way to take this out. But now, this Annihilate is in Shadow Claw range, and we know how strong Feraligatr is. Oh, and Sceptileice not going to let it happen. Actually swaps out.
And I don't think he was going to be able to get to that close combat, so maybe he pivoted because he got that defense drop there. Pivoted Shadow Drapion like we see every trainer do. Got to go for the super effective Aqua Tail. 2 Aqua Tails is not enough to knock out Diggersby or Clodsire, so you have to always go for the triple Aqua Tail and correctly call the Scorching Sand or Fire Punch. Fire Punch is stronger now. We have seen some Fire Punch baits from these Diggersbys.
Great matchup knowledge as well from Adib, and knowing his counts there, knowing that he can't really throw right on charge attack priority for the Drapion because he's going to witness, so he actually goes for the quick attack. Yeah, lets it go as well. Sceptileice is already down a shield, so going down 2 shields here is pretty disastrous for him, especially with the Feraligatr. We're ready with a little bit of energy. Can he get to the Fire Punch in time? He does get to it. I would assume that Sceptileice has to shield this because he has so much energy banked already on this Annihilate. He lets it go. He knows that he's already at an energy disadvantage. Going down 2 shields is also disastrous, but there's just no way the Clodsire wins at this point.
No, it's an energy disadvantage and protect shield disadvantage. 2 shields for Adib here into the 1 shield of the Clodsire for Sceptileice. Down 2 Shadow Claws worth of energy, and you don't have the Sludge Bomb for a quicker energy attack into the Shadow Feraligatr. Devastating start for Sceptileice.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Again, a sign of a really talented trainer is that he already knows that there is no win condition at this point, which is why he let these moves go, right? I mean, for him, he's like, I'm not going to stall this game any further. There's no way I win this. I'm going to start planning out my game number 2. A really great game played by both of them, but again, it just shows how annoying that Shadow Drapion is as a safe swap. Neither of these teams, obviously because they're the same team, have Mud Slap users. So your best answer to this Shadow Drapion is your Diggersby. But even then, it's not the most comfortable matchup, right? Like you have to either land the Scorching Sand or bait perfectly or spend extra shields, more shields than the Drapion does at that point. So I think, honestly, Adib not winning that lead actually paid off more for him than for Sceptile, even though Sceptile won that lead matchup, right? And I think that might be the story of this mirror match, right? Whoever wins lead may not actually end up winning the game. And in some ways, you kind of want to lose lead or have something in the lead to stop that Shadow Drapion. And here we go.
Here we are.
Again. Let's see what happens here.
Game number 2. Can Sceptileice get back in this series? Shadow Drapion in the lead is a good start into the jump off. We know the regular jump off can take 2 crunches, no problem here, but you just don't really have the reach with Aerial Ace. Double Aerial Ace is not going to be enough to knock out the Shadow Drapion, so it makes it a positive matchup for Sceptileice.
Yeah, and Adib Khan getting a little taste of his own medicine here. Now he's in the situation where he doesn't have a clear answer to the Shadow Drapion because, yes, he has that Diggersby in the back, but he can't swap to it because that's his only counter, and he's stuck against the Drapion with the Feraligatr instead. kind of interesting timing here too. Ends up throwing on charge attack priority even though he's going to lose it against Shadow Drapion. So doesn't get off the aerials right away, but maybe just wants to ensure that he gets this move and damage off and doesn't want Sceptileice to catch it on something else like a Clodsire.
And Sceptileice instantly pivots, trying to get an energy advantage, but it's a simultaneous pivot. I believe these Feraligators are synced up at the exact same energy. Adib Khan decides to throw first here. We don't know which of these Feraligators will win charge attack priority, but it might come down to that on the second Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, this is interesting too. Sceptileice actually lets that first one go. Typically when you let that first one go, it's well, it could be one of two things. One, you know you're going to lose it, so you're not going to throw it. Or two, you want to surprise your opponent and throw the second one on charge attack priority.
Who wins it? Adib doesn't go for it. It looks like he was going to either try to go for the Shadow Claw down or just take the defeat here. Like you said, get the soft loss, try to get the farm down because Sceptileice is switch lock, so you do get a quick attack down. You get 2 quick attacks out of that to have an energy advantage, but the devastating backline of the Annihilate for Sceptileice.
Yeah, this is, I think, all in all, that was a great play by Adib, but his backline matchup, just there's nothing he could do, right? Because the thing is, he purposely did not throw it so he could get extra energy off of that Feraligator. Even at the very minimum, Sceptileice will have to swap out there and be behind a turn, but it doesn't matter, because now you have Diggersby into Annihilate, and again, just like last game, both players already recognize the end game here. There's just no coming back from this that I can possibly even see, right? The counter damage alone is enough, even after that Rage Fist, double resisted, doesn't matter.
Yeah, he got the bait there on the Fire Punch, and now he's going to throw the Scorching Sand. Maybe he can get the attack drop, trying to swap, trying to get barely to an attack here, but the strength of that counter, because it is boosted by Rage Fist, you don't even need to throw a charge attack here. You can just counter through the Diggersby and tie up this series versus Adib Khan. And for me, it all comes down to this combo right here. This feels like where the meta is at. That trio from Sceptileice of Shadow Drapion, Shadow Feraligator, and a fighter. Because if you use Shadow Drapion as a pivot or a safe swap or get a positive lead, you can put so much pressure on your opponent to use a Protect Shield, and as soon as a Protect Shield is down in this meta, Feraligator can go off. You saw Adib Khan do that in game number 1, or Annihilate with 2 shields, even a Primate can take care of everything. I think that trio is so dangerous in this meta right now.
And I think Sceptileice's game strategy was perfect, right? If he didn't catch the jump up in the lead, he could swap out the Feraligator to draw out the jump up, grab a shield even, because you get to Ice Beam before the jump up gets to the energy ball. So you guarantee a shield, or you guarantee almost a knockout, essentially. And then your Annihilate is clear to just do whatever it wants, because it's not really hard checked by anything else in the back.
It's completely clear. Once Jump Bluff is out of the way, if you have that shield advantage, you can run through the entire team of Adib. So I think that's exactly what Sceptileice was going for, like you mentioned, but he caught the lead, so he didn't need to use that pivot situation.
Even better for him. And I guess my question to you, Butters, is what's stopping Adib from just stealing that same idea? Because he has the same
mirror
Pokemon.
team.
Exactly. He can just do the same thing. But I really like the team construction from both players. Game 1 from Adib, Game 2 from Sceptileice. Leading the Drapion makes safe swap Drapion also hard to use. And here we go. We go in and
same strategy.
Almost the same exact line from Sceptileice. He likes it a lot. And it looks like Adib Khan is switching it out a little bit and doesn't bring the Diggersby this time around. Swaps it out for the Shadow Drapion, recognizing how strong it is as well for him.
And we know that as soon as this second crunch comes off for Sceptileice, he's probably pivoting. So you're probably going to see a simultaneous pivot, because once Jump Bluff is out of this game, Feraligator and Annihilate are extremely safe against Adib's team. So here comes the Aerial Ace. It's all going to come to this next charge attack. Is it going to be a charge attack priority? No. Looks like he tried to catch on a crunch. Yeah, he went for it, but didn't get it. And instead, it's going to take this Aqua Tail and almost 2 Aqua Tails for Sceptileice here.
Yeah, and the thing is, this Aqua Tail will definitely make the matchup for the Annihilate a lot easier, but at the same time too, and you can see Sceptileice trying to catch the Aqua Tail himself as well, or maybe just mitigate some of that damage onto his own Drapion. But now you're coming into a Drapion with a lot of energy, so Sceptileice is likely going to have to give him a shield or just let this Annihilate go down, because it's not going to get to close combat time.
And does he just sack the Annihilate here and try to go for a Shadow Claw down? I think that's what he's going for. But Adib does have his Jump Bluff out of Hydro Cannon range, I believe. So you have to reach for either an Ice Beam or Shadow Claw damage plus Hydro Cannon to knock out. Remember, that Jump Bluff has 5 Fairy Winds worth of energy. Can you get the farm down? No! Adib hangs on to get to the crunch, though. That is devastating. Now you are down a Protect Shield.
Yeah, however, Sceptileice is still in a really strong position in my opinion because energy advantage on the Fralgator is really strong in this meta, and he didn't get debuffed either, so that definitely helps. And also, I mean, he's pretty much in Hydrocan range,
for it.
but he goes for the Ice Beam. I think he thinks that Adib might not shield, thinking it's a Hydrocan. Does Adib call out? He does call on the last second here, and now he's throwing on Charge Attack Party. He gets the move off, and he's baiting as well. The Sceptileice decided to spend his final shield here. He might not, and
but he calls it.
A huge call from Sceptileice. You can see he likes what he's seeing as well. However, there's still full
and then swapped on the aerial ace. What plays by both these trainers, making every single correct call to make these great decisions, nullify each other, and then he does shield, and now this jump up is behind on energy, swapping into the Fralgator, trying to maybe take an Aqua Tail, but the Shadow Drapion is absolutely loaded, going for the crunch here. No shield on the crunch into the Fralgator. Now you're open to just go for Aqua Tails. Does Sceptileice just go for the Aqua Tail here? Yes, the Aqua Tail before the Hydro Cannon is available. Adib probably has to protect shield this.
He has to shield this, and he needs the Shadow Call down to have a chance. We haven't seen who wins Charge Attack priority yet.
He doesn't go for it.
He throws it.
He doesn't go through it. Sceptileice is thinking, okay, now this is my opportunity here. This is going to knock out the Drapion. The Fralgator has some energy and can go for the farm down. Can get exactly the Ice Beam.
He gets the Ice Beam.
And how fitting, Sceptileice with the Ice Beam to finish out this mirror matchup and take a 2-1 victory versus Adib Khan.
Wow, mirror matches don't get more exciting than that one, but that third game was definitely something worth being standing on your feet for because, wow, what an incredible end game, especially from Sceptileice there. I think Adib's mistake there is that he needed to Shadow Call down that Drapion to have a chance, right? Maybe he's thinking that, okay, maybe the Fralgator doesn't have enough energy to Shadow Call me down, maybe, but like at that point, he was even in Hydro Cannon range on the jump bluff, so he can't really afford to give that Fralgator any extra energy. And ice in his veins. Sceptileice doesn't even shield a potential energy ball there, and if he gets hit by that, he loses the game.
Yeah.
There's just no way he wins the game at that point, right? And Adib's already, I think, up a shield at that point too, so it's kind of a risky play even from Adib Khan because at some point too, like, Sceptileice might just not spend that final shield, right? He's already down a shield, and he wants to save it for the third Pokemon, which he hasn't even seen yet.
Let's look at this replay here. This was the call on the Ice Beam, knowing that it wasn't going to be a Hydro Cannon, the perfect call, and then Sceptileice also with the perfect call. Like you mentioned, if that Energy Ball lands, super effective. That Fralgator is out of the battle, and then there is not a win condition for Sceptileice, making that awesome swap into the Aerial Ace here. And I want to see that interaction that you're mentioning between Adib Khan and Sceptileice. Could he have gone for it? Oh, it looks like we don't see that there, but was that Drapion in range of double Shadow Claw? I don't know, because I think, I think he was 2 Poison Stings away from an Aqua Tail. Or it might have been 2 or 3, but if he was only 2, I don't think double Shadow Claw would have been enough to farm down that Shadow Drapion, so he was really in a tricky situation. Maybe he didn't have a win condition there at the end.
Yeah, hindsight's 20/20 as well. I think the other play, like you said, right, if he's only 2 Poison Stings away from the Aqua Tail, is that Adib Khan could choose to throw the Hydro Cannon on Charge Attack priority, right? Even if he can't farm it down, it gives Sceptileice less farm for his Fralgator. The problem is Sceptileice was able to get 3, 4 Shadow Claws off on that mirror match in the end to get the necessary energy he needed, right? It's possible that he might have gotten the Hydro Cannon either, but at that point, Adib had to do what he can in that situation. But really great performance again from Sceptileice. Like we said, like this is his breakout season, and it doesn't look like he's slowing down anytime soon.
He got the necessary energy. He got the necessary ice. Let's hear from him. Let's go on over to the stage where Soph has an interview.
Thanks, Butters. I'm here with Sceptileice, who has just advanced, I believe, to the top 6 on the winner's side of the bracket. Sceptile, this is your 2nd consecutive tournament where you're at least in the top 6. How does it feel?
It feels amazing.
Great. Well, I know you had all night to prep for this matchup. Did Adib do anything that you weren't necessarily expecting, or did it seem like it kind of went according to your plans?
I was not expecting Diggersby one bit. I felt like Annihilate was extremely powerful in the matchup, so I figured Jump Puff might come game 1. So that's why I ran double poison. So Diggersby kind of caught me off guard. I wasn't prepared for it. Fortunately, I was able to dance around it game 2, and he didn't bring it game 3. So.
Yeah, it seems like you adjusted to your size, to the surprise pretty well. What about preparing for this tournament as a whole? I mean, obviously you guys had the same teams of 6, so how did you kind of arrive at that?
I didn't want to run Annihilate. I hate it. It's stupid. So I was running Primeape a lot. I had a team around it, but I was very weak to Annihilate. So Annihilate, I added as my Annihilate check, which is funny. And it's unfortunately been one of my best Pokemon. I hate to say it, but Annihilate is good.
Would you say that Annihilate has been your MVP this tournament on this team of 6, or do you feel like there's something else on your team that's kind of been the standout?
Drapion has definitely been the MVP. I'm bringing it every game. Nothing beats it.
All right, well, spoilers for your future opponents. Drapion is coming, so watch out for that. I think Butters, thinks it's the best Pokemon in the meta right now, so it makes a lot of sense. Anyways, we'll leave you to get prepared for your next matchup, but before we let you go, is there anyone you want to shout out who helps you prepare for today or just the tournament as a whole?
Anyone watching at home, I love the support, and as well to the Home Slice homies, my team, all the help, and as well to Mikey Morgs and Dre Flames for helping me with scrims last night.
All right, great list of names there. Congratulations once again. Caleb and Butters, I think we have a lot more exciting battles, so back to you.
Thank you, Soph, and thank you for the words from Sceptileice as well. I love the confidence. He's like, I brought it to every game. I'm about to bring it to every game in the future, too. So opponents can see what he might be bringing, at least 1 out of the 3. But, hey, it's not slowing him down anytime soon.
Well, it's not slowing any of these trainers down. 67% usage for the Shadow Drapion. It's almost in every single team of 3. And like I mentioned, it's just devastating because if you use it as a pivot and it gets even a Poison Sting or 2 up energy, it's so hard to deal with. Even in the positive matchups like a Diggersby, you can get down a shield. And once you get down a shield in this meta, Feraligatr can go off. Annihilate, Sceptileice's favorite Pokemon, can go off as well. Primeape can do the same exact thing. So it's just such a strong Pokemon. And then it's also great into Galarian Corsola, who has been a new addition to the Championship Series meta once it was released in 7K eggs that you can get all season long by hatching eggs that you get from gifts from your friends. I highly recommend you do so because it is also 37% usage in day number 2, and 2 of these trainers have it here on stage.
I'm still trying. I hatched another 7-kilometer egg last night, and no dice, but let's focus on the trainers on stage here. These are 2 players that I feel like are in the best position they've ever been in. Law Cody, first time ever day 2 performance, and it's going to be here on the winner side as well. Best time to be here, right? Got a top 16 in Vancouver 2023, but just missed out on that day 2 performance. ValorAsh, multiple top 8s, top 16s throughout his career, but this is actually also his first time ever starting on the winner side on day number 2. So both of them have their first, and only one of them will be staying on the winner side. We're going to kick things off with a Clodsire Mirror here, and it's going to be Sludge Bomb Earthquake on both of them.
What an interesting decision from ValorAsh to sit the Greninja to open up this series. I feel like Greninja is so strong against Lawson Cody. Instead, he just brought his 3 best Annihilate counters, maybe expecting that Lawson Cody is absolutely bringing Annihilate into this game. There's no Annihilate from Lawson Cody either, so both these trainers making awesome reads, and it can go either way at this point. It's going to have a lot to do with the alignment because there's an Azumarill for that Mandibuzz in the back.
I mean, talk about the disrespect for Greninja. There's 3 Pokemon on the side of Lawson Cody that all have bad matchups into Greninja on his squad, and he's just, you know what, I'm just going to bring it anyway, right? The only thing probably worse is bringing in the Diggersby over one of these other Pokemon, but overall, this Greninja looks incredibly strong into Lawson Cody seems, but he's just feeling confident. Maybe his preparation last night is just saying, you know what, I know what's going to happen here. Backline matchups is really important. Whoever wins switch advantage can be in a huge advantage for sure. And you see Lawson Cody here going for another Earthquake. We already saw win charge attack priority in this situation. And you can see ValorAsh double shielding right here, but he's losing charge attack priority, so how is he going to play around this?
Yeah, and are you going to try to go for a bait? No, going for the Earthquake, knowing that you need alignment with Superior in the back. And Lawson Cody actually just lets it go. That is devastating because that ensures that the Azumarill is going to be matched up into the Mandibuzz, and the Feraligatr is going to be matched up into Superior. But if this Feraligatr can come out with some energy, you can do a ton of damage with that Ice Beam into the Superior, putting up the Protect Shield here, but it's going to be tough to Shadow Claw down. Are you going to go for that full Shadow Claw down? You might get a Sludge Bomb if you're ValorAsh.
Yeah, I think that was a really great play from Lawson Cody, not only shielding, but now that he saw it was an Earthquake, he can overfarm much more. If ValorAsh went for the bait with the Sludge Bomb, he can't get as much energy off here. And here's the thing, right? We talked about it. Feraligatr with the energy advantage is really strong in this meta. In fact, it beats almost everything with the 1 shield advantage, and especially with the energy advantage in this situation. However, the
so much
Superior
damage
survives, and now you get the matchup you want from ValorAsh. So you can see that him spending 2 shields there in that lead matchup is paying off so well right now.
Okay, so there is still a small window of opportunity here because Law Cody's definitely going to lose this matchup, but Feraligatr is out of play rough range, and the Superior will get knocked out by a Hydra Cannon. If you can get this Azum roll low enough somehow and get a Hydra Cannon for that Superior, there is a slight chance for Law Cody here, but because ValorAsh went for the alignment, it's going to be tough to overcome for Law Cody.
Yeah, and I think ValorAsh is going to play this patiently because the Mana Bus is not going to threaten a knockout anytime soon on the Azum roll. So not only is ValorAsh probably going to overfarm here, but he's also going to make sure that the switch timer is not stuck yet so that he doesn't get farmed down from the Feraligatr.
It's almost back up, though. It's almost back up. And the problem is, though, if they both simultaneously swap, this is going to knock out. You're going to swap if you're ValorAsh here, and Lawson Cody needs to get to a charge attack before the Superior, but the Superior is up on energy. No, he actually doesn't. He stays in, and this is really, really dangerous for ValorAsh because if you get knocked out here, but no, this should secure the damage. The play rough should be enough to knock out the Feraligatr, and ValorAsh will take game number 1.
ValorAsh is locked in here, too. He was like, you know what? It's a win-win for me, right? If I get hit by the Hydra Cannon, I know you won't have energy, and I'm one Vine Whip away from the Frenzy Plant, right? So it's either he gets hit by the play rough on the Feraligatr trying to farm a little too much, or ValorAsh gets to the Frenzy Plant on the Superior. So really great calculations from ValorAsh, recognizing that he needed switch advantage. Because the thing is, he was going to lose it if Lawson Cody decided to shield twice, right? And I think just banking on the fact that a lot of Feraligatr users would just give up switch advantage, but go for the farm down, go for the shield advantage for Feraligatr, just paid off for him.
We have to talk about this Greninja here, because that was a fascinating development in game number 1. Greninja is 5 times strong in the Lawson Cody's team. It's good against Feraligatr, Mandibuzz, Diggersby, Corsola, and Clodsire. So the fact that Lawson Cody didn't bring Annihilate was such a bold decision. I know ValorAsh was expecting the Annihilate in every single battle, and so he brought his best 3 Annihilate counters into that game, or some of the best ones with that Superior at least, not even bringing that Greninja. And Lawson Cody saw that coming. He didn't even bring the Annihilate, and he had an opportunity to win that game, but decided not to go for the alignment, where he could have won alignment by winning charge attack priority on his Clodsire. But now we're locked into game number 2, and we got a mirror. It's Galarian Corsola versus Galarian Corsola.
Yeah, we have mirror match after mirror match, and again, the alignment in the back-end matchup is going to matter quite a bit in some ways. However, ValorAsh's Greninja is again really unchecked. I mean,
no Annihilate.
No Annihilate. Of course it's unchecked, right? It has great matchups against everything. It is an Air Slash Mandibuzz, so that's something important to note because that means that it has much more play into that Greninja and actually has a lot of win cons.
But the Mandibuzz isn't even in this game.
Yeah, exactly.
It's only the Feraligatr and the Clodsire, and now you're going to be able to resist all of this energy. You're going to resist the Shadow Claws. You resist the Hydra Cannon. You resist the Ice Beam. But we know Greninja does resist things, but it takes a lot of damage. This is going to still chunk into the Greninja here.
Yeah, if memory serves it correctly, ValorAsh actually could lose this matchup here, especially because he's behind in energy. I think it took him a little bit longer than usual to counter swap there. I think he took like 2, maybe even 3 Shadow Claws before swapping there. So this Feraligatr has a sizable advantage, but let's go, he doesn't shield. But see, this is a situation, right? You could actually win that 0 shield if you really want to, but I think ValorAsh is going to shield. Yeah, he does end up shielding here. However, I don't know if he can water shuriken this down. He's going to try to. However, it looks like Feraligatr is about to reach, so he is forced to throw another move, which I want to see for Lawson Cody, pretty good spot to be in.
Yeah, it's not terrible here. You're going to be able to bait out the Greninja. You're going to take a Protect Shield in the process, and now you can either come in with the Clodsire, maybe try to bank a blind Night Slash, but it was a blind Hydra Cannon. Does Lawson Cody? Yes, he does shield that, which is the proper shield. That would have chunked into the Clodsire.
I like that play from ValorAsh because even if it's the Corsola coming back in, the Hydra Cannon is still plenty of damage, but pretty much anything else you want to throw the Hydra Cannon anyway, it's the better move to throw. And if you go and throw one move, you might as well go for it. Now, this is where not having Stone Edge is going to be a little bit tougher for that Clodsire. However, this is still not a terrible matchup for the Clodsire because you kind of need to land
what a swap!
My gosh, it's on the swap, even on ValorAsh's screen, you can almost barely even see it happen. But what a great play from
the
Lawson
undercharge
Cody
there to get one more Incinerate, a smart undercharge by the Talon Flame Master of ValorAsh to get some of that energy back. now is going to be one Incinerate away from a fly here,
Oh, and
picking
gets
up
a
the
shield.
Protect Shield. This is huge because I believe ValorAsh still has his Protect Shield. He can Protect Shield this Sludge Bomb and then go for the Brave Bird. He's just one Incinerate away from the Brave Bird, which will almost knock out the Clodsire.
Let's not forget the Corsa still has a decent amount of health left, and Corsa with that much health is not easy to poise this thing down, but this Brave Bird might be able to do it. ValorAsh with his signature Talon Flame is locked and loaded, dropping a Brave Bird on the Clodsire. He's going to continue moving forward in this winner's bracket with a 2-0 victory.
3-ball flex from ValorAsh. His signature pick takes out Law Cody. Greninja was helping a little bit. Once again, Law Cody didn't bring an answer to it. He only has one on his entire team, which is the Annihilate. Decided to sit it and now is dropping down to the loser side of the bracket after having a fantastic day number 1, taking out a lot of the top names in his group to get to this point right now. And now is in an 0-2 hole, obviously gets dropped down to the loser side of the bracket. ValorAsh moving on, making top 6 here in Toronto.
And I think Law Cody's going to ask the judge to review there. I did notice that in the Greninja versus Clodsire matchup, when the Clodsire came in, the Clodsire was denied a poison sting that should have got through during the Hydro Cannon. So the real question is, did that make a difference or not?
So this is the only reason it would make a difference. Do you get to that Sludge Bomb before the Brave Bird?
Yep.
If Law Cody got that poison sting versus the Greninja, he might have got into that Sludge Bomb right before the Brave Bird was registered. And if that was possible, maybe he knocks out the Talon Flame, but there still was a little bit of Corsola and Greninja. Did he have enough on his Clodsire to be able to take out the other 2 Pokemon? So that is the problem that the judges have to determine. They're fantastic at reviewing these decisions, and we'll let you know as soon as we have an answer.
Yeah, we're going to take a look here, too. I think this is just to see how close the Clodsire was, unless he's actually asking to review that part of the battle instead, too. I couldn't really tell actually from that clip.
Yeah,
there,
can you run that exact same clip one more time? Because if we can see if he's one poison sting away from getting enough energy there, then it couldn't matter that he didn't get a poison sting earlier in the matchup. So it was at this point on this entry, he should have got poison sting through, but unfortunately missed the turn here, allowing the Greninja to get this move off without the poison sting. You can see on Law Cody's face too, right? Which is totally understandable from a competitor there. But let's see how close he was to that final Sludge Bomb on that Talon Flame. Because if you don't land the Brave Bird, that's a very healthy Clodsire. Even the Corsola is going to struggle to take that out, right? And so we fast forward through this. I mean, Law Cody also making an incredible catch here, too, doing everything he can in this situation to kind of come away with this win here. And first Sludge Bomb is going to connect right here. Exactly right about that swap into the Corsola. I mean, ValorAsh made an awesome adjustment, but this was a fantastic swap there to soak that fly damage. He makes the undercharge here to get one more Incinerate, but that might have been a win condition for Law Cody here. We'll see soon how much energy he had if we get to see it when he was going to get to that 3rd Sludge Bomb. Because remember, one was no shielded, one was protect shielded, and then that 3rd Sludge Bomb would have knocked out the Talon Flame. But then he would also have to get to enough energy to knock out the Corsola and knock out the Greninja. I don't know how much energy the Corsola had. I believe it threw a Nightshade, so I think it was energy dry.
Yeah, I think either way, though, it looks like the judge has explained the result there. It looks like it's not going to be a rematch, and congratulations to ValorAsh, who's going to be moving forward. I mean, in those situations, right, it's like, it's unfortunate that the poison sting doesn't come through, but at least at the end of the day, it didn't make a difference in the match, right? So that's something that even if you end up losing, there's some comfort in knowing as a player. So big congrats to ValorAsh. Law Cody, though, not out of it yet. Going down to that loser's bracket, that's the benefit of starting on that winner's side, and he can still take it all the way. Yeah, absolutely. And you drop down a little bit ahead, so you got to have a smooth day number 1, taking out a lot of top names, and now you're on that loser side of the bracket. Not out of it yet, but ValorAsh, like you mentioned yesterday, has often been on the loser side of the bracket into this day number 2. Always on day 2.
So is that confirmed?
Yeah, I double checked.
Okay,
confirmed.
So this is his first time.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, this is his first time ever on that winner's side of the bracket going into day number 2, and he picked up an early victory here versus Law Cody to secure a top 6 placement and just 2 match victories away from even getting to the winners finals there. So he's on really good pace to have his best performance yet, and just such an easier ride to the grand finals if you stay on that winner's side of the bracket. Yeah, and the thing I love about ValorAsh is that he just not only sticks with his signature pick, right? He loves his Talon Flame,
but he's not afraid to experiment. He's bringing not only the Talonflame, right? That's not even the spice pick these days. The Greninja, it's so unchecked on so many teams because no one prepares for it. Who prepares for Greninja in this current meta, or any meta, really, right? And so it ends up being 5 times strong into your opponent's team, and hey, like, it's such a risk to just bring the Annihilate and just not get it locked into it.
Well, the thing I love about it is it's such a clear answer to the counter swap of Shadow Drapion. Shadow Drapion, 67% usage, the best Pokemon probably in Toronto right now, and you have a Pokemon in Greninja that resists all its charge attacks. So you can soak up all that energy. It doesn't love taking energy even while resisted, but you can at least get to Hydro Cannons really quickly. So it's a great counter swap to the best Pokemon. Plus, it's a good core partner for his signature pick of Talonflame. It actually protects the Talonflame really well, except from the Exumeral. So as long as you don't have the Exumeral out on the battlefield, you have a lot of optionality with that core.
I mean, not only does it break up the core of Shadow Drapion being really good as a safe swap, it also beats the second best Pokemon, Shadow Feraligatr, too. So, you know, a really great meta read. Well, let's hear a word from ValorAsh himself. We have Jim with him on the floor.
Great, thank you, Caleb. Wholesome underscore here with ValorAsh, fresh off his victory. Caleb was actually just talking about the Greninja and just how effective that it's been, especially versus the #1 Day 2 usage Pokemon, Drapion, not to mention the Feraligatr as well. Just give me some of your thoughts about why you're bringing the Greninja and how it's performed.
Well, first off, I love how spammy it is. You know, 9 turns, that Hydro Cannon activation is huge. And then with Feraligatr at the top of the meta, I feel like it really forced a lot of like normal and dark types to answer it. And that's where Greninja really shines. It's an excellent breaker.
Excellent core breaker. Okay, well, I wanted to also pivot to flyers as well. We've seen a bit of a dynamic shift going from lots of Mandibuzz, Galarian Moltres to now the Jumpluff and Talonflame meta here as well. Talk to me a little bit about Talonflame. It's been your signature Pokemon, of course, but why is it shining here in Toronto?
I think it shines in every single tournament that it enters in, so that's kind of a hard question to answer for me. Again, there's just not a lot of flying resists in the meta, so yeah, with Braybird and Fly, you're going to get some damage off.
So Mason, this is actually the furthest that you've been on the winner side of the bracket, so this is new territory for you. What does it mean to be here in the second round of winners here in Day 2?
It means a lot. For this tournament, I actually really put the practice in behind the scenes and spent a lot of time team building and such like that. More effort I put into this tournament than other regionals before, and so it's nice to see it really paying off.
Great to see that translating. All right, well, any shout outs or anyone that you want to say thanks or any just general comments in general?
Yeah, shout out to Mama Climbs for always supporting me. Shout out to Legends United as well. And my locals as well for supporting me too. Yeah.
ValorAsh, always a pleasure. Best of luck the rest of the rounds. We'll go back to Caleb and Butters.
All right, thank you, Jim. And the practice is really paying off for ValorAsh here. He has competed a lot this season, competed at the tail end of the last season, but the most locked in he's been, and it is showing because he is now top 6. He has made it through on that winner's side of the bracket, and Talonflame is shining.
That's right. So we're going to have to see how far ValorAsh continues to go, but we have more incredible action on the winner's side, and of course we have loser side as well. Take a look at these highlights before we get back in the battles.
Competitive Pokemon Go I got into back in 2021. Yes, that's when a lot of grassroots tournaments were happening, and I got invited by some local Discords to join. The biggest memory that sticks out to me since I started competing in competitive Pokemon Go would actually probably be in the San Antonio regional that happened back in December of last year. I made top 16 for the first time, and that was a huge milestone because I've been really trying to improve my game, and that was like a nice little milestone for me to really feel like it paid off. My favorite Pokemon, that's easy. That is Mawile, the Steel Fairy type. I think it's a really, really cool design and it's just an awesome typing. I think one that just comes to mind immediately is Defai, one of the casters in Pokemon Go PvP. I think she's an incredible battler herself. She has incredible insight into the game, as well as just a good attitude, and she's an awesome person to be around, so that's someone I look up to. I would love to battle Lyle Jeffs, because he beats me every time, and I would love to finally beat him. I think my favorite evolution is Sylveon, just because I am very partial to fairy types, and obviously that is the fairy type evolution, and it's just really cute. There are many amazing Pokemon regions. I think Kalos is one that I really like, just because that's when the fairy type was introduced to the game, and there's just a lot of really cute Pokemon, like the Dene from Kalos, the Pikachu clone from that generation. Absolutely not. Illegal. No. Pineapple is not supposed to be hot and mushy. It's supposed to be like crisp and cold. It would have to be my sister or my brother, who are both in Sweden. So yes, I would call my siblings.
I would say a great trainer is someone who's like willing to work with other people and willing to like let other people help them be better, and also just someone who's nice to everyone, because I think it's really hard to be good at Pokemon if you're not willing to talk to other people and help them out.
I would say being able to be humble in your defeat. You can't win them all, and how you handle your interactions with your opponent even during the match and after are very, very important.
I think what makes a great trainer is someone who's passionate about it and motivated enough to learn. You gotta enjoy learning move sets, learning matchups, learning move counts and whatnot. And then the more you play and the more you do, the better you'll be.
I think a good trainer is someone who is kind and open-minded and willing to share their experience with newer trainers so that the game can be more inclusive for others.
I think what makes a great trainer is a combination of a lot of different qualities. I think it's about being honest with yourself when you maybe make mistakes, right? When you get unlucky, looking for parts of the game that are within your control. And also you just have to have this like certain eye for the game, right? Like you can look at a board state and you can kind of analyze a lot of possibilities. I think what really it takes is like kind of looking at a bunch of different successful approaches, finding what works for you, but synthesizing the things that are really good to carry over into your own prep and your own skill as a player.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Toronto Regional Championships. We just heard a lot of great tips from a lot of trainers about what it takes to be a fantastic high-skill trainer. And you know what? In our next matchup, I think we've certainly got 2 of those very high-skill trainers. My name is Sophtoph, and I'm joined here by Wholesome_.
Yeah, thank you, Soph. I'm very excited for this next matchup. We're going to be seeing the final boss of Europe, as we say, Colin 6. He's going to be facing off versus the Doctor, Dr. Roast Beef, featuring his signature Shadow Sableye. It's great to see a mix of some very meta teams with some spice and maybe Pokemon that have had success in isolated tournaments that find their niche here in Toronto.
That's right. I know that Dr. Roast Beef was in fact in Sacramento, where Shadow Sableye and I think a Purified Sableye as well did really well. Maybe that was a blip, but maybe not. Dr. Roast Beef did say it was maybe his MVP yesterday, so we'll have to see if that carries through to his match with Colin.
Well, we won't have to wait too long because our players are already on stage. Let's move over and take a look here. Colin 6 again. Actually, Toronto known as the 6 sometimes due to its original 6 neighborhoods. I think Colin, maybe you want to become the mayor of the 6 here. He's running a team of Azumarill, Primeape, Ariados, Shadow Drapion, Shadow Kanto Marowak, and Talonflame.
Yeah, there's actually a couple of Pokemon on both of these teams where I think there might be one of the only trainers to bring it on day 2. We've got, of course, the Ariados and the Kanto Marowak, which I know Colin is very familiar with. I believe he brought those to LAIC, but looking at Dr. Roast Beef, also known as the Doctor or just Dr. Beef, according to our notes here, I think the Bee-Barrel, the Shadow Quagsire, and the Shadow Sableye, he might be the only one bringing any of those 3 Pokemon today.
We're going to have to start calling it Beef Barrel after Dr. Roast Beef. We'll see if he ends up bringing it in or not. So rolling her eyes reminded me of that one. But I'm absolutely looking forward to these matchups here. One thing I actually want to note is Dr. Roast Beef, former #1 in Go Battle League as well. He's had success across multiple formats. It's not just here in Play Pokemon, it's in Go Battle League as well. You can see that he's had multiple top 16s as well, including the 2024 in Vancouver and 2024 season in Los Angeles. So he's no stranger to the winner side of the bracket as well. I'm looking forward to seeing how he does versus an absolute titan in Colin.
All right, well, you won't have to wait long because I think we're actually getting right into this game one. Looks like Colin is leading that Shadow Drapion, the star of day one of this championship series, versus Dr. Roast Beef's Alolan Sandslash.
So if you and I didn't get to see a lot of Alolan Sandslash, but that's a good starting matchup for it, especially because it can more comfortably tank the charge attacks from Drapion as the non-shadow form. Colin actually brings in this Azumarill. Azumarill, despite only having resisted charge attacks, actually can win the Zero Shield matchup versus this Alolan Sandslash. I do expect to see maybe a chip and dip strategy, but Dr. Roast Beef could just stay in this matchup if he likes as well.
Yeah, I'm thinking if he wants to chip and dip, what is he dipping into, right? I think he might be content to just maybe stay in, try to maintain alignment, and then get the Quagsire aligned with that Shadow Drapion. But actually, if you look at Colin's line, the Shadow Quagsire is pretty safe against everything. Obviously, you want to watch out for the Ariados, but I don't think actually Switch is going to be too crucial for Dr. Roast Beef here. If he's able to get, say, a Mud Shot down, that Shadow Quagsire could be very scary for Colin.
Yeah, great call out. Well, here comes the next Drill Run from the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. This is going to put the Azumarill probably in a range where one Drill Run is going to be threatening to knock out, but no, Colin has the next Play Rough stored and ready to go. The Alolan Sandslash only had a little bit of HP left, and actually this brings out the Protect Shield from Dr. Roast Beef. Wants to preserve the HP of the Sandslash and now fires off the next Drill Run.
All right, little ways away from the next charge attack, so we'll see what Colin decides to come back in with. If he comes back in with a Talonflame, he probably doesn't have to take another charge attack. Oh, but actually, here it is, and actually, yeah, there it is. Dr. Roast Beef feints with the Ice Punch there.
Quick reflexes by Colin, able to swap into the Talonflame and actually snipe at that Alolan Sandslash. Preserves his Azumarill for later in the game as well. Could be used as a sacrificial swap, but now this is going to lock in the Quagsire versus this Talonflame. Dr. Roast Beef in a good spot, but you certainly still have to watch out for the Brave Bird. Nice shield from Dr. Roast Beef. He's now down 2 shields to 0.
Yeah, it's actually interesting because Colin has Talonflame. He was, up a shield, and now all of a sudden Talonflame is looking very scary with energy when you're up a shield, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There's still lots of energy on Dr. Roast Beef's side. I'm a little surprised that actually Colin did not throw that fly, but maybe he wants to try and go for the Brave Bird instead. Keep in mind, Dr. Roast Beef's switch clock is up. If he wants to maybe go for a switch, that could be a nice catch to preserve the Quagsire. That's exactly what he does. I don't really mind this play. This is going to be a lot of damage into the Sableye, but with how strong Quagsire is, it may free up some opportunities to still win this match.
All right, well, Colin's going to be able to Poison Sting down the Sableye, and I think Shadow Drapion can actually hang on versus any charge attack against this Quagsire. All Colin needs to do is get to a crunch here.
Yeah, no, a little bit too little too late, unfortunately, for Dr. Roast Beef. Colin looking in firm control after going up 2 shields to 0. Talonflame just looking so strong, and just like you said, needs 1 or 2 more Poison Stings here from the Shadow Drapion. No surprise that Shadow Drapion is going to be able to close this one out. It was our #1 usage pick in day #2. Dr. Roast Beef does get to the Stone Edge, but it is not enough to knock out the Drapion. Colin still 3 Pokemon, all healthy. Meanwhile, Dr. Roast Beef finds himself down 0-1 in the winner's bracket.
Great recovery from Colin there. Kind of had a difficult lead, his lead, there were 2 answers for it on Dr. Roast Beef's team, but I think as soon as he had the shield advantage, he came in with the Talonflame. No B-Barrel to be found on Dr. Roast Beef's side, and that's what really allowed him to kind of flip the momentum of that game.
Yeah, we can have some unique insights here on the caster desk because we have the full preview of the teams of 3 that are being run on both sides. But Soph, I like your comment there, specifically around how strong the Quagsire was. But I think that it needed shields. Maybe a soft loss from Colin there, and then a farm down via Mud Shots with that Quagsire would have put him in the driver's seat. But Quagsire down a shield into that Talonflame, having to respect that Brave Bird. It was just too tall of a hill to climb.
Exactly. I think Dr. Roast Beef, and obviously, of course, you don't know all of Colin's team, but I think putting the shields into the Alolan Sandslash to then let it faint without even getting off another charge attack was maybe just kind of a lost opportunity in terms of the use of resources there.
Yeah, I like the way that the Dr. Roast Beef ended up sacrificing that Sableye. It did not have a lot of play into that Drapion, for instance. But just a little bit too little too late. There was just too much for that Quagsire to do at that point, and without those Protect Shields, it was not going to work. So, I'm taking a look at these teams here now that we have a bit more of an opportunity. So, was there anything that was standing out to you that seems like a must-bring for Dr. Roast Beef if he's trying to respond, and he's only 1 loss from getting knocked down to the loser side of the bracket?
Yeah, I'm curious if he decides to bring the B barrel. Obviously, you know, last game the Talonflame was kind of really what did him in, and he has 2 water types there, but Quagsire, you know, you don't have super effective fast attack damage. You really have to be getting that energy, which he wasn't able to get. So, you know, could potentially just kind of stick with a similar line to last game and just try to get ahead on energy. Don't go down shields with Quagsire, but if he's looking for a harder response, maybe goes for the B barrel, which honestly, if you look at Colin's team, it adds a decent play into everything. You do have to watch out for the Primate, though.
Absolutely. Well, we don't need to wait any longer. We're moving right into game number 2. Again, Colin versus Dr. Roast Beef. We call the B-Barrel. Here it is. It's going to be facing off now versus the Drapion. Drapion will have the pacing advantage, being able to quickly fire off those crunches. But if these trainers are throwing on good timing, Dr. Roast Beef may actually try and throw first. Nope. Colin actually launches the crunch right away on 7 poison stings here. This is not enough to knock out, but it does do a considerable chunk of damage.
I think I saw Dr. Roast Beef actually reach for the Hyper Fang there instead of the Surf. Oh, and actually the defense fall. Oh, but now a catch on Azumarill. Maybe Dr. Roast Beef knew what he was doing. Look at this Hyper Fang landing into the Azumarill. Doesn't even matter that there's a catch.
Yeah, no, it is a catch here by Colin, and this is still going to be the correct move for Dr. Roast Beef. And if you take a look at his Pokemon, he probably, wants to bank a move, then move into the Clodsire. So I like the discipline to stay in that matchup, re-bank that move with that re-farm, and then bring in the Clodsire, which has a nice matchup. It's going to be a little difficult, though, because I don't know that there's a single Sludge Bomb range, so.
Yeah, maybe going to need a lot of Poison Stings, but I still like the idea to bank an attack, especially because those bubbles from Azumarill are not doing a lot of damage. Super effective Sludge Bomb coming through here. I think you're right, Jin, that it's not going to be enough to take it out, but I think Dr. Roast Beef still can farm down this Azumarill if he wants to.
Well, by Colin bringing in this Azumarill here, he now no longer, and seeing the counter swap of this Clodsire, he's no longer able to get his Marowak onto that Clodsire instead. Interesting shield here from Dr. Roast Beef. We actually now have the Marowak coming in. This is going to be an Earthquake coming through against Colin. This is going to do some nice damage. It's not enough to knock out, however. Colin opting to save all his Protect Shields for the Drapion, potentially.
Yeah, and a nice no shield there. Maybe expecting a Quagsire and realizing that these super effective water attacks are going to be potentially more worth shielding. But already at a Bone Club here on the Marowak, so a lot of value coming out of this. You can't really get fast attacked down by Rollout or Mud Shot.
Okay, well, Quagsire is going to be on the short side of the pacing now with only 4 Mud Shots needed to get to the second Aqua Tail. Here comes the shield, though, from Colin. This is his first Protect Shield, 1 remaining. He should be able, I think, to maybe even charge attack priority. No, they actually try and throw good timing, which now allows Dr. Roast Beef to get off this final Aqua Tail. All right, Colin does get this Quagsire quite low, where he can farm down with a singular Poison Sting or Bubble. I expect him to bring in the Drapion here, save his potential catch for later on via that Azumarill.
All right, well, don't forget that this B-Barrel did bank a Surf earlier on. I think the Clodsire is pretty much dry on energy, though, so not really going to be able to do anything against the Drapion. It's already in Aqua Tail range, so it's really going to come down to what Dr. Roast Beef can pull off with this B-Barrel. It's really, really low in health.
Okay, but I think this B-Barrel is on the 3 cycle. 3 more rollouts to get to the next Surf here, potentially, so that could be a window for him to get to the next move, but he might just get Poison Sting down. He tries to swap into the Clodsire. Colin also trying to swap as well, maybe going for a catch here. I think Colin just needs to fire off 2 Aqua Tails here, and it should be a good game.
And he does already have both of the Aqua Tails. Look at how low this Clodsire is. Dr. Roast Beef does put up the last shield, but I think, you know, the writing is on the wall. Their Aqua Tail already coming through, and Colin, a commanding 2-0 victory to move on in the winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, Colin looking as strong as anyone in this tournament, and he's running that Shadow Drapion, and he's also running a Pokemon that we, really didn't see that much in day 1, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but it did everything that it needed to do there, able to get a lot of fast attack pressure into that Quagsire of Dr. Roast Beef, and like you mentioned, so that Shadow Quagsire actually just had a lot of play across the board, so when you can get consistent damage in via fast attacks, it makes the other matchups a little bit easier, especially that Shadow Drapion once the Quagsire is out of the way.
Yeah, Jim, I know you've been really interested in following the story of these flyers, right? What's happening to the Mandibuzz, the Galarian Moltres, and it seems like people are kind of shifting more towards Talonflame and Jumpluff. Well, Dr. Roast Beef did have the Jumpluff on his team, but didn't actually bring it, and that really just opened up a lot of doors for the Marowak to kind of just come in and do a lot of reliable damage.
I mentioned this in our intro, but when there is Shadow Drapion everywhere, it seems, that does not only in the absence of flyers in some situations, but having so many targets for not only neutral damage, but super effective damage, I think we could see a lot of play in Shadow Kanto Marowak, not only from Colin here, but the other 2 trainers that have them as well.
That's right. I think a lot of people started opting for the Diggersby instead of the Kanto Marowak, but Colin showing that Marowak is still certainly viable, if not a top pick. Here's that attempted catch by Colin, the Hyper Fang, but Dr. Roast Beef had a little bit of foresight, actually went for the Hyper Fang surfing instead.
You know, so if there's certain moves right now, fast attacks that is, that I feel are, we'll call S tier as far as fast attacks go. Obviously Incinerate, gonna have a lot of pros to it, hard hitting, fast energy generation, but it's a 5-turn move, which makes it a little bit clunky. The ones that I think are so strong right now are going to be Astonish and Mud Slap. Simply mathematically speaking, if you look at their damage and energy generation, they're basically unmatched, but also a little bit less clunky than something like Incinerate being a 3-turn move. Makes it a bit easier to time your attacks versus 2- and 4-turn fast attacks.
Exactly, and of course the most difficult fast attack to use would be Incinerate, which we really only see on Talonflame nowadays. Skeletor had a little bit of a heyday last
Shadow
season.
Typhlosion.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, we saw a couple of those yesterday, but I think Talonflame is the main one that we've seen succeeding.
Absolutely.
And of course we did just see it on Colin's team there as well. So, you know, it does make the move timing a little bit awkward, especially if you're throwing against, say, the Quagsire, right? Sometimes you might have to throw on bad timing to avoid them getting to the charge attack first.
Okay. Well, that was a great matchup that we just saw. Again, congratulations to Colin. We've now gone through 3 of our first 4 winners side matches, so I think the next one we're going to be having is Tomahawk versus Elum. And what a highly anticipated matchup this one is here. We have 2 trainers that have both performed so consistently well throughout the competitive series here. In both cases, making grand finals. But both of these trainers are looking for their first regional title here. So this could be that first step in day 2 for both of these trainers, and I can't wait to see them face off.
I know, I'm really looking forward to this match, I have to say. I know they've both been working hard. I have seen it with my own eyes. Last night at dinner, I saw Tomahawk actually scrimming with Lyle Jeffs this exact matchup. And earlier when I was watching some of the earlier winners round matchups, I saw Elum kind of sitting by himself preparing for this match as well. So I know they've been putting in a lot of practice. And I know you mentioned, you know, both of these trainers, they've made multiple grand finals. They've made countless top cuts at this point, but they're both still chasing that regional win. Wadaj actually called Tomahawk the Elum of EU at one point. So I'm really excited to see them face off here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's actually, while we're waiting on these trainers to get situated, let's take a look at our bracket. We're going to start on the loser side of the bracket. We had a couple matches that were taking place over at the tables. We can see that in our first round. SS Thorn was able, with his Shadow Kanto Marowak, I'm sure, as I picked in my caster prediction, able to 2-0 Athy. Then we had Dunebug getting a close 2-1 versus Freezing Sun. He'll be advancing, facing off versus Dr. Roastbeef. A Shady Equation, a 2-1 versus Iomero. He'll be facing off versus Law Cody in losers round 2. And finally, Inadequance. I actually saw him battling versus Blob NA, and you could tell it was a very close matchup. Inadequance is going to be facing off versus Adib in losers round 2.
Yeah, I heard that matchup between Inadequance and Blob came down to maybe 1 HP on Inadequance's Azumarill, which advanced him, of course, to face off in the next round. And getting back to the winners bracket, like you said, Wholesome, we've already seen 3 of these matchups so far with Sceptileice, ValorAsh, both advancing, and they will be facing off. As for Colin, he's going to wait and see whether he's going to be facing off against his good friend Tomahawk or actually Elum. And that'd actually be a rematch from a previous tournament, I think, maybe LAIC?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward, especially to whoever's going to be facing Colin. You know, whether it's Elum, whether it's Tomahawk, that is going to be 2 titans facing off versus each other. And if it's Tomahawk versus Colin, those are actually grassroots teammates as well. They scrim together all the time. They know each other's styles. They're very close personally as well. So that would be certainly a good storyline.
All right, well, we'll have to see who ends up facing off against Colin. I know neither of these trainers probably particularly wants to face Colin until the grand finals, hopefully, but unfortunately for them, it is going to have to come in these, I believe that would be the winners semis in the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, I think our trainers are still getting locked in here at this point, but again, Tomahawk versus Elum, I'm very much looking forward to it. I think that when we look at from a championship point perspective, both of these trainers are very high up in their respective leaderboards. I think both of them have won travel awards in some situations where they're going to these international championships, and there is a lot on the line, not just the title of champion, but again, if you're able to win Toronto, you have an automatic invite to Worlds, leaderboard aside.
Yeah, I don't think either of these trainers is particularly concerned about not qualifying to Worlds, but you think about the travel award points that are on the line. I think right now we're in the period where every point you earn goes towards a potential NAIC travel award. And, you know, for Tomahawk coming all the way from EU, that could actually be huge.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, these are 2 trainers that you can just tell have a joy for the game. Absolutely. You know, this isn't, okay, my whole goal is to just get to Worlds, nothing else matters. They just like showing up to these tournaments and they like doing well. Of course, there's lots of great prizes as well for how consistent both of these trainers are.
Now 5 grand finals appearances between these two trainers, but 0 championship wins. All right, and I think they're on the stage now. They're getting ready. I know they've been prepping all night and all morning for this match. So let's dive in and take a look at these teams. I think the Shadow Drapion on both sides, I'm expecting to see it a lot. It looks very, very safe. There's no Kanto Marowak, as you were looking for, Wholesome, to kind of stop it in its tracks.
Yeah, when we look at the Talonflame on the side of Tomahawk UK, right, it has some targets, especially the Superior and that Alolan Sandslash there. But plenty of other Pokemon can hit back, including the Azumarill, the Shadow Drapion, and that Galarian Corsola as well. Talking with Tomahawk, and actually just looking at our notes here, that Shadow Swampert is an interesting pick because it is running Sludge Wave. I was asking him about that matchup, and if we actually see that Shadow Swampert get lined up versus an Azumarill, he says the 1 and 2 shield matchups work very, very nicely. If you land one of those Sludge Waves, it actually puts it in range, where after some Mud Shots, you can actually just farm down an Azumarill, believe it or not.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see if that Shadow Swampert does come. I think Tomahawk is the only one that we've seen on stream, and certainly in this top 16. You know, just a reminder of all the accomplishments that these two trainers have. Many, many top cuts, you know, many at these high-level tournaments, ICs and Worlds, and they're getting to face off right here in Toronto.
Well, I know you guys have been waiting on this matchup here. It's winners round 1 still. Tomahawk versus Elum, and we see the Shadow Swampert making an appearance. Same pacing as the Shadow Feraligatr. A little bit less neutral damage here instead of the Shadow Claw, but you just go straight for these Hydro Cannons, and so many Pokemon, including Annihilate, just have to respect that hard-hitting Shadow damage.
All right, well, these counters are certainly adding up. We'll have to see if Elum decides to Rage Fist right away, or maybe, oh, actually, but Tomahawk comes in right away with the Azumarill. I'm expecting to see Elum bank some energy and then maybe go into his own Azumarill. Look at that. Oh, he actually comes into the Corsola, but built almost up to 2 close combats on the Annihilate, so keep that in mind for later.
Yeah, no, able to strip away that first Protect Shield from Elum right away was Tomahawk's Shadow Swampert there. Now that said, Shadow Swampert does need shields to operate, and with all that energy banked, you're going to need those shields for sure for the Swampert a little bit later on. But we could see a realignment of the Shadow Drapion into that Annihilate, which is not really a great matchup either. So Tomahawk does have some vulnerabilities here for sure.
That's right, and actually this is a nice line read by Elum, maybe expecting the Shadow Drapion in the back, so it brings the Corsola in instead of the more typical play where we see people kind of absorbing energy on Azumarill.
Yeah, if we're really looking at Tomahawk's team, I think that as long as that Annihilate is avoiding that Azumarill, it has lots and lots of play, especially up so much energy, almost at 2 close combats. All right, well now we're going to have a little bit of a pivot here by Tomahawk, brings in the Shadow Drapion to absorb this Nightshade from Elum here. I think Elum just wants to get out of this matchup here. His switch clock is now up. This is going to bring back in the Annihilate here. Goes for the Rage Fist here. This is resisted damage. It does increase the attack. Tomahawk calls it. He says, you're not going to close combat upon entry here, but this does ramp up the damage. And look at those counters.
All right, they are definitely chunking, and I have to wonder if Elum can farm down with the Annihilate here. You know, he did just use a Rage Fist. He had all the energy banked from before, but if he's able to get this farm down, which it looks like he is, Tomahawk just feints with the Aqua Tail. Now you're down 2 shields, but you have so much energy.
Yeah, and the Swampert doesn't really have any energy at all, if I'm not mistaken, through the Hydro Cannon, then exited. And now you're in Rage Fist range as well as this Azumarill. May be able to hang on if we see a no-shield here, but Tomahawk doesn't want to risk it. Another Rage Fist is already loaded. We have a charge attack priority. This is now 2 boosts, I believe, for this Annihilate, and it still has a Protect Shield. Tomahawk uses his second Protect Shield as well.
Needs to get rid of this very boosted Annihilate. It was charge attack priority. You see Elum trying to reach for the Azumarill, but can't get out. But I think he's still in a decent position here. Tomahawk is throwing all his energy from Azumarill onto this Annihilate. Oh, actually, it doesn't even take out, but switch clock is up for Elum. Actually, can Tomahawk just Sludge Wave here?
It's going to be close. I think he might be one off before. Yeah, Elum is able to get to this Ice Beam, and this is going to be enough to knock out the Shadow Swampert. Due to the energy nerf on Mudshot, you're no longer able to outpace to that Sludge Wave, and down goes the Swampert. A little bit of HP remaining still on the Azumarill, but with such an HP advantage on Elum's Azumarill, the writing is on the wall. Game 1 will be going to Elum.
3 Pokemon still on the field. He preserved those very low health Annihilate and Corsola in the back. I don't think either has energy, but like you said, the huge HP advantage here, not really going to be Tomahawk won't be able to overcome that HP advantage. So game 1 goes to Elum. I think, you know, the critical point for me watching that game was Tomahawk switching in the Azumarill, kind of giving Elum a huge opportunity to farm up with the Annihilate.
Yeah, we kind of saw the momentum going back and forth there. Tomahawk immediately able to strip away that Protect Shield versus Elum, throwing that Hydro Cannon as soon as Shadow Swampert reached it. But Elum, I like the discipline of over-farming so much energy. And like you said, after Tomahawk swapped in that Azumarill, it freed up that Annihilate so much. And okay, yes, he throws resisted energy into that Drapion, but all he's doing is just boosting his attack that allows him to then farm down and go into the next matchups with energy. That was an absolute clinic for how to play Annihilate by Elum.
Exactly. Bank up energy when you're not taking fast attack damage. You know, it's okay to invest shields into the Annihilate. Look at the bulky backline that Elum brought to support the Annihilate, right? The Corsola and the Azumarill, knowing that neither of them really needs shields quite as much as the heavy-hitting Annihilate.
And it was interesting because we saw a Nightshade thrown into the Drapion, then we saw a Rage Fist thrown into the Drapion. All that did was just set up that Drapion in a perfect position to be farmed down by the Annihilate. And with all of that energy, he was then able to strip those Protect Shields versus the Azumarill. And then all you have to do is just finish things off with your own Azumarill. So I love the play there by Elum. Tomahawk always has some surprises and tricks up his sleeve, though, so it would not shock me to see Tomahawk have a very strong response here in Game 2.
I think he was put in a little bit of a strange position last game in terms of when to use his shields, right? Like we said, we saw the counter down on the Drapion, which ended up being so difficult to deal with later down the line, and he actually ended up having to use both shields on Rage Fists with his Azumarill, right? That's definitely not generally where you would want to use your shields.
Well, typically, you're going to be taking Rage Fist when you're not attack boosted as the Azumarill, like in early matchups, and you don't have to worry so much, but that was a low HP Azumarill going up against an already boosted Annihilate, and that just is testament to how strong Annihilate is when you get into those matchups where, oh, I normally wouldn't be shielding Rage Fist, but I'm finding myself actually relatively low, and oh my gosh, you're already boosted and you have so much energy. I mean, Elum played it perfectly there. Now, I do expect Tomahawk to run double water. He's been running it consistently throughout this tournament. He actually ran ABA water there. I wonder if Elum ever thinks that, okay, maybe my superior is going to have some strong play. It's just such a risky bring with Shadow Drapion and Talonflame as well. Let's move into game number 2, though. Talonflame into the Annihilate, a much better lead here for Tomahawk. And actually, Elum gets a little bit of energy and swaps in his Azumarill now into the Talonflame.
And no answer on Tomahawk's side. He is running the double water that you just pointed out, Jim, and I think it looks like Tomahawk is just going to throw a charge attack here and dip. That is the heavy-hitting Brave Bird, which would certainly do the most damage. Although, actually, I wonder if Tomahawk could have gone into Swampert there to start throwing some Sludge Waves, but that is okay. Brings in his own Azumarill, and at this point, you know, you're up a shield, down some energy, but maybe Tomahawk has some play here as he won the lead.
Yeah, Tomahawk did win the lead, and he gets that first Protect Shield, just like how things started in game number 1. But the difference here is Elum is actually doing the counter swap versus Tomahawk at this point. All right, Tomahawk reaches his own play rough in this Azumarill versus Azumarill matchup. Elum was the first one to switch, and Tomahawk threw that charge attack, so switchcocks are going to be a little bit desynchronized. If Elum wants to get out of this matchup, he certainly can. I expect him, okay, actually banks all that energy and brings in the Corsola. This has echoes of game number 1 of just trying to absorb all of this Azumarill energy with his Corsola.
That's right. Tomahawk was absorbing the Azumarill energy on his own Azumarill, and Elum here doing it with Corsola. The interesting thing here, though, is I don't know if Elum realizes, but there's actually no Shadow Drapion on Tomahawk's side. So this Corsola is actually super safe. You see Tomahawk being kind of forced to stay in here and chip it with the Azumarill.
Yeah, you're right. Just kind of using it as a damage sponge and getting a little bit of fast attack pressure. Maybe with some shields could go the mile or go the distance here. I don't know that it's going to be able to, though. 2 Nightshades ready to go. Now at 100 energy exactly. Nightshade should be close to knocking out this Azumarill. Talonflame, I think, has a little bit of residual energy still, but 2 Shield Swamperts is looking very imposing right now for Tomahawk.
2 Shield Swampert. We're going to have to start using them here. Elum has a lot of energy on this Corsola. Don't forget about those 2 counters he did at the beginning of the game as well. Looks like Tomahawk is actually letting this go a little bit risky because now you're kind of in danger of eventually getting fast attacked down.
Yeah, especially with Bubble. I mean, Bubble does a ton. Okay, actually, able to get to the Power Gem here, maybe anticipating a switch potentially. I think that you're only going to get to 1 charge attack. May as well throw the one that you know would knock out either Pokemon. So smart play by Elum there. In comes the Talonflame, actually able to preserve that Corsola. Could be used as a sacrificial swap later on. Elum has almost 100 energy bank, throws the first Ice Beam here. This will pull the Protect Shield from Tomahawk. Still has another one ready to go though.
I think Tomahawk, yeah, just reached the fly there. Elum's going to throw this Ice Beam first. I'm pretty sure the Talonflame is going to be able to hang on, but all of a sudden, Tomahawk's Pokemon are looking at very, very low HP.
Yeah, actually no Protect Shield there from Tomahawk, excuse me. Has a lot of energy and unable to get to that fly. Really needed to be able to get to that, unfortunately. I think this for Tomahawk is going to be the end of the road. Has a Hydro Cannon ready to go. Elum still has 2 Pokemon, though, including an Annihilate with 2 counters and a Protect Shield. So things are definitely looking like they're going Elum's way right now. And yeah, the Hydro does not even KO. Elum with a 2-0 sweep versus Tomahawk UK.
Battle of the Titans there, and Elum is going to go on to face Colin 6 in the next round of the winners bracket. Tomahawk, on the other hand, is going to drop to the losers side of the bracket, but like we said, Tomahawk, one of the best players in EU, maybe even the world, right? Top 12 at Worlds last year, so definitely expect to see more of Tomahawk coming in the future.
The story I think a lot of trainers want to see is Tomahawk taking that next step. I mean, it's the same for Elum, right? Tomahawk will be going down to the loser side of the bracket, but I think it's 6 consecutive top cuts for Tomahawk at this point. Obviously, he's had the success, and like we were talking about, he has so much success that it allows him to continue making all these trips across the Atlantic to come to these out-of-region regionals as well, where yet again, he just has another top cut. I don't think this is the end of the road for him, and it's very impressive what he's been able to do. How did that Shadow Swampert perform in your opinion, though, Soph?
It was interesting. I think it looked pretty safe into the Pokemon that Elum ended up bringing, which is, of course, the Annihilate, Corsola, and Azumarill that we saw in both of the games, but I don't know, it just looked a little bit underwhelming, especially up against the Annihilate. Those counters were just doing way too much damage, and it basically ended up getting fast attacks down both games.
You know, it's interesting because we saw Elum in both games using that Galarian Corsola in a very, very similar role. It's just to tank a lot of energy, and I like this Power Gem right here. That was such an interesting play.
Yeah, because maybe he wasn't thinking that he had enough time to kind of check and see if Tomahawk was going to go for a catch. Like you said, only going to get to 1 charge attack against anything just because of the low HP it was at. So yeah, pretty heads-up play by Elum. You talked about Elum kind of putting on a clinic with the Annihilate, but I really liked how he played the Galarian Corsola. We talked about, maybe it's been a little bit underwhelming based on all the hype that it got, but I like the way Elum played it there. He used it as a damage sponge. He used it, kind of when he knew that the Shadow Drapion could be in the back, right? So he kind of just puts it on the field, lets it sponge up energy, lets it do its job, and then, that's kind of it for it. But did its job for sure.
Absolutely. In game number 2, you were even say it could have maybe even had more of a presence there as well, knowing that Shadow Drapion was not in that game number 2 matchup. But really, it's proving why it is such a strong Pokemon, despite some of the accessibility challenges with some trainers, how this Pokemon just released. We saw it, I think, on almost half of the teams that we have here in day 2, and it certainly performed well for Elum there. So congratulations to him. He's going to be moving on and facing Colin, just like we said. So that's going to wrap up round 1 of the winner side of the bracket, meaning we're going to be moving over to the loser side of the bracket here as well. Again, I mentioned we did have some battles off stream earlier, and we saw the results there. Again, SS Thorn 2-0 versus Athi, Dunebug 2-1 versus Freezing Sun, a Shady Equation 2-1 versus Iomero, and Blob and A falling to Inadequance 2-1 as well. But that's going to be setting up our losers round 2.
That's exactly right. I think we're going to see Adib Khan versus Inadequance, the bottom matchup of the losers round 2 list there, and then slowly work our way up. I think we saw Adib earlier on stage lose that first round against Sceptileice. Now going to be facing Inadequance, who again, remember, just came off a super, super tight win against Blob and A off stream.
Yeah, and we just saw Tomahawk fall down. He's going to be facing off versus SS Thorn a little bit later, but I'm very excited about Inadequance. And, I interviewed him yesterday, and I asked him, what's your motivation for this season? He took 2nd place at Worlds. He has an automatic qualifier to the 2025 Worlds competition later on this season, but he does so much, right? He's organizing tournaments, he's casting, he's making content, he's competing. And I asked him, what's the motivation for you? He says he wants another regional win. He says he wants to maintain that competitive aspect here. There's a little bit less pressure, and he's the type of trainer that likes to bring something unique almost every single time. So I would like to see him kind of still continuing to trailblaze and pioneer in some of these tournaments, and it's great to have him here in Toronto.
That's right. I'm really excited to see Inadequance's match. But before that, speaking of trainers who still want regional wins, I think we have an interview with Butters and Elum.
Thank you so much, Soph. I'm joined by Elum, who just had an awesome series with 2 Pokemon that are kind of new to the meta with the Galarian Corsola and the Annihilate. Were you expecting those 2 Pokemon to be such a big part of your strategy going into Toronto?
I feel like those 2 Pokemon are very strong, so I was kind of expecting it. Shadow Drapion is another Pokemon that has been really good throughout the entire season, so yeah, those 2, they mesh well with the Drapion.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And probably the strongest Pokemon out there. And I would say you might be one of the strongest trainers out there right now. You've been on fire as of late. What would you credit your consistency to at this point in Championship Series?
I don't know. Just at this point, it's just experience, and I just know my mechanics. I played a lot of GBL back in the day, not as much lately, but at this point, it's just reading lines, knowing, having game plans for specific leads, stuff like that.
In all of these tools that you have learned in all of these fantastic performances, but you still don't have that regional title yet. How meaningful would that be to become the Toronto regional champion?
It would mean the world for me. I have been having some pretty good, like, consistent placings lately, but I haven't gotten the win yet. I'm doing my best to get it this time, so we'll see.
All right, well, best of luck, Elum. Let's head back over to the casters.
Thank you, others. So, again, a lot on the line here for Elum. We've seen so much success from him. He wants to get that regional title. He says he doesn't play that much Go Battle League anymore, yet he still hit 3,600 in the most recent season for the Go Battle League and under 900 battles. So he certainly has a lot of success there. Efficient success. But that said, we're going to be introducing our next battler here, or next battlers here. We have Adib Khan versus Inadequance. We got to see a little bit of Inadequance earlier yesterday. I think we saw Adib on stream as well. Adib, if you remember, actually running a similar team to his first opponent. I think it was actually the same Pokemon, but it's going to be a much different scenario. Much more unique teams here between the two. I see the Shadow Drapions in common, but everything else looks to be a little different.
Yeah, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, I know you pointed this out as your MVP pick for SS Thorn, but I think it could actually be an MVP for Inadequance as well. You know, we saw it on Colin's team. You have to wonder if these Europeans are, you know, colluding with their Shadow Marowaks, but it has a lot of play against Adib's team. I think pretty much beats everything in the two-shield situation, except for, of course, the Jump Bluff. I'm not actually sure how the matchup goes with Diggersby and Annihilate either, but taking a look at these accomplishments, this is not Adib's first top cut. He was top 16 in NAIC just a couple of months ago. As for Inadequance, he's been having a stellar year, won the Utrecht special event, and of course, you know, second place at the World Championships. Doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, this is a little awkward for Inadequance though, because, you know, running this B-Barrel instead of like the other rollout user that we typically see, that being the Dunsparce, which makes that matchup a lot worse versus the Jump Bluff. So Jump Bluff certainly has some play. Now he has responses to it, of course. He's got his Talonflame. Even that Ariados does quite well resisting the Fairy Winds, and you can start stacking up those lunge debuffs. Inadequance, good balanced team here. Like you said, I think the Shadow Kanto Marowak has a lot of play. But let's move into game number one. This is win or go home for both of these trainers. It's the Jump Bluff, just like we said for Adib Khan. We'll be facing off versus Inadequance's Azumarill.
And this is always such an interesting matchup. You talk to top players, they're like, yeah, Jump Bluff is not an Azumarill counter. You get to these moves pretty much at very similar times, and of course, you do hang on to an Ice Beam, but Azumarill, unless you get the defense fall, 10% chance, Azumarill actually hangs on to 2 energy balls.
Yeah, that's right. Inadequance wanting to throw on good timing here. He throws after 3 bubbles. Great timing by Inadequance. This is going to be a double super effective, albeit non-stab Ice Beam. Going to do a significant chunk, but you need 2 Ice Beams to knock out this Jump Bluff. Meanwhile, Jump Bluff at the next energy ball, and Inadequance actually able to get to this next Ice Beam as well before Adib Khan throws his energy. This is going to force the Protect Shield from Adib.
And we'll see how this pans out, but going down a shield early, maybe not what Adib wanted. You see that relatively squishy backline in the back, and Adib actually goes way over 100 energy here on the Jump Bluff. I think at this point, Energy Ball might be enough to knock out the Azumarill, but Inadequance is totally okay with that. He's got Talonflame and Shadow Marowak in the back, and like I was saying, like Marowak, now that you know that the flyer is pretty much out of the way, it has a lot of play.
One of the key differences between the Shadow versus non-Shadow Kanto Marowak is with Shadow Kanto Marowak, you can actually farm down in the 2-shield matchup versus this Shadow Feraligatr. These Mud Slaps are just so oppressive. Inadequance, if he wants to, just use both Protect Shields and farm down, but nice timing, able to throw his Bone Club just before Feraligator's able to reach the next charge attack. This will be enough to knock out because Adib is going to no shield. Now Shadow Kanto Marowak needs to get through this Jump Bluff. Jump Bluff has some energy, but 1 Rock Slide would be enough to knock out as well.
That's right. I think Adib is definitely going to come in with the Jump Bluff, try to take care of this Marowak. Has a lot of energy. He was pretty much at 100 before he threw, and actually just doesn't even build up to the energy ball. Looks like Inadequance might have been counting there, or maybe just happy to put it all in the Talonflame. Looks like he's surprised by the Aerial Ace.
I'm surprised by the Aerial Ace. I really would have liked to have seen the energy ball. If you throw on 2, you would have actually been able to reach the energy ball prior to Inadequance reaching this Rock Slide, but after all that energy gets utilized as an Aerial Ace, really not an efficient play at that point. Maybe trying to set up a counter down, but Inadequance's switch clock is up. He already has 1 Incinerate on his Talonflame. He just needs to get to 2 flies, 1 to strip away the Protect Shield, 1 to knock out.
I think there's a couple of win conditions here for Inadequance. Just like you said, maybe getting to 2 charge attacks, 1 being the fly, you know, 1 being either a Bone Club or another fly actually, but he could also just even go for fast attack damage because look at how much these Incinerates are doing to the Annihilate. But I think regardless, this might be Inadequance's game.
I think Inadequance can't lose this one. We get the Protect Shield. The next fly is ready to go. Just needs to lock it in, and yes, this is going to do it. Game number 1 on the back of the Talonflame. We'll be able to translate to a 1-0 lead here for Inadequance. ABA weak to Talonflame, by the way, on the side of Adib Khan. Had that jump left lead, and then Annihilate in the back. Brought in his only answer to the Talonflame when he brought in that Feraligatr, and that means it was locked up against that Shadow Canto Marowak, which, like we said, those Mud Slaps, they're going to pop off.
Yeah, just a little bit of unfortunate team ordering for Adib there. You said that, you know, Adib was ABA weak to Talonflame. Well, Inadequance is kind of ABA weak to the Shadow Feraligatr, right? Leading Azumarill with the Talonflame in the back. So, you know, kind of just wherever your Pokemon ends up is how the game ends up rolling.
Yeah, it really comes down to shield management there as well, because really any of those Pokemon, just like you said, can be threatened by that Shadow Feraligatr, but all of them have some way that they can take it out, whether it's shields down and you land a Brave Bird, whether it's going to be your 2-shield Shadow Canto Marowak, whether it's just Azumarill getting one of those play roughs off. Things just were, you know, Inadequance was just a little bit ahead and able to get very favorable alignment in that game number 1. Looking back at these replays, so though, like we mentioned, we needed 2 flies. That was the win condition for Inadequance there. Able to get the first one, and then the second fly loaded. Even had the Brave Bird loaded, just throws the fly.
Yeah, and if you're Adib, maybe a couple of missteps with the jump off earlier in the game. Didn't throw the energy ball, had to use the shield early, as well as going way over 100 energy, so potentially some missed energy there on the jump off. But looks like we're already heading into game 2. Let's see the adjustment from Adib.
All right. Adib with the possibility to get a good lineup here, and yes, this is a good matchup on paper if you simply just look at the typings. However, like we said, Shadow Canto Marowak, where it shines is in this 2-shield matchup, where it can simply just Mud Slap all the way down. I do expect to protect shield here from Inadequance with the Shadow Canto Marowak. That's exactly what we see.
All right, well, if Inadequance is going for the 2-shield strategy and Adib knows that, I expect him to just maybe try to get one more Hydro Cannon off. Yes, he just throws it right away, doesn't care about timing. And now, I don't hate this for Adib because, look, this Feraligatr is going to go down, but you're up 2 shields, you can just bring the jump off in, and Inadequance might have to switch out.
Well, the other thing, too, is that actually this Shadow Canto Marowak is now in Aqua Tail range as well from the Drapion, so it's going to be a little bit less effective. A quick swap out now, and actually, this Talonflame looks very strong into that jump bluff, but he has a second answer as well. It's the Shadow Drapion that can do well into the jump bluff, so Inadequance now able to bait out this Drapion here. I think he has 2 Rock Slides stored as well, so all this residual energy still has a lot of destinations.
All right, but I think Canto Marowak actually loses charge attack priority to Drapion, so if an Adib can somehow leave this matchup with an Aqua Tail banked, I think he'll be in a good position, but look at how much these Incinerates are doing. I'm not sure if he has the time for that.
Yeah, no, these Incinerates are doing so much, and you need to throw this next Aqua Tail here. So yeah, you cannot come out with another move, meaning that Inadequance can technically just come back in with his Marowak and fire off these Bone Clubs. Their switch clock is not up for Adib, and Inadequance knows it. Okay, you do get 1 Poison Sting through, but you can't justify a shield knowing that there's a second Bone Club waiting. Inadequance now should have the luxury of actually throwing on good timing, trying to land one of these Rock Slides into the jump bluff, with still a pretty solid answer, his Drapion hanging out in the back.
All right, well, Adib doesn't know what's in the back, so just going to put up the shield here. I think this actually does do more damage than a crunch from Drapion, so good use of a shield there, but Inadequance is actually staying in. He's very close to another Rock Slide. Let's see if Adib knows that. Oh, and actually the Rock Slide comes through. This could be critical.
Yeah, Inadequance knows that there's no catch opportunities at this stage in the game for Adib Khan. He can throw on bad timing here, just locking this damage, now bring in his own Drapion here. These Aerial Aces, they do hit for neutral. The Fairy ones, they hit for neutral, but just not the most efficient move from a very bulk-weighted Pokemon. Doesn't have a lot of attack, and you're going to be able to hang on versus 2 of these Aerial Aces. 1 crunch is going to be close to knocking out, but I think that this is going to be a really tough uphill battle for Adib.
Well, the Marowak is still hanging out in the back, but if you're Adib, you live this crunch. The Mud Slaps don't do much. Oh my goodness, but the Poison Sting is going to come through, I think. If that Poison Sting didn't come through, maybe you'd have enough health to take out the Marowak, but it's still going to be close. It's not over. Let's see how much this Aerial Ace does. Still need another one for sure.
Yeah, you have to throw this next Aerial Ace, otherwise you're going to get Poison Stung down, and despite these Mud Slaps being triple resisted, we're going to still see how much a Mud Slap does into a non-Shadow jump bluff. You're 0 energy essentially on this jump bluff here. Just need to reach a Bone Club now. Yes, a close one for sure. Able to reach this Bone Club. Aerial Ace maybe would have been able to knock out. That's the question that Adib's going to be asking himself after this game, but he was not able to reach the Energy Ball, and Inadequance instead able to get to the Bone Club and take a 2-0 victory in losers round 2.
All right, Inadequance is going to move on. As a reminder, he's coming in from the loser's side of the bracket, so he's actually won 2 matches today already. As for Adib, that is going to end his run. He actually kind of has the opposite path, right? Came in on the winner's side and ended up losing 2 matches there.
Yeah, well, Inadequance has actually been having a lot of 2-1s. I've talked with him, and he says that his matches have been so close. That's one of the few sweeps that he's had. But so, I have to ask you, I saw you holding your breath there at the end. Aerial Ace was loaded on the jump bluff. We were close to the red there for Inadequance's Shadow Canto Marowak. We probably have to look at it again. Do you throw the aerial ace there?
I think you definitely throw the aerial ace. If you're, well, so here's the thing. It depends on what you know for sure and what you don't know for sure, right? If you think Inadequance is 3 mud slaps off, you have to throw the aerial ace, there's no question. But if you're not sure, maybe he's completely dry, no residual energy, then in that case, maybe it makes sense to reach for the energy ball.
Yeah, to your point, so for the pacing for Bone Club, it is 4 mud slaps, then 3 mud slaps. If you're keeping track of the residual energy and you know that Inadequance is on that 3 cycle, well, a Bone Club's going to knock out, go for that aerial ace, then you have a chance of knocking out rather than having a certainty of getting knocked out yourself by that Bone Club. Looking back at game number 2, though, yeah, shielding that rock slide, like you said, probably the hardest hitting charge attack, but Inadequance had 2 answers to that jump bluff. Not only the Talon Flame, which is able to do a little bit of damage into that jump bluff, but it was able to get Drapion off the field, which then Inadequance's own Drapion has had lots of play, but just look how close that ended up being despite everything.
Yeah, aerial ace, not the heaviest hitting charge attack. Jump bluff, definitely not the most attack-weighted Pokemon out there. So, would have been really close. And I think maybe when the Kanto Marowak first came in, the aerial ace probably does not KO. So it's kind of hard to judge the fast attack damage kind of adding up over the course of the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations to Inadequance. And we are just seeing, still, I think all 3 Europeans are in the running at this point.
Yeah.
We still have Tomahawk on the loser side of the bracket, Inadequance on the loser side of the bracket, and then Colin over in winners, where he's going to be facing off versus Elum a little bit later.
That's right. 3 Europeans made it to day 2 in the top 16. I think Colin and Inadequance are already in the top 8. So we'll see if Tomahawk is able to join them. But before that, there's still some time.
That's right. All right, well, we're going to take a look back at our last 3 matches, guys, but more battles to come. Make sure you stick around.
Hello, Toronto Regionals, the first Canadian regional of the season. So, of course, I had to check how familiar our hosts were with Canada. So I'm going to ask a piece of trivia. All of them are going to say whether true or false. And everyone's starting off with a plate of, let's say, a Canadian delicacy over here. If you know, you know. If they get the question wrong, they lose one. Whoever has the most at the end wins. Everyone familiar? How are we feeling about our Canada knowledge?
I love Canada. I love America as well. So I'm kind of torn on whether or not I'm, in a place where I can, show my information for Canada. But I've been here a few times. I know my way around the block.
Okay.
50% of the time, you're always right. So I'm just going to hope that I always hit the 50%. So it's 100%.
Works.
That's math.
Well, most of my knowledge about Canada comes from a singular TV show whose accuracy may be questionable, so we'll see how this goes. But, like Abby said, 50% is the benchmark here, so.
All right, well, this might go terribly. All right, let's see. First question, starting off easy. Again, true or false? Canada is the main maple syrup provider, nearly 85% of the world's supply coming from Canada. All right, reveal your answers. Congratulations, everyone's gonna get the first one right. Had to start off easy, guys, right?
That was easy.
Yeah, that was easy. So you get to keep your Canadian delicacy for now, okay? Second question. Canada consumes the same amount of Kraft mac and cheese as USA.
Same amount?
Same amount.
Are we counting all the varieties of mac and cheeses or just that specific one?
Just that specific one.
Okay.
Congratulations. Yeah, it is false. Actually, 55% more.
Oh, wow.
Which makes me realize I maybe should have asked this as a true question. All right, next one. Canada is known for having bagged milk, but it actually stopped being put in bags in the early 2000s due to cost reasons.
I feel like I actually know this one.
Oh.
No, you already revealed. Okay. No cheating, we got to get answers. All right, it is actually false. Ethan's the only one to get it right. Abby, Sophia, you're each losing a point. I enlisted help for this. I enlisted help for this.
Oh, I
All
wanted
right,
that one.
Goodbye, they're gone. It's actually false. In Ontario, Quebec, and the Maritimes still use bags of milk. And it's actually 3 bags inside of bags, so it's like bagception of milk. But yeah, so Ethan, you're ahead right now with 6 donut holes remaining. Abby, Sophia, you're down 1. All right, next question. Hockey is the national winter sport in Canada, but it actually wasn't invented in Canada, but instead in Finland.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, it is in fact false.
Oh.
It was also invented in Canada. Sorry, guys. Everyone loses a donut hole. Get in here, guys. All right, Ethan's still up, but not looking so great. Less treats afterwards. Yeah, it was also invented in Canada. Finland's actually the 3rd best in the world, apparently, at hockey, but Canada's taught for inventing it, and it'd be an international sport. 2 more questions. Canada is home to the world's first UFO launch pad.
What is a UFO launch pad? Do we know?
Like a landing pad.
Oh.
Yeah.
So if a UFO ever comes, like, that has a place in Canada.
I'm just guessing on this one. I'm going to be honest with y'all.
All right, we'll see the answer. It is, in fact, true.
Oh, let's go.
1967, there is an official landing pad in Alberta. So we're set. Ethan, not so much.
I'm even now, right?
You're even.
Yeah. You tied up the score. That was very strategic of you and definitely planned.
All right. Well, we saved the best one for last. We currently have a 3-way tie. I got to make sure Ethan can't see my note card over here. Last question. In Ontario, there is an official apology act. No pressure. This is only for the win.
Crazy, I must say.
Like,
Official.
yeah.
That's what I'm stuck on here. Official.
Yeah. That
All right.
carries a lot of weight.
You know what?
Let's see the answers, guys. All right. It is, in fact, true.
Oh, let's go.
Abe made it, so apologizing is actually not an admission of guilt in a court of law.
Huh.
So we love saying sorry, eh? So we gotta make sure we're not punished for that one. But that means, everyone, how many donut holes does everyone have left?
I can't see.
All right, well, I'll
Less than
tell you,
4.
Gabby, you do not have the most.
That's okay.
And Sophia, congratulations, the winner of our Canada trivia. As for us, hope that you learned something fun about Canada. And for us, let's get back to our Pokemon competition.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here with the Name That Pokemon segment yet again. 1 minute each, 1 minute total, I guess, to ask yes or no questions on the Pokemon card in my hand. I'm here with
Neil Armstrong.
Adib Khan.
All right, you guys ready?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, we'll start the timer in 3, 2, and 1. The Pokemon's in my hand.
Gen 1?
No.
Gen 2?
No.
3?
No.
4?
No.
5?
Yes.
Oh, Gen 5. Okay, is it a monotype?
Yes.
Are there 3 evolutions?
No.
Oh, is it 2 evolutions?
Yes.
Oh, 2 evolution monotype.
Is it dark type?
No.
Is it bug?
No.
Is it fire type?
No.
Water?
No.
Is it weak to ground?
No.
Is it weak to ice?
No.
Is it steel?
No.
Flying?
No.
Bro, you
Oh,
they're all weak. Is it weak? Is it electric?
No.
Is it Is it short?
Yes.
Oh, it's a short one.
Short one.
Is it the base stage?
Yes.
Oh.
It's spawning in the wild right now. Is a hint.
Oh, okay.
Is
Monotype spawns in wild. Purloin?
No.
Is it weak to fairy?
No.
Oh my gosh, it's not weak to anything. Is it weak to ghost?
No.
Oh my gosh.
I have no idea.
I'll give you one hint. Oh, it's time's up. I'll give you one guess each. It's ice type. Mono ice.
Mono Ice. Oh, oh wait, no, Bergmite.
No.
Is the total even in that gen?
No.
I don't even know.
It is Vanillite.
Wait, no, that's a, oh wait, it's a 3 evolution.
Wait, what is Evolve?
It's Vanillite, Vanillux, and then.
Oh, that's my fault. Well, either way, they didn't quite get it. We'll see if our next contestants have a better chance. But a little air on the trivia guys question. But anyway, thank you for participating. No prize today, but that's going to do it for us. Heading back to casters. Wow, what a scrub that caster is. Doesn't even know his Pokemon Pokedex stuff. But hey, you learn something new every day, right? Did you know Vanillite was a 3-stage evolution, Butters?
I do now. I do now. It's harder than it looks. It's awesome to be able to play that game yesterday on stream. And even though those competitors didn't win this time, I bet some other ones will get it correct and get that big prize.
Yeah, it helps if the trivia guy knows what they're doing. But anyway, my name's Caleb Pang. I'm joined by Two Butters here, and we're ongoing with the Day 2 action here in Toronto Regionals for Pokemon Go. We're on the loser side now, and these battles are super exciting because at this point, no more lifelines. If you win, you make it forward. You have a chance to continue on your championship dreams. If you lose, you are eliminated. And we just saw a matchup between Inadequance and Adib, who was actually guessing right there too. So I mean, hey, he knows his trivia for sure. But unfortunately, not able to beat Inadequance in that losers round matchup. Inadequance going to continue moving forward. We got Law Cody, a Shady Equation, Dr. Roast Beef, Doombug, Tomahawk, SS Thorn. This losers bracket is super stacked too.
Yeah, it looks like off stream, Shady, Doombug, and SS Thorn were able to advance, defeating Athi, Freezing Sun, and Shady was able to take Eomero down to get to this point right now. And his next matchup is against Law Cody, who had an awesome day number 1, was taken down to the loser's side of the bracket by being defeated by ValorAsh just moments ago. And if he gets one more match victory here, that will secure his best placement ever in Championship Series. He did quite well in Vancouver, but he could eclipse that here in Toronto.
That's right. Law Cody is going to be facing off against Shady Equation. Definitely a very formidable opponent. He actually he lost to Ash and Ash yesterday and then went back for the rematch and beat him in that losers finals, beating one of the top 2 most decorated international players we have in Pokemon Go history so far. And you know, he's faced off against a lot of the best players in our circuit. You can see here too, a top 4 finish in Portland. He actually got 3rd place that year. He got 2nd place in Los Angeles last year and 2 top 16 performances in Indianapolis and Toronto. Meanwhile, Law Cody, a top 16 performance in Vancouver and of course here in Toronto too. Let's see if he can extend that streak or not. Here we go. Game number 1. Law Cody versus a Shady Equation. It's Mandibuzz versus Shadow for Alligator. This is an air slash Mandibuzz as well, which means that this matchup is actually more favored for Alligator than the Snarl variants.
And one of the few flying types that isn't Jumpluff left in the tournament. Jumpluff is over 40% usage now after being a spice pick from Marto Gaude at the Latin American International Championships. Moltres and Mandibuzz have really dropped off in this new fighting type meta, but this air slash Mandibuzz does have a much better time in this new iteration of the meta. Just doesn't love the Feraligatr in this matchup as much as the Snarl variant.
And you can see Shady Equation going for the Ice Beam at this point too. Not really able to get too many other moves here. Looks like Law Cody is pretty comfortable with this soft losing his matchup. I like this play a lot too because we've seen Feraligatr so strong with the energy advantage. You see the instant pivot from Shady Equation already because he knows, okay, well, Mandibuzz is out of the picture. Azumarill is actually pretty strong into the entire team of Cody Lawson Cody, I should say. But here's the thing, Feraligatr wants to be in this matchup. He doesn't want the Annihilate on the Azumarill. So this is actually a pretty good matchup for Law Cody as well.
And the thing is, Azumarill is pretty much the only counter for the Annihilate on Shady's team. You have the Mirror Annihilate, but if you are able to position your Annihilate in the backline, you're probably going to have a decent matchup once you know Azumarill's out of it. I'm actually surprised that he threw up a Protect Shield against this Azumarill. Looks like he wants to keep his Feraligatr around a little bit longer, keep it healthy. Maybe going to try to throw the back-to-back Hydro Cannon before the charge attack is thrown by Shady, so you don't have to take all this damage. And yep, there's the back-to-back, but lets a full bubble through.
Yeah, it looks like Shady Equation knew that the energy was there, so opted for the bubble instead. And Law Cody is going to continue trying to take out this Azuma. I think he might just let this go. Let's see. Yeah, he does let it go. Pretty comfortable with Annihilate in the back against pretty much everything else on the squad of Shady Equation. Actually, not even enough to KO. And both players, again, simultaneously swapping over here. And Law Cody has that Ice Punch variant much better in this matchup.
But he's going to land the crunch. This is crucial. If you can also get the debuff, maybe you can get this Annihilate low enough to knock out. And there is that debuff. Maybe you can knock out with Shadow Claws down the road. Shady still has a chance here. And this is going to go for the Ice Punch, not even going for that Rage Fist to try to ramp up your damage here. And Shady calls it. Protect Shields on the Ice Punch. Can you get to another charge attack before the double Aqua Tail? Here comes one Aqua Tail into Law Cody.
I think it's going to be super close here, too. It's either going to be charge attack priority, or I think the Shady Equation actually is one short. Let's see. Yeah, he's going to be one short. Actually, wait,
no, he didn't go for it.
Cody
he didn't go for it. He had the Ice Punch, and he also had the Rage Fist, but he decided not to go for it and take the Aqua Tail instead. And I believe this Feraligatr is really low, so it's just going to get Poison Sting down there. Maybe a little bit of a misstep from Law Cody. He had a chance to charge attack priority against Shady in the end game.
Yeah, it is interesting, too. I'm very curious to see what Law Cody was kind of cooking up in his head there in that endgame, because he didn't even have to throw the Rage Fist on charge attack priority. He could have thrown it before to mitigate some extra point sting damage. The thing is, the Zumro and the Feraligatr in the back had no energy. And so once you boost your attack, even the Zumro is going to go down to counters pretty quickly. Same thing with Feraligatr. And if you throw that Rage Fist as soon as possible, you take one less poison sting worth of damage. It could help you survive long enough to outlast the Bubble and the Shadow Claw, the super effective Shadow Claw from the Feraligatr. But
even though you were debuffed, I think you would have simultaneous with the Feraligatr of Shady, but then it would have been your Feraligatr versus the Azumarill, and they were both really low. I think you could knock out with Shadow Claw damage while taking the bubble damage. I actually think Law Cody could have won that match if he threw Rage Fist or Ice Punch. I think Rage Fist at that point probably would have knocked out. Ice Punch, it's a guarantee that it would have knocked out, and then it would have been a fast attack down, and it would just only be fast attacks the rest of the game. It could be either trainer's game, but I think Law Cody could have won it.
Yeah, I think, I think you're absolutely right. Even if he didn't throw that first Ice Punch, he went double Rage Fist, could have been good too, because you can't underestimate the boosted damage of that counter. And it just turned out too, Shady Equation actually even shielded that first Ice Punch. So if it was a Rage Fist, it would have been even a better bait situation for Law Cody. But, you know, still best of 3. Law Cody has a chance to adjust there. I like the gameplay from both players, though, all the way leading up to that final few seconds, because both kind of got what they wanted, right? I mean, Shady Equation really didn't want the Shadow Drapion on the Mana Buzz because it is going to struggle way more into the Air/Mana Buzz variant. And meanwhile, you know, Law Cody got the matchup he wanted. He got the Zumro on his Feraligatr, and both players were simul-swapping in both situations, too.
And he was quite fortunate to get that Feraligatr on the Azumarill because he was ABA weak to the Azumarill. He had the Mandibuzz in the lead and the Annihilate in the back, which would lose to the Azumarill. So does he not run an ABA weak to Azumarill, knowing that's probably going to show up in this game number 2? Law Cody was awesome day number 1, and he has a chance to still stay in this tournament. He needs a reverse sweep Shady here, and this is the Annihilate into the Feraligatr. You're going to be taking super effective damage from these Shadow Claws, but you can see how much damage these counters are doing. Looks like Lawson wants to stay in this matchup and protect, shield this Hydra Cannon.
He has the Claw Star in the back, so it's definitely wanting to stay in, take out this Feraligatr is going to be his best bet at having a chance to win here too. And a lot of players you can see on the Annihilate just go straight for the Rage Fist because the counter damage adding up is really, really nice. Shady Equation is going to match the shields, which means that he will be able to get to one more Hydra Cannon. Do we see a potential catch from Law Cody here? It's kind of tough to decide when to catch here because Shady Equation doesn't have to throw on charge attack priority. He could throw before, which is exactly what he does, but didn't throw right when he had the Hydra Cannon too. So very calculated plays from Shady Equation as well to make it kind of hard to predict. And here we see the safe swap Azumarill. However, it is going to be punished from the Sludge Bomb Clodsire, but Shady Equation has a shield advantage.
Yeah, and decided to double shield the opening matchup. So Shady pivoted out, baiting out this Clodsire here. Law Cody could have soft lost that opening matchup and maybe gone for a Shadow Claw down with the Feraligatr, but I like this back line call. Having this Clodsire in the back for the Azumarill and the Shadow Drapion, probably going to pick up a Protect Shield at some point with this Azumarill if you can get the double Sludge Bomb before the double Ice Beam is available, and you definitely will get there beforehand.
Yeah, just beforehand, but this is the benefit of Sludge Sludge Bomb Cloudslayer because not only is it super effective damage, you also outpace Stone Edge variants, and also even if you're using Stone Edge Earthquake, you probably just throw in the Earthquake, so you definitely outpace that one as well. So now you are able to put Shady Equation in an interesting position, but he's able to overrun quite a bit. Throws the Sludge Bomb.
Yeah,
Shady Equation kind
I
of
like
saying,
this.
did I miscount here, or is this actually a Sludge Bomb? Getting him second guessing, but he is counting correctly here, getting that chip damage, and now swapping over. However, this also puts Law Cody in a really tough position because this is a Drapion with almost 2 crunch already.
Yeah, that is brutal here, but I love the throw before the Earthquake because that energy would have been denied on Charge Attack Priority. There is no Protect Shields remaining, and instead, now you're going to get the Protect Shield here, and you win Charge Attack Priority versus the Drapion, and you have an Ice Punch almost banked. I don't know if he has it on the Annihilate, but he's really close to it. If he can get to that Ice Punch, this Drapion is pretty much an Ice Punch range. Does he have the Ice Punch available? It all comes down to this. Did he bank it before he swapped out? Does Law Cody's Annihilate have it? We're going to find out as soon as he brings it in, unless he decides to come in. No, he has it, but it's swapped on by Shady Equation, calling the blind attack. What a move by Shady.
Shady Equation completely locked in here. Can you get enough farm to get to another move? No! The Drapion back-to-back Aqua Tail is here. Doesn't matter if Law Cody catches the Aqua Tail. He has another one ready for the Cloudslayer as well. First Aqua Tail gonna come through. Second Aqua Tail locked and loaded, and it's gonna connect onto the Cloudslayer. A Shady Equation going to take this victory 2-0.
And the perfect equation to win this matchup, making all the reads here to continue on his tournament dreams of becoming the Toronto Regional Champion, defeating Law Cody 2-0. That unfortunately means Law Cody has been eliminated from Day 2 Toronto, but a huge congratulations to him. This might have actually still secured his best performance ever because he came in on the winner side of the bracket. So well done to Law Cody.
Definitely. I mean, and that's the thing, right? This tournament was really stacked. We have a lot of players that didn't even make it to day number 2 that have a ton of accolades. So the fact that Law Cody was even to beat those players and get to the stage is a huge testament to his skill level as well. I mean, day number 1, I think he beat with Dodge, and then he also beat Freezing Sun as well. He was the winner of their bracket, right, to make it all the way undefeated on day number 1. Faced some tough opponents on day 2, and, you know, losing Shady Equation, that's nothing to be ashamed about, too. He's a fantastic player. And I want to go back to that moment, too, right? When he had that Cloudslayer versus Drapion, he threw the Sludge Bomb, and in some ways you could say, hey, that's a good thing, right? You get some chip damage that you wouldn't have gotten either way, because if you get to Earthquake, there's no way Shady Equation, unless you get away with it, you're going to get punished by it. He's going to throw on Charge Attack Priority or throw right before you get to it. So you don't end up getting any damage off with the Cloudslayer. However, the downside of going for that play is the moment you throw that Sludge Bomb, Shady Equation gets so much more energy, right? He has all this energy he doesn't have to throw. Now this Feraligatr has to come into a Drapion with almost 2 crunch loaded, right? If he didn't do that, the Feraligatr at least comes into a Drapion with only 1 crunch, right? But now Shady Equation has all this extra energy. And the thing is, Law Cody had to swap there, because if he doesn't, then the Drapion comes in with even more energy, right? And he doesn't have a Cloudslayer in the back.
I'm going to tell you why I like it, though.
Okay.
Because your goal was to get that Shadow Drapion in range of Ice Punch. Yes, you did not land that Ice Punch into the Shadow Drapion, but if you did not throw that Sludge Bomb, that Shadow Drapion would have been out of range of that Ice Punch unless you landed a Hydro Cannon, and you weren't going to land a Hydro Cannon against that Drapion regardless. So how were you ever going to put that Shadow Drapion in range of Ice Punch?
That is a fair point, you know? And maybe that was the win condition if Shady Equation didn't snuff out the Ice Punch going for that play. But so, you know, I good points. Good
well,
points.
You know who has the exact equation. It's our trainer that just won. So let's head on over to Soph for the interview.
Thanks, Butters. I'm here with the Shady Equation, who just won Losers Round 2 to advance to the top 8. Shady, how are you feeling?
Yeah, it's been stressful overall. A lot of my battles have been, you know, 2-1 wins or, you know, 1-2 wins or 1-2 losses. So, you know, it's been a lot of high highs, low lows, but, you know, glad to be here, top 8 for now.
You're one of the trainers who I think doesn't compete super often, but if you look at your record, you've top cut pretty much every tournament you've attended. What tips do you have for trainers who, you know, aren't able to attend so many tournaments, but like stay really consistent?
Yeah, for sure. I play a lot of, you know, GBL, obviously. Love to run Mons. I would normally bring to a Show 6 Pick 3 tournament. I think it's a great way, you know, just to get reps, figure all of that stuff out. So, yeah, always just a lot of practice, lots of reps, for sure.
You told me a couple of hours ago, I think, that you were hoping you played Cody. Do you want to tell me a little bit about your relationship with him?
Yeah. we are actually part of the same faction. We've been, you know, on the same team for, I'd say, like 2 years now. So I've gotten to know him online really well. This is actually our first time meeting in person, so, you know, it was a great experience to, you know, battle a teammate in person, and yeah, super fun to represent our team on stage.
Tell me about that catch you just made at the end of Game 3.
Yeah, honestly, I sort of messed up. I totally thought I would get that crunch off before his Feraligatr got the Hydro Cannon, so it wouldn't even come down to the catch, but yeah, at that point, I thought it was pretty much a 50-50. I flipped the coin. I said, you know, let's just try and catch it right away, and worked out that time.
All right, well, as Butter said, I think you have the right equation to success here. And I know you have some more matches coming up, but before we let you go and prepare for that, are there any shout-outs you want to give to anyone out there?
Yeah, for sure. Shout out Lyle Jeffs, the one and only. Helped me, you know, figure out one of my earlier matchups today. But other than that, shout out my faction, Deoxys Alberta Forum, everyone who came over. Shout out the LTM's people. Shout out SJ in particular. He helped me get some ideas for some of my various matchups. But yeah, that's about it.
A lot of regional champions that you just shouted out there, so sounds like you have a great network. Shady, thanks so much for your time. We'll look forward to seeing you in the next round. Casters, back to you.
Thank you, Soph, and fantastic words from Shady Equation. A lot of champions in his friend group. He might be joining them in that elite group as well. But before we go back to more Shady Equation matches, we got another great match ahead of us. Dr. Roast Beef versus Doombug 97. Underdog versus previous champion. Bibro versus Starmie.
Yeah, this is wild.
Weird teams on both sides, but I'm very excited to see this one go down.
This is a wild championship Sunday. We have Starmie, who got Psywave in this dual Destiny season. Also Surf, and he is running Power Gym on that Starmie as well. There's a lot of options for charge attacks with Starmie, but deciding for the Psywave, which is new, Surf that is new, and the Power Gym. Starmie is Psychic and Water type, so you're going to be able to soak all the energy from a Feraligatr, but you're going to take super effective Shadow Claws, which is going to be tough. And then on the other side, Bibro got Rollout in Dual Destiny season, a fantastic 3-turn fast attack, a rock type attack that generates a ton of energy quickly. So kind of makes it like a Dunsparce, but instead of having the high stat product of Dunsparce, instead you have a little bit more firepower in that water subtyping that makes it quite useful in this current meta, the hard wall, the Feraligatr. And it looks like we are locked into the battle of the waters here. Winner moves on here in Toronto, and that is a bad matchup for Starmie to start it off. A hard counter for Starmie, and he swapped in the Shadow Drapion.
And you know Doombug is ready for that bad matchup here. He swaps straight over, but look at the backside matchup for Dr. Roast Beef. He is ready for this backline of Doombug as well. He has perfectly lined up his counters. He got the Quagsire for the Drapion and the Jump Bluff for the Pangoru.
An ABA strong to Starmie here with the Jump Bluff and the Shadow Sceptileice. So even if Starmie is able to avoid that Shadow Sceptileice matchup, he is going to be destined to face that Jump Bluff, and with shields down, it's going to be tough to take an Energy Ball because Starmie doesn't have that much stat product. At least it does have an option of super effective Power Gym on Starmie's side, but here comes the Aqua Tail, which won't knock out. Doombug has a fascinating decision to make to see if he wants to keep this Drapion alive, and he lets it go.
And Dr. Roast Beef is able to be able to farm this down. Here comes the Pangoru, but here comes the Jump Up, and this is not what Doombug wants to see. He's going to do what he can to try to flip this matchup or swap out, but I just don't think he has the time to. If he gets a boost, it could help things, but no boost on the first Night Slash, and the first Air Ace is coming through.
Yeah, Boost Bug is never out of it. He has gotten so many crucial Night Slash buffs here, but not this time, and you're going to be taking double super effective Fairy Winds here. This Night Slash is just going to tickle the stat product of Jump Bluff here. So it looks like Dr. Roast Beef had the full team read in the Doombug, and there it is, the Boost Bug, but it's a little too late.
Yeah, well, sometimes just a boost is not enough to save you either. And here, Dr. Roast Beef going for the hard-hitting Energy Ball. I like this play too. He already knows he's in a good position. Grab that final shield or take out this Starmie. And here comes the Energy Ball. I think we see a pivot. Yeah, exactly going to come in here because the Drapion doesn't really have much health left anyway. So he's in a good position even if Doombug ends up coming in here. He has to at least catch a foul play to have a chance where even then I feel like it's really tough.
And he's at the foul play already. Is he going to throw? No, he's going to wait a little bit. And now he does catch it. He does catch the attack here. And remember, Starmie does have a lot of attack. So I don't know if a Surf is going to one-hit knockout, but it is going to chunk a Shadow Sableye. The problem is you'll also have to take out the jump fluff here, and I don't think you have the reach. But I'm telling you, Caleb, it's going to be really close here because Starmie has a lot of attack, but doesn't quite get the knockout and gets Shadow Claw down.
Yeah, these resist sideways just not doing enough. On top of that, there's still Quagsire and a jump up in the back, and that's just way too much for Doombug to handle. It was a nice catch, though, you know, flexing some of those reflexes and just showing off that he can still make the catches he wants to, even if he's hard counter throughout. But really great matchup understanding of Dr. Roastbeef as well. Something I think is really commendable about him, even though, you know, he hasn't beaten some of the best, but he has the capabilities to, and we've seen him beat some of them here or there throughout tournaments, is that he knows how to take advantage of the matchups he has. You know, like when he has the matchups lined up, it's easy for a player that's less experienced to let that advantage get away from you, right? To give up shields when you don't have to and stuff like that, to get greedy with it. But he's able to just kind of have Doombug on lock to the point where even someone as skilled as Doombug and as accomplished as Doombug can't find a win condition in these situations, right? And that's something that players that are less experienced sometimes let that get away from them, and the more experienced players tend to overcome. So Dr. Roastbeef has a lot of the puzzle pieces put together. Let's see if he can pull off one more win for this big upset.
And that might have just looked like a wild team to you, but it really is a psychic double dark team. So it does protect itself quite well because you have both of the Sableye answers in the back with the Pangoro and with the Shadow Drapion. Unfortunately, Dr. Roastbeef was calling that there was going to be a Starmie, and he played ABA strong to it. And also, Shadow Quagsire is a great answer to the Shadow Drapion safe swap. We don't see it very often because there's not a lot of Shadow Quagsire trainers out there, but as soon as you pivot Shadow Drapion, Quagsire is able to win that in neutral situations and keep that alignment. And that was crucial for Dr. Roastbeef in that game number 1. Looks like we are locked into game number 2. Doombug needs a reverse sweep here if he wants any chance of making a loser's run like he's done in previous tournaments. And this is a great start for him, having the jump up in the Quagsire lead, swap Shadow Sableye, counter swap Pangoro. It's going perfect. You're going to wall all the energy from this Shadow Sableye.
Yeah, it looks like Dr. Roastbeef calling Doombug's line, Doombug calling Dr. Roastbeef's line here. I mean, here's the thing. Dr. Roastbeef completely disrespected jump bluff in that first game. He didn't really even have an answer to it outside of a mirror matchup. And in game 2, same situation. He brought the same 3, but again, not really an answer to the jump up. All he could do is really rely on the mirror and some Stone Edge damage from the Quagsire to chip.
And looks like he didn't, no, he did register on charge attack priority here. And remember, this is a Shadow Sableye, so it doesn't have access to return like you most. Oh wow, actually does shield that. Gonna throw the double resisted foul play. You get the boost here. I don't think it's gonna matter. Once again, it's a little too late, but getting the counter shield from Doombug. Maybe Doombug can now karate chop down. Here comes the swap into the Quagsire. The problem is this is gonna destroy the Quagsire if he doesn't protect shield here. He's riding down something, maybe riding, I'm probably gonna get knocked out. It is a one-hit knockout from the boosted Pangoro.
Yeah, I mean, I think that boost definitely did matter in that specific situation here, too. And this one looks like it's probably over as well. Doombug having the hard answer to the jump bluff in the back. But even if this was like a Starmie in the back, it's still uphill battle for Dr. Roastbeef because, again, he doesn't have an answer to the jump bluff. So Doombug can at least mirror match that. And there's just not enough health on the Sableye in the back to do much, especially when it doesn't have energy.
Yeah, same team for Dr. Roastbeef, like you mentioned. Similar team from Doombug running the double dark, but instead of the Starmie, running the jump fluff. And the jump fluff is going to be much better against that trio of Dr. Roastbeef that he brought to game number 1 of Quagsire. Trying to get the swap there, but doesn't quite get it. The patience from Doombug here, and now the Shadow Drapion is just at 100 health. It's going to be able to close out this matchup, no problem.
Yeah, Doombug really taking advantage of his matchups here, too. And that was something I noted last game, too. It's just Dr. Roastbeef just didn't bring an answer to that jump bluff. So I think he's got to make that adjustment, or does he just triple down his strategy and be super weak to it? I don't know, but jump bluff is a very bulky Pokemon. If you don't bring a clear answer to it, it could really do some damage into your line of 3.
Yeah, and the problem is your best answer to that jump bluff is definitely going to be the Alolan Sandslash or the Clodsire or the Bibarel. So are you going to bring a whole different trio to try to have some answer for that jump bluff there? Because that game number 1 line worked perfectly, was able to counter that Starmie, but Doombug is not married to bringing Starmie, I don't think, in this matchup. Yes, he likes to use his spicy picks, but he can comfortably win with the other 5 Pokemon that he has at his disposal.
That's right. I mean, I think the Starmie Yeah, I'm trying to think what it's really providing for Doombug that the rest of his team can't really do.
Well, it's really good against the other 3 Pokemon that Dr. Roastbeef has on the team, like the Alolan Sandslash. It's pretty good against Bibarel. It's going to be okay against it's going to be good against Clodsire. It's actually pretty neutral against Bibarel, or Bibarel, but it's just good against the stuff.
Play into the Quagsire, right?
It's good against the stuff that beats Jumpluff. So it actually does protect the Jumpluff counters. So we might see it in the game number 3 because he showed Jumpluff being so strong against Roastbeef's team in game number 2.
I do like the fact that Doombug is running that Power Gem option on the Starmie instead of Thunder. I know you love Thunder, especially in your Ultra League matchups, so hopefully I didn't spoil too much in your GBL strategies, but the thing is, having Thunder and Surf makes you way too weak to Grass types, particularly Serperior, right? You have some coverage for the Jumpluff with neutral, but Power Gem just so much better into the Flyers, especially Jumpluff, because you could actually hit it with a hard-hitting move, and it's just so much better in a lot of other situations.
Oh, no!
And here we go! It's a rematch of the first game, Sableye into Starmie. Let's see if Doombug is able to come away with this here, and now Dr. Roastbeef has brought the answer to the jump up in the back. He has Doombug completely RPS. Let's see if Doombug can pull off some magic here.
A different pivot instead of the Shadow Drapion, bringing in that Diggersby that now hits a little bit harder in this new season with the Fire Punch. But the problem is, Jumpluff is such a good counter to Diggersby. That's why Jumpluff usage has probably skyrocketed here in Toronto. Hitting that Energy Ball super effective. 2 Energy Balls will do it. And as you can see, even if you get the double Fire Punch, I don't even think it's going to be enough to knock out this Jumpluff. So going to go for the first Fire Punch, but you're going to get outpaced before that second one.
No, but the thing is, I actually like this play a lot from Doombug because Dr. Roastbeef pretty much, I think he has to pretty much shield, right? Because if he doesn't shield, Doombug could potentially double shield and just quick attack down. And so that's not a situation that Dr. Roastbeef does not want, especially with a lead that good. And here's the thing, what's Doombug going to beat the Jumpluff with? Because the Jumpluff is also unchecked on the side of Doombug as well. You know, like talking about Dr. Roastbeef not respecting the Jumpluff.
And then swapping!
Oh my gosh!
Double resisted!
Huge catch from Doombug, but the problem is he's about to be met by a Sludge Bomb Clodsire.
Up a shield, Starmie has a chance in the end game though. It does have 2 counters that it's gonna have to face, but this is gonna be the true test for Starmie here. Can he do it? And actually, remember, Doombugs runs Acrobatics, I believe, instead of Aerial Ace. So gonna do a lot more damage into the Clodsire than the Aerial Ace would. So you're gonna be able to chunk up this Clodsire. And I actually don't think this Clodsire is gonna be able to come out of this matchup with a ton of energy. Doombug deciding to protect shield this Jumpluff, keep it around so that you can try to wiggle and move out of this matchup and keep it for the end game.
And this is the thing, right? I mean, even if Doombug can save this Jumpluff somehow, he's just not going to have any shields left for that Starmie, and even the Sableye has plenty of answers to it.
There's
you
the
can see him
pivot.
swapping over here too. Timers are misaligned. I like this play from Doombug. He's going to take advantage of this and throws the Surf right before charge attack priority as well. I think Dr. Roastbeef is just going to let this go. He's very content here, right? He has the Sableye. This is okay. Does take out the Clodsire, but he has answers for this jump up in the back. And here's the thing. Even if you get hit by a Surf, we saw it's not enough to KO, and you can't sidewave it down, right? It's still resisted damage on this Sableye.
Wow, that chunk though, and you can't sidewave it down, but you can get to another Surf and force energy here. No, you can't. That is brutal. If he was able to force the Protect Shield there, maybe he would have had a chance because he could have thrown an Energy Ball and maybe got to enough energy, but now you just don't really have an opportunity because I think the Sableye might be able to get the back-to-back moves, and it looks like Sableye is able to get there, and Dr. Roastbeef is going to land the foul play and knock out Doombug, taking him out of the tournament.
Don't count out Dr. Roastbeef. That's Dr. Roastbeef that beat 4-time champion Doombug 97 here in the losers bracket, and he's going to continue his miracle run here in Toronto.
Oh, wow. I can't believe Doombug almost pulled that off, though. He was so close to getting to that Surf. That Surf might have won him the game. Depends how much energy was on the Jumpluff of Dr. Roastbeef, because he does have the advantage that he has Aerial Ace. So he could have got to Aerial Ace before the acrobatics of Doombug, but Doombug with a situation of, once again, Starmie really didn't have anywhere to go, but almost pulled it off. Congratulations to Dr. Roastbeef, though, for moving on in Toronto.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some bold line calls from Dr. Roastbeef as well. I mean, both players not really respecting the Jumpluff, but if you look at this third line composition from Dr. Roastbeef, he doesn't have an answer to Shadow Drapion either, you know, and that was something we saw Doombug bring, I think, in at least one of the games, maybe even both of the prior games too. So just making some bold reads against these really top level trainers. And Doombug, of course, I mean, catching the double resistant energy ball on his jump up, he's doing everything he can in this situation. And I don't think
look how
anyone
close he gets to this surf
so
here.
Close,
And it
so
just,
close.
Wow, it almost looked like that Shadow Claw crit at the end, which is impossible in Pokemon Go, but it just did so much damage to knock out that Starmie and was unable to take the victory there. But I mean, an awesome run from Starmie, which we were definitely not expecting here in Toronto.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, fantastic plays from Doombug as well. I don't think any player in his position could have played it any better than he did. It's just, sometimes that's just the game. You know, you just get out team comped. And I think, you know, Doombug running a very anti-meta team, really exciting to see, and still another great top cut performance from him. But Dr. Roast Beef going to take that win and going to continue making his run in this loser's bracket.
Yeah, congratulations to Dr. Roast Beef. I think this secures his best performance ever in Championship Series, and to defeat a trainer of Doombug's caliber to do so, really impressive. Also, we didn't see it in that matchup. He's got the Bieberl. He has a really spicy pick as well. We saw it in day number 1, so congratulations. And Doombug has been eliminated, but another awesome performance from Doombug. We know we're going to see a lot more of him in this 2025 season.
Yeah, I actually spoke to Dr. Roast Beef yesterday after he qualified for day number 2, and I said, is there any player you don't want to face? He said Doombug. Because of Pangoro, because his team, maybe also because Doombug's also one of the best players in the world. But let's hear some words from Dr. Roast Beef himself on the floor with Jim and see what he has to say about his recent win.
Thank you, Caleb. Wholesome underscore here with the doctor himself, fresh off his victory. I want to get into those battles and just get an immediate reaction from you. That Shadow Sceptileice, you were able to get perfect alignment versus that Starmie. How's it been working for you this tournament?
Well, initial reaction would be to pass out. How's it been working? It is core broken a lot of stuff. It's also been pretty frail to a lot of things. Got lucky with the alignment there, but I figured based on the lead, I make it swap out. He wasn't bringing the Claude, so the Sceptileice specifically, pretty good when it's not walled.
Certainly some walls that we've seen there. In fact, in game number 2, really had no alignment at all. That it was pandemonium for you, unfortunately, there, especially in that middle game. But how are you preparing specifically for Doombug? When we look at the rest of the meta and a lot of other teams, maybe there's a bit more of a formula. Doombug had a very unique team, and what were some of your thought patterns matching up versus him?
I knew he would expect the jump, and it seemed like too obvious a lead. And his Starmie is pretty good into everything, so I figured that was a good lead. So I figured he wouldn't expect the Sceptileice because it has the dig, it has the Pangoro. That's mainly it, trying to anticipate the lead and what will be behind that lead.
Well, we've seen you have success in tournaments before. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, #1 on the Go Battle League leaderboard earlier last season. Congratulations there. Well, you're making it very far in this tournament here. This may be the farthest, I think, that we've seen you. How is it feeling? I know that you said you're out of breath, a little bit of nerves. How are you feeling?
Well, exactly that. Surprised. I am still surprised. But I mean, good. Surprised. Everybody says good. Mainly surprised. Stressed. Anxious. Nervous.
Well, you're going to have a little time to cool off, recollect yourself moving forward. But is there anyone that you want to say thank you to or any shout-outs before we wrap up?
My friend Mushroom Queen. I wouldn't be here if she hadn't hit me up on Discord. We're from San Francisco. All of our group is. She was the only one that's like, let's go to Toronto. I was like, let's do it. So I wouldn't be here for that. And Mystic Mamba for the team.
West Coast to East Coast. Getting a lot of success there. Thank you again, Mushroom Queen. All right, well, that's all we have with the doctor. Best of luck to you in the rest of your battles. Casters, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Jim. And as you can see, we are in our next matchup here. It's going to be Tomahawk UK versus SS Thorn. Tomahawk UK has made, I counted 5 straight top cuts. This would be the 6th straight in a row ever since he was the runner-up in Bologna. Then he was Top Cut Worlds, getting 9th place, 4th in Baltimore here in North America, 9th in Louisville, also in North America. So he's been to a lot of North American tournaments so far this season, then getting 7th place in Lille. And he did start out on the winner's side of the bracket here, being dropped down by Elum earlier on in the day.
And, you know, incredible performance from Tomahawk UK throughout this season and parts of last season as well. You know, really just one of these top consistent players, still hunting down for his first trophy for his first champion title. But looks like if he's going to do it, it's going to be here in NA. Let's see if SS Thorn is the person to stop him, though. I believe this is the first time they're ever matched up in any official circuit. But here we see Toronto is SS Thorn's home ground, the regional finalist from last year, second place. Meanwhile, a lot of regional finalist titles under Tomahawk UK's belt. I believe 3 second place finishes for him so far as well. So a lot of experience here. Let's see if he can pull it off against SS Thorn. It's going to be the Azumarill versus the Primeape, and SS Thorn does have the Marowak in the back, so he doesn't want to see this. However, Primeape wins this matchup in that 2-shield scenario, and if you come into a Primeape with 4 times boosted, it's not going to be a good time for anyone.
No, it's going to be tough. It looks like SS Thorn is going to start ramping up the attack of the Primeape here. You have the Azumarill in the back trying to swap into that play rough there, because as you can see from Tomahawk UK's team, there's no answer to Azumarill. So you're kind of free to pivot Azumarill whenever you want if you're SS Thorn. So deciding to throw a Rage Fist, banking up a little bit of energy, soaking a play rough, and then to meet the Azumarill is the Galarian Corsola.
And you see SS Thorn ready for that Shadow Drapion for his team, but unfortunately, there is no Shadow Drapion from Tomahawk UK side. I really like the prediction, though, from SS Thorn because, like you said, there's not really an answer for this Azumarill on the side of Tomahawk UK. Outside of Corsola, outside of Drapion, you know, a lot of neutral matchups and no hard answer, no grass damage either. So I think it's a great prediction for SS Thorn to think that there would be a Shadow Drapion, but Tomahawk UK has a different plan in mind, and this Corsola is so bulky. Look at this. I mean, Azumarill, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Great League, and is making Azumarill look frail.
I know, right? And the Azumarill's going to land another play rough. You kind of have to take out this Corsola here. I mean, maybe you can mud slap it down. Actually swapping for the super effective Rage Fist there and getting a Protect Shield from Tomahawk. That means you actually have the opportunity of double Protect Shield Shadow Kanto Marowak, which might have been his MVP in day number 1. The Night Shade is going to be coming through. There actually is a Protect Shield. Looks like he wants to keep getting some more energy onto this Primeape, thinking it could be a win condition in in-game. Here comes the Azumarill. The Azumarill doesn't have energy yet, but you're way out of range of Rage Fist, so here comes the close combat to do a little bit of not very effective chunk damage into the bunny here.
I don't think Tomahawk UK see this coming, but either way, it is a boosted close combat as well. That does a ton of damage. Let's see if SS Thorn protects the Primeape or not. No, I think he's content on this. He's going to take a lot of super effective damage on his Marowak if he decides to come in with it, but I don't think it'll put him in. He will get hit by Ice Beam, so it might pay off here. Let's see if he can get the full farm down. He just barely gets it. That's huge for this matchup against the Swampert, because now Swampert potentially get outpaced and gets hit by a Bone Club at some point, and this mudslide damage is no joke.
And Shadow Kanto Marowak has an opportunity to sweep with his Bone Club here, and here comes the first Mud Slap, and there comes the Bone Club. Do you Protect Shield the first one? You don't want to leave yourself low health. I think you have to throw out the Protect Shield here, or else you leave yourself vulnerable. There comes the Protect Shield. You might have to swap on the next one if you want to win this game, because remember, Shadow Swampert doesn't have the same pacing as it used to be. It's a little slower because a Mud Shot doesn't generate as much energy anymore.
And both players have a swap opportunity. Let's see if anyone tries to pull the trigger there and go for the swap. He goes for the slight pause, but not pause enough. SS Thorn not liking that. However, this undercharge might be everything he needs. He still is 2 Mud Slaps away to getting that next Bone Club.
One Mud Slap.
1, 2.
Two Mud Slaps. That's perfect.
The Bone Club is there. Is a Hydro Cannon there yet? No, it is not. Bone Club is going to connect onto Swampert, and it should be enough to KO or just put it just within Bubble and Mud Slap range.
And it connects into Shadow Swampert and blows a knockout into Tomahawk UK. That means Shadow Kanto Marowak got the full sweep there to take game number 1. How about that backline choice of the Shadow Kanto Marowak? Able to get a little bit of an energy advantage there. It felt unstoppable.
I mean, also on paper, that Shadow Kanto Marowak didn't really have a lot of targets that game, right? You have a Corsa that's neutral, which is your best chance there, and you have a
double water,
right? But the thing is, there's not enough fast attack pressure from that Shadow Swampert. It's just Mud Shot damage. It's neutral, and the Mud Slap damage is also neutral, but just hits so much harder. Even the Bone Club hits quite hard, even for neutral damage against the Swampert. Yes, Hydro Cannon will one-shot the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but from that health range after the Mud Slap, the Bone Club's enough too, so it's actually more of an even matchup there. Great decision making from SS Thorn, I think, throughout this game. I mean, this is a sign that a player has played really well. Even when you make catches like this from Tomahawk UK, if you're ahead enough, you can still clinch the victory. And that's exactly what SS Thorn did here in game number 1.
Yeah, and that Corsolas bulk just left it too vulnerable to that mud slap down. And even though you had to give up a full Bone Club, since you got that energy advantage against the Azumarill, your health didn't matter in the in-game there because you weren't going to get knocked out by mud shot damage. You just had to get enough energy to knock out, and SS Thorn did that perfectly. Can he repeat the magic that he did last season by getting 2nd place in Toronto? He's trying to make a loser's round run, and it's going to be a Corsola versus the Azumarill lead. There it is in the back. It's the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but Tomahawk UK brought 2 counters to that Shadow Kanto Marowak in his backline.
I mean, the thing is, he brought counters to the Shadow Kanto Marowak last game too, and is still at play. So we'll see if SS Thorn can make something happen here. And again, this is not a great matchup for Azumarill just because you kind of get outbulked here, and you see the safe swap Azumarill from Tomahawk UK. This is pretty good though. You draw one of the main counters for Kanto Marowak here, right here, and I think SS Thorn might just come in with his own Corsola.
And it looks like he paused a turn to try to get desynced with his 3-turn fast attack so that he could try to swap into his own Azumarill there, and now throwing the play rough into the Corsola. So we have a mirror matchup as it was in the leads here. So that kind of means that it might be the destiny for Shadow Kanto Marowak to match up with Talonflame in the back. If that is the case, that's going to be brutal unless the Protect Shields are down, because we know that Shadow Kanto Marowak does have access to Rock Slide. If you can land that into Talonflame, it's going to one hit knock it out. But there are still 4 Protect Shields left on the battlefield.
Yeah, and it looks like SS Thorn is going to be able to take out this Azumarill. Do we see the first shield come up from Tomahawk UK? That's going to be the real question. The thing is, the shield here might not pay off so well, so I like the fact that he didn't shield there, because even if you shield there, the play rough's not enough to take out, and you're still going to get a lot of damage in this mirror matchup here. Tomahawk UK going for the Nightshade right before the Nightshade is reached on SS Thorn side. I like that play. It's safe. It's a safe play, right? Getting as much farm as you can without having to try to figure out if you win Charge Attack priority now, because if you don't win Charge Attack priority, you're really going to get punished for it.
And great adjustment from Tomahawk, knowing that 2 shield Talonflame is going to beat everything on SS Thorn's team besides Azumarill. And he knows that Azumarill is right here. Once Azumarill is out of the matchup, 2 shield Talonflame is going to be able to go off here. You're going to throw the Nightshade. It's going to be no shielded, but this isn't enough to knock out the Azumarill. Are there going to be pivots here? Does SS Thorn try to get an energy advantage? Yep. No, Tomahawk goes first. So Tomahawk gets the little energy lead, but SS Thorn sees this now. It's going to be resisted mud slaps into this flying type of the Talonflame.
Oh, this is a tough matchup for SS Thorn. He has to shield you because otherwise you're just going to incinerate down on the Azumarill. But how do you flip this matchup if you're SS Thorn? I mean, even if you land the base perfectly, look at the incinerate damage just really adding up here. Tomahawk UK, he could call this, but it's just safer to shield here because you already know you have the matchup you want.
Yeah, you just don't have enough time because you're taking too much incinerate damage, and there was the Protect Shields remaining. That was a great read from Tomahawk. Tomahawk thought, okay, he used Shadow Kanto Marowak as his best Pokemon. I'm going to use Talonflame as my best Pokemon in this matchup. There's only one answer. It's the Azumarill. The Azumarill is very low health here. You don't really even have time, but here comes the second bait, and there it is, Protect Shielded. Can you ever get to that Rock Slide? Maybe if you swap on a fly?
Yeah, I think he might try to transfer his damage over. Let's see if he does it. Throws one Mud Slap and swaps over. No, okay, just goes in here instead. But
wait a second.
Wait, if
he gets the bubble down. He gets the bubble down. Hold on a second. You have to throw energy. If you're Tomahawk, you have to throw energy. Wait a second.
Oh, he throws the bubble and gets the extra damage here through
Hold on.
Ice Beam is going to land. Can you hang on here is the question.
Can he hold on to the
No,
Ice
he
Beam? It's neutral. No! SS Thorn, out of nowhere, wins game number 2 and eliminates Tomahawk from Toronto Regionals.
Look, we talked about it before, right? Of course, maybe an answer to Azumarill, but it looks like Azumarill has something else to say about it. The incredible bubble down there in the end to get himself the Ice Beam. And that's a tough situation for Tomahawk because if he throws a move right away when he has it, he doesn't have energy, and there's a chance the Marowak gets to the Rock Side as well. I don't exactly remember how much energy left. I knew he was, I think, one Mud Slap away from the Bone Club, but maybe the play is to throw the fly and hope that he doesn't reach the Rock Side in time.
Yeah, I think he was one Bone Club away from the Rock Side. We'll see in the replay, but what a tough situation there because the Azumarill, with even low health, was able to bubble down that Corsola, get the energy it needed, even went through the optimal play of throwing the bubble damage first.
Yes.
That is how you know SS Thorn is a talented battler. Most trainers would just throw the Ice Beam there because you want to get that charge attack off. But knowing that that's only neutral, you want to maximize your damage. So you throw the bubble first before the Incinerate registers. So high-level PvP play from SS Thorn. And I can't believe Shadow Cano Marowak was able to pretty much hang with the Talonflame, get all those shields down in the end game.
Yeah, let's see how much energy is left.
Oh, no, he was 2 away.
Yeah, he was 2 away. So I think the play there, I mean, obviously in hindsight, it makes more sense for us, right? And we see everything. Tomahawk UK is easier to lose track of the energy. But some people might be wondering, well, why not throw the Ice Beam anyway? Well, here's the thing, right? In SS Thorn's mind, if he throws the Ice Beam right away, he loses charge attack priority anyway. So if he's throwing charge attack priority, he's not going to get the Ice Beam off. But if Tomahawk UK goes for the Incinerate, he knows he can get the bubble and the Ice Beam before charge attack priority. So he guarantees himself damage. So he either forces Tomahawk UK to throw that fly and waste all his energy, or he gets the extra bubble damage and gets the Ice Beam and end up being the winning play. Big congrats to SS Thorn for another incredible victory against Tomahawk UK, which is one of the best players in the circuit. Definitely in Europe, but also in the world right now. I mean, what, 6 straight top cuts? I think a championship is just around the corner for Tomahawk UK. But SS Thorn, hey, we might not have a repeat Toronto Regional Champion, but we might have a repeat Grand Finalist in Toronto.
Let's hear from that finalist right now on stage with Jim.
Thank you, Butters. Thank you, Caleb. Wholesome underscore here with SS Thorn yet again, fresh off his victory versus Tomahawk. Tomahawk has been 6 straight top cuts coming into today, and now on the loser side of the bracket, up against a wall. How intimidated did you feel by Tomahawk? He obviously such a well-accomplished trainer.
Yeah, he was pretty intimidating, not gonna lie, but we also hung out a lot during the weekend, so it was fun playing him.
Well, glad to hear that. You are now, from last year's tournament, the highest left. Are you trying to repeat, get to the grand finals? I mean, tell me a little bit about, like, kind of what your motivation here is at this tournament, knowing you came up just short last tournament.
I definitely want a regional win, and I lost my first match this tournament, so my motivation right now is making an insane losers run.
Well, you've been on an insane run. If you lost your first match and you're now here, huge streak of undefeated, so that's great to hear. Something unique about you, Thorn, is that you actually participate in some unique challenges that we've seen on Twitch, for instance, called the Sublock, where you're playing pretty much different Pokemon almost every single game. Does that variety and spice really translate here to play Pokemon?
I think it definitely does. Not only does it help with your mechanics, if you ever face like a Pokemon you might not expect in Show 6, maybe you had experience with it from using it or facing it in an opposing team in GBL.
Finally, so I picked you actually as my MVP for this tournament here, specifically your Shadow Kanto Marowak. We got to see some play in that last game. Do you think that trainers are discounting Marowak, that think it's last season and doesn't have any play here? What are your thoughts?
They were not ready.
They were not ready, but get ready. SS Thorn, any final shout outs that you want to have here before we toss it back to the casters?
To my dad and my mom. They were here with me the whole weekend, and to Lyle Jeffs. Thank you.
Thank you, Lyle. Thank you, Thorn's parents. Casters, back over to you.
I know.
about to stop that.
Inadequance going to Championship Sunday.
There you have it, Inadequance. You can see the emotions. He cannot believe it.
I think the Pokemon type that I would be fire, because
because I like to play a little bit more aggressive, to try and confuse my opponents with some of the play styles that I do and try to get in their head a little bit.
But in comes Giratina. Inadequance says, no, no, no.
I started playing PvP when the Go Battle League came out, but as soon as Play Pokemon included Go in their competitive circuit, I immediately started playing as well. The closest one was the 2022 Europe International Championship, and that's where I joined. There were about 100 competitors, and I got to top 8 there. It was the first time I played in this format. After that, I went 0-2 in Liu, unfortunately, but I never gave up, and at some point, I just stopped at almost every single tournament that I played.
The King of Utrecht wants to be the King of World Championships, and that's a top 3 at least finish for Inadequance.
My favorite memory is winning the Utrecht Special Event.
It wins the MP! Martijn is your Special Event champion!
And also just playing at the World Championship, it's very comparable. Just the support that I have, hearing the crowd go wild when I do something good.
Then it looks like Inadequance is gonna take this series 2-0.
The player that I admire the most is the previous world champion, it's Axon. He's a very humble, a very nice guy. And on top of that, he started making content creation after gaining fame with winning the World Championships. And it has been very helpful to many new players.
You know, trial and error, just playing a lot, and you know, eventually you'll get a hang of it.
Something that I've learned since I've started competing is that you should never give up. Never give up in any battle. Obviously, when your Giratina's on League Tongue, it's probably over. But any other scenarios, I've won battles that I thought I could never win, but just keeping my head up and seeing if my opponent could slip just a little bit and I can still take the victory. That is something I will always remember in any battle that I play.
Hey everyone, I'm here on day 1 of the Toronto Regional Championships with Law Cody, who just won his group, Group E, to make day 2 on the winner's side. Cody, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I've been to a few tournaments and this is the first time I've actually done well.
All right, well, congratulations. I would say you've done pretty much as well as you could have so far. You mentioned you've done some tournaments in the past. Is there anything that you did to prepare for this tournament that you didn't do when you were preparing for the other tournaments?
Actually, this tournament was the least prepared I was. I scrimmed with a completely different team all day last night, and it had a Molga on it. A lot of my teammates chose to use a Molga, but I figured at the end of the day, a Molga just wasn't worth the squeeze.
All right, well, you talked a little bit about not wanting to bring a Molga. Is there anything in particular that made you feel like Molga was not the way, given that some of your teammates still ended up bringing it?
Just the matchups it's supposed to win. They're not overly comfortable, especially if it's down shields or energy.
All right, makes a lot of sense. What do you think has been the MVP on your team so far today?
Definitely Clodsire. I've closed a lot of games with Clodsire. Clodsire up energy's just been a menace for me.
I think a lot of people have been wondering about Galarian Corsola, right? Clodsire has kind of been around for the last 3 months. I know you had a Galarian Corsola on your team. Do you feel like it's kind of living up to its hype, or do you feel like it's been a little bit underwhelming, or you're just not sure yet?
I actually only used Corsola for 3 games. I did win those 3 games, so I guess it lived up to the hype.
Yeah, that's about as good of a record as you could have, right? In terms of, you know, going into tomorrow, what do you think you're going to be doing to prepare? I know you said you scrimmed with some teammates to prepare for today. Do you think you're going to go back to them later, or maybe reach out to a couple new friends?
I had actually promised a lot of my friends that I would go out with them tonight, so I'll probably still end up going out, but I'll go home early and catch some scrims with my teammates.
All right, sounds good. And speaking of your teammates, is there any particular teammates or anyone else in the community who you want to shout out today?
I'll shout out my Deoxys Alberta Forum teammates, Gordon the Flash, Jimmy Lamham, Oakland, and my parents. My mom watches the stream. She has no idea what's going on, but she was happy I won.
All right, well, shout out to all of them. Congratulations once again. We'll see you tomorrow for a lot of more great battles. And for now, let's get back to some Pokemon action. back into the Pokemon action we go. We did just see a couple of minutes ago the recap of Inadequance's journey at the 2024 World Championships. He's still here in the losers bracket. He's made it to the top 8. We're going to see his match in, I believe, 2 more matches. But for now, we're actually hopping back to the winners side of the bracket. My name is Soaptoph, by the way. I'm joined here by Wholesome _.
Yeah, thank you, Soph. I'm looking forward to this next matchup here. ValorAsh versus Sceptileice. I think both of these trainers are either at or have already exceeded the furthest that they've ever made it in the tournament. So congratulations to both of them, but a bit unfamiliar territory. And there's tons of great trainers at these tournaments, Soph, but I think that there's some mental fortitude that starts to be on display here as you get further and further into the tournament, especially in day 2. Walk us through this bracket, Soph.
That's right. Well, we did see Sceptileice and ValorAsh earlier in the day. They're about to face off, and like you said, I think it's the furthest they've ever gotten. As for Sceptileice, I believe he was actually top 6 in Baltimore, which is his most recent tournament. So he's, kind of at where he was. I'm sure he wants to go even further, make it to that winners finals if he wins this next match. After that, we're going to be taking a look at Colin 6 versus Elum, a matchup that we kind of teased earlier on when we saw Elum play Tomahawk. So definitely looking forward to that one.
Yeah, I think if we're just looking at, okay, who are the favorites based on recent performances, I have to look at the lower side of that bracket there with Colin and with Elum. They both just had so much success, whereas, like we said, for Sceptileice and ValorAsh, a little bit more unfamiliar territory, but never count out these trainers. Especially you look at ValorAsh, for instance, is in the grassroots format, he has swept 11-round tournaments in some cases, so he absolutely has the experience. He has just the energy to try and chase this down, so I can't wait to see how these winners finals are going to end up shaping up. But we got to start with the semis here. Let's take a look at Sceptileice versus ValorAsh. Really not too much spice on this team with the exception of that Greninja. We talked to ValorAsh about it, and it does do great into certain Pokemon, particularly that Shadow Drapion and that Shadow Feraligatr, both on the side of Sceptileice.
That's right. I think the Greninja has a lot of play into Sceptileice's team. We'll have to see if he brings it. But his other signature pick from years and tournaments past is that Talonflame. And if you look at Sceptileice's team, I think it has a lot of play. I'm definitely expecting to see him bring it. Keep in mind, though, that Sceptileice does actually have Stone Edge on the Clodsire, so that's going to definitely be something to watch out for.
I just want to continue that dialogue specifically around Greninja and Talonflame as well. When you look at Greninja versus Sceptileice's team, does very nicely into that Feraligatr as well as the Shadow Drapion, but of course can hit for those super effective Hydro Cannons into the Diggersby and the Clodsire. The things that it needs to watch out for would be that Jump Bluff as well as the Annihilate, which Talonflame does quite nice into. Builds a nice core here versus Sceptileice. Let's get into it, guys. It's winners semi. Sceptileice versus ValorAsh. We have the Battle of the Waters. Shadow Feraligatr into Azumarill.
That's right, Battle of the Waters, but Feraligatr has been dominating this matchup this entire championship series season. First Hydro Cannon coming through Sceptileice just does 7 Shadow Claws and throw, but you see how little these bubbles are doing, whereas Shadow Feraligatr is just getting so much energy. As the Azumarill, it feels like you can't swap out because look at where that energy is going to go into ValorAsh's backline.
Yeah, we see a lot of trainers that are just willing to invest 2 shields into their Shadow Feraligatr, specifically because of how good that matchup is into Azumarill. Those Shadow Claws quickly add up over time. A lot of trainers like S. James P21 we've seen actually have great success with their Shadow Feraligatr into these Azumarills.
Yeah, this is looking great for Sceptileice. If he's able to get mileage out of this Feraligatr, maybe leave with a Hydro Cannon, it's going to do a lot of damage for whatever is in the back for ValorAsh. As for ValorAsh, I think what he's going to do, actually second Hydro Cannon coming through. This is Charge Attack priority.
Yeah, smart Charge Attack priority. Don't want to throw in good timing so that you can actually force this Protect Shield from ValorAsh. ValorAsh now going to be able to lock in this play rough. You do lose that Charge Attack priority tie, so now this puts Sceptileice in a position. Do you want to retain all of this HP, go for a Shadow Claw down? Says, no, I am content just losing this matchup here. And actually a quick swap out. Now we're going to have the Battle of the Poisons after a Battle of the Waters. This is the Shadow Drapion from Sceptileice met with the Clodsire from ValorAsh.
And this is actually critical. I think that might have been a simultaneous swap, but now looking at those backlines, the Talonflame is going to be met with the Jump Bluff from Sceptileice, so that's actually going to be very, very advantageous for ValorAsh down the line.
I believe that the Feraligatr still has 1 Shadow Claw, meaning that it's 4 away from the next Hydro Cannon. Would it be able to get to another Hydro Cannon versus the Talonflame? We're looking too far ahead here. For now, we're going to have Sceptileice spamming out these Aqua Tails into the Clodsire. You need 3 of these Aqua Tails to knock out the Clodsire. Meanwhile, 1 Earthquake is devastating into the Drapion.
That's right, but Sceptileice already has another Aqua Tail loaded. Expect to see it thrown just before the Earthquake that ValorAsh has just reached. So if ValorAsh wants to get off this Earthquake, he's going to have to shield up this Aqua Tail. Oh, but he actually lets it go, going to put it all in the Talonflame.
And if you look at the net impact from that Clodsire, yes, you were able to strip away the Protect Shield, but you essentially did 0 fast attack pressure with your resisted Poison Stings. Now this is going to set up this Talonflame, though, trying to go for a sweep. 2 Aqua Tails are loaded, though, for Sceptileice. ValorAsh may Protect Shield this first one. He has a move ready to throw here. Will we see a charge attack priority tie or maybe some sort of catch?
Oh, it is a charge attack priority tie, so Sceptileice is going to lose that Aqua Tail. I think ValorAsh was definitely keeping count of the energy, but keep in mind he did use that shield. I think he mentioned that the Feraligatr has a Shadow Claw, so it's going to be really important to see whether it can reach another Hydro Cannon.
So many different things could have happened right there on that charge attack priority tie. Could have actually tried to go for a catch, but look, survives the first one, trying to get to the next Hydro Cannon, and yes, he does. This is going to be enough to knock out the Talonflame. We spoke it into existence earlier in the matchup. It's playing out just like we said. Feraligatr able to take the Talonflame out of the sky. You have a full HP jump bluff that just needs to finish off this Azumarill now. What a turn of events here for Sceptileice.
Oh my goodness, I know that jump bluff was just quaking in the back. If the Talonflame had gotten that farm down, just imagine how much damage the Brave Bird would have done here. And you know, 1 HP in a dream really on the Shadow Feraligatr. But Sceptileice able to take the 1-0 lead.
So challenging to pilot a 5-turn fast attack Pokemon like that Talonflame. If you're trying to catch versus a Feraligatr, for instance, what you would need to do is throw your first Incinerate, then wait 3 turns and try and catch on your Azumarill, which, can that happen? Yes, but it is a very awkward spot to be in where you're just waiting on your opponent, trying to watch for those Shadow Claw animations and hoping that they throw right on 4. Otherwise, you're stuck inside that Incinerate, which is exactly what happened to ValorAsh as Sceptileice fired off that final Hydro.
Yeah, maybe one of the reasons we've seen Shadow Claw Feraligatr just be so dominant this season. I mean, if you just look at what ValorAsh brought, he didn't bring a single answer to Shadow Feraligatr. I think that's kind of what cost him, right? He ended up just getting 1 shot on the Talonflame by the Feraligatr, even though it just had a sliver of health. So going into game 2, I definitely expect to see him bringing at least one, if not both, of the Serperior and the Greninja.
Yeah, I like I was mentioning before the game started, Greninja Talonflame core just seems so strong. The one thing that Greninja doesn't have going for it, though, is just its bulk. Even when it's in those matchups where it's taking resisted damage, typically 2 charge attacks are going to knock out, which is wild considering something like a Clodsire can in some cases take 2 super effective moves before it even gets threatened to be knocked out.
Exactly. If you've seen the matchup between Shadow Drapion and Greninja, it's really not that great for Greninja, especially if that crunch debuff gets off. But we're getting into game 2 right here. Oh, it's a repeat of the end of last game. Shadow Feraligatr lead for Sceptileice into ValorAsh's Talonflame.
Yeah, devastating lead for ValorAsh. He immediately pivots into his Greninja. Due to the pacing here, he should be able to actually cap tie versus Sceptileice before as he gets to this Night Slash. This is nice for ValorAsh. Despite Sceptileice getting that Shadow Claw through, this now is going to desynchronize the switch clocks and do some significant chip damage as well into that Feraligatr.
You mentioned the bulk of Greninja. It's going to take a resisted Hydro Cannon here, but still going to do a lot of damage. You see that Greninja already at 20% health there, and Sceptileice even gets the catch on the Shadow Drapion. This is a Night Slash.
This is a meaningful catch because now Sceptileice is actually going to be able to get to an Aqua Tail before ValorAsh is going to be able to reach this next Hydro Cannon. He can even maybe go for this full farm down. Will he be able to get there? Yes! Sceptileice now loaded on energy, and there's really nowhere for this Talonflame to go at this point. You have the Drapion, which has Aqua Tails ready to roll, and if you don't bring it in the Drapion, it probably is going to get met by the Feraligatr. So this is a very tough spot to navigate now for ValorAsh.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, this looks like Sceptileice's game. I just don't see a way for ValorAsh to come back from this. Look at all the energy he's going to have to absorb from this Drapion. Yes, Clodsire is very bulky, but I mean, you have to land an Earthquake here, and Sceptileice is already at 2 Aqua Tails.
Yeah, I know. ValorAsh now going for the bait here. This is step number 1. This is going to be able to put you in a little bit of a better position, trying to desperately land that next Earthquake. There may be a position where you can get it in Incinerate downrange, but keep in mind that Shadow Feraligatr, we've seen how little those Incinerates do. Not that it's meaningless, but still, they are resisted Incinerates, and with how fast that Feraligatr can spam out Hydro Cannons, it's going to be a tough spot to navigate for sure.
Yeah, still a shield up on Sceptileice's side, and look at how much work this Drapion put in. It farms down the Greninja, it absorbed a Night Slash for free, and it just took out an entire Clodsire.
Yeah, no, when you look at that sequence of events, it's probably 3-4 consecutive things that all went in the way of Sceptileice that has put him in a position now where it's so hard for ValorAsh to catch up.
Exactly, Aqua Tail coming through here, gonna peel away ValorAsh's first Protect Shield used of the game, but already another Aqua Tail banked. It's not gonna do as much as a Hydro Cannon for sure, but definitely gonna put Talonflame very low, and there's still a very fresh Clodsire on Sceptileice's side that I don't even think has seen the field.
Yeah, and you can see there just with the banked energy that you had as that residual Shadow Claws for Sceptileice, able to reach this next charge attack. ValorAsh sees the writing on the wall, knows not going to be able to win this matchup. Didn't even get to see the third Pokemon there. Great alignment for Sceptileice. Great plays by Sceptileice. Everything going his way, and he gets a 2-0 sweep in the winner's semis versus ValorAsh.
And this might be Sceptileice's breakout season, already making his way to the top 3 because he just advanced to the winners finals. That's the furthest he's ever gotten. Remember, his last tournament was Baltimore, where he reached the top 6. But I think before that, he hadn't even top cut. So this is a fantastic season so far for Sceptileice, and he can still go even further.
It was a little bit of a battle of fire and ice there with ValorAsh with his Talonflame. Ice was able to win out this time, but ValorAsh is not done. He will drop to the loser side of the bracket. I think the story here is going to be, can ValorAsh dig his heels in and try and make his way through the loser side of the bracket back to the grand finals. I think that's where some of his struggles have been, is that once he gets that first loss, it all just goes off the rails there. I would love to see a recovery there from ValorAsh, and I think he has it in him.
Well, I'll tell you what, if ValorAsh is going to make a loser's run, he definitely needs a better plan for Shadow for Alligator, because at least with these lines he brought, yes, he brought the Greninja, but and it even came into the for Alligator, and there wasn't a great answer for the Greninja, but he still wasn't really able to deal with it. We saw the Shadow for Alligator basically one-shot the Talonflame in both of those matchups.
Yeah, no, there was definitely, you know, there wasn't a lot of room for error there whatsoever from ValorAsh, and, you know, with every single opportunity, Sceptileice was capitalizing on them. Sometimes you present an opportunity, it's not capitalized, but Sceptileice taking every advantage that he possibly could. That's why he was able to get a clean 2-0 sweep. Like he said, he's in top 3 now.
Yeah, very exciting. We're about to find out who I think is going to join Sceptileice in the winners finals. That's going to be the winner of Elum versus Colin. But just going back to that matchup a little bit, I think, you know, Sceptileice really noticed the safety of the for Alligator Draft Beyond core. And, you know, I said at the beginning of the matchup, hey, this Talonflame looks amazing. But I think Sceptileice maybe kind of anticipated that and, you know, brought the water coverage that he needed to counter it. Actually, he even brought the Clodsire, which has Stone Edge.
Well, don't forget how close that game 1 was, right? I think it was 1 Shadow Claw difference is really what made that. One fast attack can make a huge difference in a game, and I think that Sceptileice recognized that. He picked up this was too close and benched that jump bluff, which I think was a really smart idea, because just like you said, ValorAsh's only real answer to for Alligator at that point was that Greninja, and, you know, Greninja, when Hydro Cannon, basically puts it in range that anything can farm down after it's taken that Hydro Cannon. So to your point, I think if ValorAsh is going to make a big run, he has to have a game plan for Alligator.
All right, well, one advantage ValorAsh does have is he's bringing some kind of unconventional Pokemon like Greninja that people may not necessarily know the matchups of. But if you want to learn your matchups a little bit better, I recommend you check out local events near you. These are challenges and cups often held by Pokemon stores. If you scan this QR code, I believe you'll be taken to a link where you can, you know, maybe put in your location or your zip code, and that'll help you see local events. I think there's practice, challenges, and cups. And if you go to those events, you know, you might get to meet some new trainers. I think you can get some prizing and, of course, start earning those championship points.
Yeah, a lot of local venues here as well in the Toronto area. So if any of you guys are locals here just attending this tournament and you're thinking, okay, well, how can I get some more practice? I would say that these cups, these challenges, and just these practice that you get with your local trainers is the best way that you can prepare for these regionals. There's really while Go Battle League is a great way to hone a lot of your mechanical skills when it comes to battling, charged attack timing, knowing your typings, knowing, you know, team recognition and things like that, it doesn't fully translate to the Show 6 Pick 3 format. So when you can start getting in some of these local practice tournaments, it is a great foray into these regionals that we have here today.
Exactly. I mean, I think about a player like SS Thorn. His first regional was actually the Toronto Regional Championship last year, where he placed second. But after that, I think he was pretty much only playing in locals up until the World Championships. You see how well he's doing here again a year later. I know he's very, very skilled in the Go Battle League as well, but I know he's been grinding out those Toronto locals. I think maybe one of the most stacked local scenes in Pokemon Go, competing with the Dallas area, let's say. I know there's a lot of talented trainers there as well, but looks like our next couple of players are ready on the stage. Wholesome, this is the matchup we were talking about. This is Colin 6 versus Elum. 3 regional championships on Colin's side. I think 5 grand finals appearances. As for Elum, he's got 2 grand finals appearances, but just an incredible number of top cut, an incredible top cut rate, I believe. He's now at 11 top cuts in 15 tournaments.
That is quite impressive, absolutely. Well, the one thing I want to call out about Elum's team is that he does not have a flying type Pokemon. No Jump Bluff, none of the Mandibuzz or Galarian Moltres, none of the Talonflames either. So he's going to be reliant on that Shadow Superior in many situations to be that answer to the Shadow Kanto Marowak. The nice thing about Superior, it is bulky enough actually to take 2 Rock Slides from that Shadow Kanto Marowak as well. But there is a lot of other destinations for that Shadow Kanto Marowak to land, especially on that Shadow Drapion, which has been so impactful for any trainer using it realistically. So
that's right, and I actually have Drapion as my MVP pick for Elum, so I'm looking forward to seeing whether he is able to bring that and do something here. But again, let's look at how accomplished these trainers are. Colin has many accomplishments that aren't even on here. He was recently like very, very far at LAIC, not even on here, but we've seen 3 regional championships. Not a lot of trainers have that many regional championships. He's also got more grand finals appearances than are even appearing on here. As for Elum, Baltimore regional finalist in 2023, also Hartford 2023 finalist, and then more recently, of course, top 4 NAIC, top 8 at LAIC just a couple weeks ago. This is actually a rematch from that.
So we're locking in winner semis. The winner will move on to face off versus Sceptileice and lock in their spot in the top 3. It's Colin, it's Elum. We have the Shadow Drapion into the Azumarill, a matchup that we have seen so many times throughout this tournament. Definitely does get reliant in some cases on these crunch debuffs. Colin throws right on 7 Poison Stings, trying to get this crunch and maybe a debuff into the Azumarill.
Yeah, if he gets the crunch debuff, Elum's going to have to think about whether he wants to pivot out eventually. Expect to see him throw some energy first. Looks like he does just fire off the Play Rough right away. Going to be a little bit more efficient, although a little bit more expensive than the Ice Beam.
You know, I like Colin with this team here. He's actually running quite strong for, you know, with this Talonflame as well as the Shadow Drapion, in case there is a Superior on that line. But he actually did not bring the Shadow Kanto Marowak in this situation, so maybe trying to scare it off for future games. But he has answers to the Superior. He has answers to the Corsola. The Shadow Drapion looks very strong in the Elum's team.
All right. The good news for Elum, though, is that the Shadow Drapion is very, very low. You've got that Corsola in the back, which is now just so incredibly safe. Azumarill comes in from Colin. I wonder if Elum's going to maybe try to bank some energy back up and then maybe pivot into the Corsola, or actually he could pivot into the Drapion. A lot of options here. Actually, he does go into the Corsola, though.
Well, the good news for Elum is that, yes, that Shadow Drapion has mostly been neutralized. On the other hand, the good news for Colin is that now this Azumarill is mostly out of the way from Elum, which does free up his Talonflame a bit. And now that Corsola is on the field as well, it's really just going to be the Drapion that needs to get through. With access to Aqua Tail, things are still a bit dicey, so I think it's anyone's game at this point.
That's right. I think if Elum is able to come out of this matchup with a little bit of health or maybe even a little bit of energy to threaten the Talonflame, I think ideally you would astonish the Talonflame into Aqua Tail range for your Drapion. Maybe if you have energy as well, you can take a shield. But Play Rough coming through here. Elum's going to let it go. Knows that Corsola is very, very bulky. Maybe going to try to go for the farm down. I think Colin's Switch Clock is actually coming up. And yeah, he actually comes into the Drapion for a combo play.
Okay, well, this is going to be the Aqua Tail. This is a neutral attack, no same type attack bonus, but it should be enough to knock out this Corsola. Elum recognizes that, wants to actually bank this energy and swap out, gets a very nice fast attack down, denying all that energy that was still there for the Shadow Drapion. This Drapion on Elum's side actually has tons of play. You can throw this first Aqua Tail before Colin is able to reach his fly on good timing. Yeah, really nice play so far by Elum, and he has another Aqua Tail ready to go as well.
I believe he did 7 Poison Stings before this Aqua Tail. He's got another Aqua Tail bank, so if Colin wants to throw first, he's going to have to throw on quote-unquote bad timing. Looks like Elum is going to go straight for the Aqua Tail here. And again, you know, Drapion just paces to these moves so quickly. He's just 1 Poison Sting off a 3rd Aqua Tail.
Okay, so I'm curious how much energy that Galarian Corsola had swapping out. And maybe you're just in fast attack range at this point now for Elum. You have your Astonishes, you have your Bubbles. Both of those do significant chunks into this Talonflame. Colin with his back up against a wall right now, having to shield these Aqua Tails. Yes, he still has the Azumarill. He has 100 energy on his Talonflame as well. Elum can just let this one go, save the shields for the Azumarill or even the Galarian Corsola. He has tons of fast attack pressure still.
And the great news about having a shield and fast attack pressure is you know you're going to get at least 1 fast attack through on every Pokemon. Look at all this energy on the Corsola. It's going to come through. It's going to hit the Azumarill. And like you said, fast attack down. This Talonflame, you still have a shield. I think Elum has this one.
I think the only worry for Elum is does he get incinerated down, but I don't think so. He only needs 2 more. He hangs on versus that first Incinerate and is able to simply just fast attack down with his Astonishes. Game number 1 goes to Elum.
That's right. Nice plays from Elum. A little bit tricky, but I think he's just been using this Galarian Corsola so well. I know probably hasn't had the most practice with it. You mentioned it was just released a couple of weeks ago, but I really like the way he's using it as a damage sponge in these matchups.
So we mentioned this midway through day number 1, but Galarian Corsola we were a little bit underwhelmed by initially. There was so much hype around it. Hey, it's this new Pokemon. It's got this great moveset, incredible bulk. On paper, it should be so good. Yet we were a bit underwhelmed. But what I mentioned was that when we start to see some of the filtering and we get to our top 8, top 3, top 6 type of situation. And we really start to see some of these top trainers piloting what is on paper such a great Pokemon. I think we're really getting to see a full effectiveness from Elum on how to use Galarian Corsola. Not only that, but the Annihilate he was putting on a clinic earlier. Just great plays from Elum right now. He seems unstoppable.
Maybe the king of the ghost types, but I think he's also been kind of getting these nice matchups for Galarian Corsola. I've talked to a lot of trainers who are using it, and they're like, yeah, I don't even know if I should bring it to my team at all, because a lot of teams have 1, 2 dark types maybe, and then a Diggersby or some other kind of normal type. But we've seen Elum in these matchups where Shadow Drapion is really the only hard answer to the Corsola.
Yeah, and that's the case right here. And again, early game, Colin's Drapion fell so low in terms of HP. It did have a lot of energy and was able to get a Protect Shield versus that Galarian Corsola, but I love the play from Elum coming back in with his own Shadow Drapion and sniping before he was able to get that second charge attack off. So Elum is making good plays, he's making good reads, and he's piloting these relatively new Pokemon, or Pokemon that have new elements to them, very effectively.
I know he's very practiced with those 4 Pokemon on the right there. You see Shadow Drapion, Azumarill, Serperior, and Alolan Sandslash. I believe he's brought those 4 to the last couple of events he's been to, so definitely knows those matchups inside and out.
Okay, we're locked in for game number 2 here in the winners semis. Colin bringing the Talonflame. It's going to be met by the Shadow Drapion for Elum. This is a relatively positive matchup for Elum, and actually swaps in this Azumarill now. So I think Elum's going to stay in for a little bit, build up energy, maybe throw a charge attack, but just wants to swap out. This energy has so many destinations, and I love the overfarm, especially because those Poison Stings did do a considerable chunk into Azumarill.
And this is a fantastic position for Elum. I feel like he's so far ahead here. This is a play we've seen so many times. You switch in Azumarill, you just give the opponent such a great opportunity to farm up, and Elum has the perfect vessel for all of the Azumarill's energy in this Steel-type Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, there's 2 really great plays that happened in one there. Number 1, Elum with all that fast attack pressure from the Poison Stings from his Shadow Drapion puts this Azumarill in a much more manageable position, but then you have your Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which resists all of the charge attacks to absorb everything, maintain that positive alignment, and also you're so far ahead in energy that you're going to walk into this next matchup even further ahead than at the beginning of the game.
All right, nice catch from Colin here. Actually catches the Drill Run on his Talonflame. This is resisted damage. Expect to see him let it go. But actually, Jim, you know, the interesting thing is that Drapion has a lot of energy. You can probably just Aqua Tail this now to take it out. And even if it doesn't, you could probably even come into the Azumarill.
No, I like the idea by Colin because that Incinerate's guaranteed to go through, and it's guaranteed to then knock out and neutralize a lot of that energy. Colin using that Protect Shield, but like you said, Elum has so much energy that he's able to pace to these moves so effectively and so fast. Has another Aqua Tail loaded, ready to go as well. Colin going to let this one through, trying to hang on, and he does. A quick switch by Elum, and he's actually able to absorb this potentially Brave Bird. I think it's just a fly here. Nonetheless, Elum wants to preserve HP.
Yeah, I don't think he knew whether Colin had enough reaction time to actually fire off the Brave Bird there, but regardless, he sees the last Pokemon come in here. It's Drapion and Azumarill versus Drapion and Azumarill, Jim.
Yeah, let's not forget though, Elum did swap out with an Aqua Tail on his own Drapion, so he does have a bit of an energy advantage. Colin's going to have to rely on throwing resisted charge attacks from his Drapion, hoping for a defense drop versus Elum there. Will he get it? No, not this time. Meanwhile, Elum has a Ice Beam ready to go here. This is going to force the final Protect Shield from Colin.
I don't know if Elum's switch clock is quite up yet, but he can just stay in here. All the energy from Drapion, as you said, is resisted damage, so you definitely want to take it here instead of on your own Drapion.
Okay, in comes the Azumarill from Colin, though. Not quite at a charge attack. Elum's switch clock is not up. Doesn't want to throw energy. He's just going to be absorbing this play rough now from Colin. This is not enough to knock out. His switch clock is up now, and he will be able to bring in his Drapion. Again, 4 Poison Sting to its name right now. Able to get to this next crunch. I don't know if he's going to be able to farm down, and instead just opts to throw this crunch. I could even see maybe a slight undercharge here so that he gets more of a farm down, but without the defense drop, maybe this crunch doesn't even knock out.
It doesn't. He's going to get 1 more Poison Sting. Just needs to get to 1 charge attack against the opposing Drapion. He still has a shield. He still has a lot of energy on the Azumarill as well.
Yeah, no, Azumarill has a charge attack. You let this go. You know that your Azumarill, all you have to do is just tap probably your Play Rough, maybe a bubble or 2 as well. So I think probably, okay, has
double
the Ice Beam. Yeah, double Ice Beam will certainly do this as well. You launch the first one, now you're 1 bubble away from that next Ice Beam. Shields are down for Colin, so this comes through. Not enough to knock out. Colin has a charge attack, but Elum still has a Protect Shield and is able to reach the final Ice Beam with just a sliver of HP. Elum is going to take a 2-0 sweep against Colin 6, and he's going to be moving on to Winners Finals.
He's going to be moving on to Winners Finals, a place he's been before, but he hasn't been able to reach that regional championship title. This could be his day, Wholesome.
That's right. Well, now we have all 3 Europeans that are now on the loser side of the bracket. Inadequance, I think we have Tomahawk as well, and then Colin, who's now going to be moving down to the loser side of the bracket. Meanwhile, just to recap, we saw Sceptileice defeat ValorAsh to move on to winners finals. He will be now facing off versus Elum, who moved on to winners finals as well. But we've got a lot of battles on the loser side of the bracket that we need to fill in to determine who's going to be meeting them eventually in the losers finals and eventually grand finals.
That's exactly right. So just as a reminder of how the bracket works, right? We've got the winner side of the bracket, we've got the loser side of the bracket. Winner side of the bracket, Sceptileice is going to play Elum. Like you said, the loser is going to the losers finals, and there they await this very, very long string of matches that we're about to dive into right here. I think we're going to be in losers round 3 to see which trainers advance to the losers finals, and winner of that goes to the grand finals.
Taking a look back at that game, Soph, I mean, you called it very early on, just the setup at the beginning with that Shadow Drapion, getting the chip damage, but more importantly, getting all of that energy to later unleash into that Talonflame was so smart. I like the shield there. That was probably the hardest hitting charge attack at the time, was that fly coming from the Talonflame. So at that point, Elum is energy ahead, despite it being Azumarill and Drapion on both sides. Elum just in a slightly better position, also up a shield at this juncture as well. Elum able to just capitalize on every opportunity that Colin gave him. And Elum, day 2, I don't think has dropped a single game versus Colin or Tomahawk. He's 4-0, so.
4-0 against 2 titans of the European region. I think at the end, actually, probably a play rough and a bubble is better here, but goes for the double ice beam. He has it anyways. He knew the counts on the Drapion. He knew he could live a couple more poison stings to reach the ice beam. So, you know, like you said, commanding 2-0 victory for Elum. The scrims are paying off, and you know, he's on to the top 3.
And I keep saying this, but when I see that Galarian Corsola play by Elum, he's using it so well. I don't think I've seen him use a single Protect Shield on it, to be honest, which is probably optimal given its bulk. But it just has such a great moveset. It has fast attack pressure, it has efficient charge attacks, it has good typing, and it's just so bulky. These are all the combinations of things that we look for in a Pokemon, and when you put it in the hands of someone like Elum, it's just so effective and can totally turn the meta on its side.
Exactly. I think we did see one game yesterday where Elum was using the Galarian Corsola and things didn't quite go as planned. It was lined up against a Diggersby for, I think, several minutes of a battle. So, you know, you definitely need to avoid situations like that. But like you said, Elum, 4-0 today. He's been using the Galarian Corsola to great effect. And I think that's just because he hasn't seen a team that has multiple counters to Corsola, right? It's just been that Drapion. That's
right. Well, we have lots of battles ahead. We'll definitely be seeing more from Sceptileice and Elum, as well as the rest of the loser side of the bracket. We're going to take a look back at our games that we just recently casted here. Make sure you stick around, though. We're going to have more battles for you.
Hi everyone, Sophtov here with one of our very talented Canadian battlers. Do you want to introduce yourself?
My name's Mango, in-game name Dragon Silk. I play Pokemon Go, I like to battle, and I like to grind. Yeah, you know, I think I'm decent at both.
All right, well, Mango is one of our most well-rounded battlers out there. Recently hit 1 billion XP in the game, so big congrats to you.
Thank you.
Do you have any tips for newer players, maybe ones who kind of just started the game, on how they can, you know, start getting on that XP grind and level up?
Yeah, XP grind, honestly, the Pokemon Company has made it very easy for people to level up. There's friendships, there's throwing excellent throws and getting easy XP that way. And then they have lucky eggs as well, which double your XP, and they release all kinds of events, spotlight hours, community hours that have bonuses. So yeah, take advantage of all of that, and you'll see your XP go up really quickly.
Yeah, I was definitely excited when the excellent throw buff kind of came out a couple of years ago. Yeah. What about, are there any kind of lesser known tips or tricks you would give to maybe players who've been playing for a while but aren't like super hardcore XP grinders?
Honestly, evolving. I think a lot of people have stopped evolving, mostly because PvP came out. Everybody wanted the candy, right? I was one of those people too. I'm like, I'm not doing it anymore. But evolving is great, especially if you do it on a lucky egg. The XP stacks up really quickly, and I mean, make sure you have enough candy to battle. But if you grind the right way, you will, and you'll be able to evolve your way to whatever level or goal you want to hit.
Yeah, I definitely remember the days of evolving a lot of Pidgey and Weedle. So, but yeah, I feel like people have stopped. That's a good point. Getting back to the PvP side of things, it's really nice to see you competing again. I know you mostly compete in these Canadian tournaments. Is there anything in the meta that you're looking forward to seeing or interested to see if people try out, given that we just kind of had a little move update?
I think the two Pokemon that I'm kind of expecting to see, but also I'm like, I'm not sure if people will bring them. Corsola, the Galarian version. Seems very good right now. There's very few counters unless you're running like a normal type, or Bibarel. I think Bibarel with return has a lot of play, and I unfortunately discovered this weekend that 2 returns from a Bibarel KOs Toxapex. So maybe something to look forward to or not look forward to. I don't know, but I hope people get some fun out of using it.
All right, well, you heard it here first. If you see that shine around the Bibarel, make sure to look out for a return. And then it's been great having you. Do you have any kind of closing thoughts as for what you're looking forward to seeing or what you think others should watch out for this weekend?
I just hope everyone has a good time. I'm glad this is probably the biggest turnout I've seen for Toronto. I think we're already at almost 150. So, I hope everyone has a good time, and I hope I do better than I did last year.
All right, well, I hope so too. Thank you so much again, and it's been a pleasure having you. And let's get back to some more Pokemon action.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying. Make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held, what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos, aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Hey everyone, it's Softove here, and I'm here for a super special segment. We're actually going to have a Clodsire drawing contest, special request from Adib here, who has just made day 2. I've also got Elum on my right. Adib, are you feeling excited about this?
Oh yeah, this has been a dream come true for me. I've always wanted this at a Pokemon Regional.
We're really happy to make your dreams come true. What about you, Elum?
I'm excited, but I feel at a small disadvantage if that was his dream all along.
In my life, I'll let you know.
All right, well, I'm going to give them a couple minutes to draw their Clodsire. They're both actually just going to turn around really quickly here. I'm going to go away. Well, actually, I'll be looking at them while they draw, and then after 2 minutes, I'll announce the winner. So let's get drawing. All right, looks like Adib is actually going with the left-handed play here. Looks like this might be a side profile Clodsire. That looks kind of like the swirl, maybe Clodsire's mouth. Not really sure what Elum is going for over there, so we're gonna have to see how this shapes up. Maybe Elum is going for a front profile. He's already drawn the front 2 fins there. Oh, but those might be its eyes, so this might actually be a side profile, looking at Clodsire from the left side. And Adib is actually making really good progress here. He's even drawing some of the spikes on the back. That fin looks a little bit large to me, but that is okay, Adib. Little tail going there. Elum, you know, still maybe shaping up the mouth a little bit, random little line below the mouth. It looks kind of like a whale. You know, I'm thinking Adib is looking like the clear front runner here. And, you know, I'm going to give them maybe just about 15 more seconds. Give Elum a chance to maybe draw something on the back. Looks like he's putting a couple of those spikes. It looks like, you know, he's not even going to erase that line in between the spikes. All right, that's time. All right. All right, I'm going to stand here. Okay. So Elum's Clodsire is right here. And I won't give too many comments on it. Adib's Clodsire looks pretty great. Looks like we're looking at it from the right side. We've even got the spikes there sticking up. You know, little angry face, little expression there. And, you know, unfortunately, for Elum, I think Adib is going to be the winner here.
We can split the prize.
Okay, I like that.
All right, Adib, I will be giving you a booster pack off stream for you to open as a prize for this. So
you can have the first 2 cards. I'll have the last 3.
Sure.
All right, thank you both so much for your time. Congratulations again to Adib. Look at this beautiful Clodsire here, and let's get back to some Pokemon action.
I don't know about you, Butters, but those are some thick Clodsire there. Elum drawing a pretty happy Clodsire. He's got to be happy with himself because he's headed to the winners finals. But before we get down to that best of 5, we have some losers matches to go. And we got Inadequance coming up versus a Shady Equation. I'm KO Payne. I'm joined by 2 Butters, and we got some incredible action for Pokemon Go.
You know, Clodsire is a lot taller than I expected. That Pokedex entry, it's a tall Pokemon.
You said it's 5'11", right?
Yeah, you think it's quite short, but it's a pretty tall Pokemon. But they're all shapes and sizes. They can be XL, they can be extra small, but on average, it's a very tall Pokemon.
I need a clarifying question, though. Is this the length, right? Laying down?
Height.
Because I could only imagine how tall it is. It looks pretty, like, you know, flat, in my opinion. But yeah, hey, it's not as flat as Unova Stunfisk, so I guess it's got some height to it.
Yeah, we would have to figure out how they do the official measurement, but I think it is height there. And we got 2 trainers on stage that have been making their way through the loser side of the bracket. Shady with an awesome performance so far in day number 2, and then Inadequance with that Bieberl, the Ariados, Shadow Drapion, and of course we saw Shadow Kanto Marowak for SS Thorn just be so impactful. This is a really different matchup in terms of Pokemon used for these 2 trainers. The only 2 Pokemon that are similar on each team is going to be the Azumarill and Shadow Drapion. Otherwise, it's 4 different Pokemon for each trainer.
And to my knowledge, these 2 players have never played against each other in the official Championship Series circuits. Shady Equation, I don't think has qualified for Worlds. He qualified for Worlds in 2023 in Yokohama, but he didn't end up going. And then last year, I don't think he was really trying to grind the points for it. That being said, definitely a formidable opponent for Inadequance to face off against. However, Shady Equation also going against the maybe 2nd best player in the entire world right now. And here we go into game number 1. It's going to be the Annihilate into Ariados. This is a much better matchup for the Ariados, and that's why Shady Equation is going to swap right out. But this is kind of a tough position because here comes the Shadow Kanto Marowak, the most comfortable answer.
But the thing is, Inadequance is shaking his head because he came in slow enough that Shady Equation is going to get the double Aqua Tail before the Bone Club is reached. So this means that Inadequance is going to have to give up a Protect Shield in this situation. I think he will, probably to maintain the alignment. Yes, he does, and to keep all that energy. Because he was a little slow on that swap, Shadow Drapion is the best pivot for a reason, able to pick up a Protect Shield in this situation.
and Inadequance going for the entire mud slap down. We saw that earlier when he played against Adib as well, getting that entire mud slap down. There's so much fast stack pressure, and honestly, even though you had to give him a shield, this is going to put Shady Equation in a dangerous health territory, even on the Annihilate, because another mud slap plus a boat club is going to put in the red.
Yeah, and do you use a Protect Shield here just to maintain the health, or do you go all in with the Alolan Sandslash? If you go all in with the Alolan Sandslash, there is a Bibarel lurking in the back. Yes, you'll be super strong into the Ariados matchup, but the Bibarel is able to resist those Powder Snows or and also resist those Ice Punches. You have to go straight Drill Run here. There is that Bibarel. You are up a Protect Shield, but this is going to be the strength of Bibarel here. How much damage can it put out into the Alolan Sandslash of Shady?
And I know both of us put this on our prediction list of a Pokemon that could do really well in this tournament. Only a few are left. Inadequance being one of the few. However, resisting this Powder Stone damage is crucial. It's nice damage too. I like the fact that Shady Equation banked that Rage Fist for later too. I was interested to see if Inadequance is actually going to go throw the lunge first at the Alolan Sandslash before swapping out, because these Drill Run and even the resistant Powder Snow is really going to add up, especially with the shield advantage on the side of this Alolan Sandslash.
And are we going to see the last Protect Shield of the game from Inadequance here on this Drill Run? Do you throw the Drill Run? Yes, right before the Surf is available. But if you Protect Shield this, can you get to the double Drill Run before the Surf? Inadequance is thinking about it and actually decides to let this go. And now it's going to be all up to the Ariados here. The problem is you're out of range and decided to not go for the lunge, going for the Trailblaze, trying to ramp up the damage here instead of debuffing the Alolan Sandslash, hitting the not very effective. And can you get enough damage for the double? Here comes that Rage Fist you were mentioning. He's looking at the attacks here. He's like, okay, it's not going to be a Shadow Ball. I can no shield this, no problem. And letting that go. And he is ramped up. I think the next lunge will knock out the Sandslash.
Interesting choice from Shady Equation here, because the thing is, it's not like he was debuffed, right? So clearing that doesn't like really do much. The Ariados is still buffed up from the Trailblaze. And I like the play that Inadequance made too, going for the Trailblaze, because he knows that—
Wait a second. Hold on a second. Can you take the Poison Stings? The problem is you're one away. So this means you have to take one more Poison Sting to able to secure this victory. Can you take one more Poison Sting? And you can! And you reach the Ice Punch, and this Ice Punch is going to be neutral in the Ariados. Is not the bulkiest Pokemon. Can it take the Ice Punch? And no! Looks like Shady is going to live with 1 HP in a dream.
Wow, that endgame was super close there too. One of those situations where you get to the Drill Run and the Ice Punch at the exact same time. Almost a slight miscalculation from a Shady Equation, thinking that, okay, maybe I'm still one off on the Drill Run, so I'm going to go for this, just go for the guaranteed Ice Punch. He could have got the Drill Run off because it do more damage. However, it was enough damage.
Yeah, and remember, that was after the lunge, so it was debuffed by one stage there. So the Drill Run might have been the game-winning play, but Ice Punch was just enough, and it was able to knock out Inadequance. And that is the strength of that Alolan Sandslash, being able to resist those Poison Stings, taking absolutely no damage in that in-game, even though Inadequance did ramp up his attack. I actually think it was really smart to ramp up his attack there, because that put the Sandslash almost in range of the lunge. Do you think the double lunge would have knocked out the Sandslash? Because lunge does more damage than Trailblaze because it's same type attack bonus.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, because at the same time, the Trailblaze that Inadequance threw right there buffs up the second lunge too, right? So I actually don't know off the top of my head what does more, the buffed Trailblaze resisted and then a boosted lunge, or just two lunges. Because the thing is, if he throws a lunge first, then Shady Equation could literally do what he did, which is clear the debuff, right? But he actually ended up swapping, and he didn't really clear anything because he wasn't debuffed there. So I actually really like the fact that Inadequance went for that Trailblaze, but someone else could do the damage calculation later.
Chat, what do you think? Chat, what does more damage, the double lunge or the Trailblaze plus lunge plus some extra Poison Sting damage from the boosted Trailblaze? I don't know which one does more damage, but either way, it just wasn't enough in that game number one. And now Inadequance, with his tournament on the line, down 0-1 in this series, faced up into a Shady Equation, is going to be Poison type in the Poison type. One of the few trainers running Ariados in this tournament, matched up against the Shadow Drapion of Shady.
Oh my gosh, that backline is super scary for that Shadow Kanto Marowak. In this matchup, I thought would be really favorable for Ariados, but it's actually kind of uncomfortable, especially because most Drapion users, like Shady Equation is playing this correctly, will throw that Alcadale first, knowing that they're going to lose charge attack priority. So you want to get the non-debuff damage off first. The crunch debuff is not even that crucial, because the Poison Sting is not doing that much damage even if it's debuffed, but this allows you to outpace now on this. And catching the could have been an Aqua Tail, but actually catches a crunch on this Marowak. However, this puts Inadequance in a tough position because he could get potentially farmed out as well. And that crunch really puts this Marowak in a very comfortable Vine Whip down range.
But this might have been the plan for Inadequance here, trying to bait out that Superior so that his Bibarel is looking a lot stronger in the back. He does successfully bait out this Superior. The problem is you're going to get this full Vine Whip down and get double Aerial Ace. And if you land both the Aerial Aces into, and if you don't get to that Bone Club, so this Ariados is going to come in, but you're just going to soak up these Aerial Ace damage, and it's going to be super effective, so you have to throw out the Protect Shield.
Yeah, it looks like Inadequance also lost a Poison Sting there, too. We'll see in the end if it actually makes a difference or not. Ooh, it could have been, because he would have gotten to that lunge right here, allowing Shady Equation to get off another Aerial Ace, forcing the second shield from Inadequance. This makes the matchup way harder for him now.
Yeah, that might have been charge attack priority on that second Aerial Ace, and then he would possibly have 1 Protect Shield remaining. Now he has 0 Protect Shields remaining, and not a lot of hope in this matchup because, yes, Bibarel can be good against the Azumarill, but not down 2 shields. Plus, you still have to take out this Drapion here as you're going to go for charge attack priority. Looks like a Shady Equation actually is going to try to secure the knockout into this Ariados before he brings in this Azumarill.
Let's see if he pauses or not to avoid the catch here, too. He's throwing the Poison Sting. Let's see. Oh, and Inadequance does pull off the catch. However, the Drapion has back-to-back Aqua Tail, and he still has a shield remaining, and now this is starting to put the Bibarel in play rough range.
Yeah,
and he's down shield.
Yeah, it's tough here. Maybe if he had that extra Protect Shield for the 1 Protect Shield situation in this Azumarill, there maybe would be a slight chance in this matchup, but down a shield here. Yes, Bibarel is a good answer to Azumarill, but Azumarill is the king of the meta for a reason. It's just so strong, especially when it has a Protect Shield advantage. You're going to be able to Protect Shield a Hyper Fang at some point. All you need to do is land 2 charge attacks into this Bibarel, and it's probably going to be game over for Inadequance.
Yeah, and you can't poison this thing down the Azumarill, which is a tough part for Inadequance as well, too. Another Hyper Fang is going to be reached, and you can see Inadequance throwing right before the Ice Beam is ready. A Shady Equation saving his shields here, recognize that he's going to lose charge attack a priority against the Ariados, so he needs that final shield for the Drapion, and actually catching the move on the Ariados is going to be interesting. Can you roll out down
the Drapion is kind of close to a crunch, I think. So how much energy? Yeah, it's only 1 away, but it has the Aqua Tail already banked, and this is not very effective. But Bibarel doesn't have much stat product. Shady knows it. Inadequance knows it. Shady's going to take it 2-0 here.
And I think the players are talking a little bit too. It might go down to review. We did see that Poison Sting that was missing. We have our expert judges here to see if that was going to be a consequential situation or not, as the players are waiting here. You can see the acknowledgement too, right? Shady Equation, I've seen him in these situations before where he recognized the opponents might have lost a turn here or there, and he like a good player recognizes when the opponents are also put in a disadvantage they shouldn't be in. And, you know, I think any good player will acknowledge that and wait for the judges' review here. So we have our judge on stage here to review the match. But yeah, a great performance from both players here too, right? Just a tough lineup for Inadequance in that second game.
Well, you called it out when it happened, because when he lost the Poison Sting, he was unable to get to the lunge for the second Aerial Ace. Because he was supposed to be getting he was at 3 Poison Stings. As 4 Poison Stings, and as an Aerial Ace was supposed to throw, he was going to get his 5th Poison Sting, which reaches the lunge. And then if he presses lunge into the opposing Superior as it uses its second Aerial Ace, that would have been charge attack priority, and you win that charge attack priority. So that means Shady would be forced to either shield or let his Superior go down, and Inadequance wouldn't have to use his Protect Shield in that situation. So it is a really tough situation to go through, and now this is exactly what the judge is looking at, and that's the infraction I believe that they are taking a closer look at.
Yeah, it's going to really depend on if it was a game-changing impact or not. It definitely changes the way the game plays out. So we'll have to see if the judges rule it a rematch or not as they continue to look forward to that. But you know, a great gameplay from both these players here. We're going to take a look at this rematch here. You can see here, right here, that poisoning should have gone through, right? Because whenever you throw a charge attack, especially without, you know, going for any extra fast stacks, fast stack from the opposing side should definitely go through because it costs a turn to throw the move. So whatever that equals on the opposing end, it'll come through as well in that situation. And you can see, look, he was 1 poison sting away. If he got that poison sting earlier, he gets that lunge off and could either force Shady Equation to spend a shield there or let it go, and then you still have to take out the Ariados, right? And then Bibarel's in the back. Bibarel's in the back with 1 shield against Azumarill and 1 shield, and it's a much closer matchup.
Right. it does change the amount of energy that the Ariados would come out with, because that means the Ariados would have been energy dry if Inadequance threw right away. And I remember that the Shadow Drapion of Shady actually used a Protect Shield after Inadequance's Ariados threw on charge attack priority. So maybe it would have been harder to get to that attack for the Shadow Drapion, which would have affected the matchup as well. But yeah, a lot of complicated scenarios in the later stage of this game. So it's impossible for us to predict. That's why we have our talented judging staff to take care of it.
Yeah, and I think the tough part here is that it did happen in the mid-game, so much could have happened, right? It was maybe like the final sequences of a battle. It's a little bit more clear-cut, but because so much different things could have happened and the players could have played it out differently, it could make an impact. Looks like the players are strategizing on what to do for the next game, so I believe this might be a rematch. Yeah, it is going to be a rematch, so great call from the judges as well. You can see both players acknowledging it too, right? A Shady Question knows, you know, that would have been a much different situation if Inadequance did get that poison sting through. And here we go. We got another game.
Yeah, and Shady did properly call that backline of the Bibarel and the Shadow Kanto Marowak from Inadequance, which was kind of devastating. He pivoted into that Shadow Kanto Marowak to pull out the Superior, but because it's so dominant versus the Shadow Kanto Marowak, it was just able to fully Vine Whip down, which was absolutely devastating in that matchup. And can Shady call the line once again? Inadequance has brought Bibarel to 2 straight battles. Does he bring that to this game number 3? But it's really going to be game number 2 as far as the score is concerned. So now Inadequance is hanging on. Shady Equation, 1 victory away from moving to losers round 3, and Inadequance needs a reverse sweep to stay in it in Toronto.
And I think the Bibarel is a good call into Shady Equation's team, right? You had to watch out for the Superior and the Annihilate, but outside of that, you have great positive or neutral matchups into the rest of the lineup into Shady Equation, right? You have play into the Drapion, you wall off the Feraligatr, you have play into the Azumarill and the Lone Sandslash, resisting both of their fast attacks. So this is actually Bibarel's time to shine. Now, how much of a gamble do you play, though? Because the Superior looked pretty strong, too, into Inadequace's team. Got 3 strong matchups and then 3 really losing matchups. So it's kind of hit or miss. But even in the zero shield situation, if you counter swap the Superior with Ariados, it starts to threaten. The second Aerial Ace you get outpaced on starts to threaten a knockout. So it's not even the most comfortable. Let's see what these players bring for this game number 2. Shady Equation 1 game away from knockout Inadequance. Let's see if Inadequance can keep his hopes and dreams alive in this tournament. He does find a positive lead here, and here comes that safe swap. Drapion, no Shadow Kanto Marowak can match it this time.
Yeah, exactly right. Deciding to sit that Shadow Kanto Marowak and instead bringing the Talonflame. And that Talonflame versus the backline is looking really strong. Gonna match up against either the Superior or the Annihilate here. So what a different read that Inadequance is going in this game number 2. I feel like he has a significant advantage going into the end game with his backline.
The problem is going into the end game might be a later concern for Inadequance, because this early game, the Shadow Drapion has a ton of play, shielding that play rough as well. The more energy intensive move puts Shady Equation in such a powerful position, because he's thinking, okay, you know what? Even if there's a Kanto Marowak in the back, I'm okay because I have so much energy rate banked on the Shadow Drapion, so it's worth investing in shielded. And the good part for him is that he actually has a great matchup into the back-end matchup too. But however, how do you take out this Talonflame? It's like 3 times strong into the side of Shady Equation, and Shady Equation just did not anticipate this coming into this game.
Well, if you know that Azumarill is out of the battle, which you don't know yet for Inadequance, pivot into the Annihilate to try to bait out this Talonflame here. But the problem is you have the Rage Fist and the close combat, so you can't even do that neutral Ice Punch here. So you're going to have to go for these ramp-ups. But as soon as you take 1 fly, you're kind of out of the matchup, and the Talonflame resists the counters here. So this is a tough situation for Shady Equation. The fly is coming out immediately here, and will you give up your last Protect Shield of the game to keep this Annihilate around? He does!
I like it. I like this play because you can see the counter damage is starting to really add up. This Annihilate is already ramped up. He knows that he can grab this second shield from the Talonflame. So, oh, wait! What's he going? Is he just going for fast attacks? I'm surprised he didn't throw that Rage Fist there, too. But now this becomes a much harder matchup for Shady Equation.
Yeah, and the thing is, the Ariados can finish off this game. Can you get the Poison Sting down? And it looks like you actually are going to be able to get the Poison Sting down here. That is huge for a Shady Equation.
But
he was just trying to get that into range, and now it's going to be charge attack priority. But this is going to be the blow here. That's going to be brutal. This is the Trailblaze to ramp up the Ariados into the Drapion on charge attack priority. So now this Ariados is ramped up, and there's a Superior in the back. All you got to do is hit the lunge.
And you can see a sigh of relief from Inadequance, too, trying to see what's in the back. I mean, if it was a lone Sand Slash, that could have been disaster for him, too. But luckily for him, it is going to be the Superior in that situation. Almost a one-hit KO, but just at this point, there's no way Superior can take out this 2-shield Ariados. So we have a pivotal game number 3 on our hands here. Shady Equation, I don't think he prepared for the Talonflame, right? Because his whole team didn't really have great play to it. AB weak to it. Shadow Draftman's not even that great into it, right? Especially if you're, counter swapping into a Talonflame. So Inadequance finding the Talonflame in the right spot where he needed it. Choosing to bench the Shadow Canto Marowak. I actually thought it looked really precarious for him in the early stages, but looking at the backside, there's no answer for that Talonflame. You can see this is a very unique team he's bringing here too, and it's been working so far for him in Toronto.
Well, it seems like Shady decided to bring his best answers for the Beebrel. Beebrel was brought into game 1 and 2, so in game number 3, Shady brought the Annihilate, which counters the Beebrel, brought the Superior, which counters the Beebrel, and then brought the Shadow Drapion that could do well against the Beebrel as well. So really respecting that Beebrel pick from Inadequance, and instead of bringing that into this game number 3, he brought the Talonflame, which was a huge core breaker to the back line of Shady. So now we're tied 1-1. We have this game 4 technically. Now what adjustments do those trainers bring? Does Inadequance go back to the Beebrel? Maybe you sit the Shadow Canto Marowak though, because it doesn't seem like it has that many matchups against the Pokemon that Shady keeps bringing.
And I think for both players, especially Shady here, he's going to have to really make a hard call because Inadequance's team is really uncomfortable with play in my opinion. There's no safe swap answer, right? Like, you can't safely bring Drapion because there could be a Canto Marowak in the back, right? You can't safely bring Superior because there's 3 answers to that. You have a Zumro, but there's an Ariados, there's a Drapion that does decent into it. Beebrel is not bad, right? Alone Sandslash is double weak to Incinerate from the Talonflame. The Feralgear is walled off from the Beebrel, so it makes your matchups really tough, so you had to make a really bold read to have an opportunity here against Inadequance.
Speaking of bold reads,
that's not the read he wanted to go with, but let's see what he does here. He's going to swap straight away to this Annihilate, and Inadequance is going to stay in it a little bit longer here and maybe just chip this down before he sees what happens here. Shady Equation is going to throw up his first shield.
Looks like maybe he was going to try chip and dip into Talonflame, but since there's a Protect Shield there, it makes it a little bit more clunky. So deciding to go into Ariados and going to probably let this first Rage Fist through. The problem is, I don't even know a double Rage Fist is going to be enough to knock out the Ariados with these double resisted counters. I don't even think he can do it. So it looks like this is such a positive situation for Inadequance as he reaches for the Trailblaze. This Annihilate has taken so much fast attack pressure that this Trailblaze is probably going to get close to knocking out.
Yeah, I don't know if you can poison this thing down, though. It's still a little bit off, but there's a chance that you could even force a shield from Inadequance if you're Shady Equation. The thing is, this is not going to knock out, and Inadequance might just let it go, because if you try to flip,
it almost does, though, and now he's going to get the knockout with a counter. He takes the alignment here, but alignment is going to matter. Look at that. You have the Superior in the back to match up with that Shadow Canto Marowak, but 2-shield Talonflame is not going to be terrible. So just going to bring in this Canto Marowak. Here comes the Superior. Do you swap in the... Yep, there comes the swap, and you get a little bit of energy advantage. You have to be able to take out this Drapion to handle the Superior in the back.
And this is a great spot for Inadequance to be in because he has the shield advantage as well. The pacing on the Drapion is quick, but I don't think it's quick enough. You're going to get a fly off here before an Aqua Tail should be reached. There might be a chance that Inadequance will have to tank an Aqua Tail. If that's the case, he can actually set up his Superior to be in a good spot. Let's see how much Inadequance is able to overfarm on this Drapion once he takes it out.
I think he can back-to-back here. You have the back-to-back fly. If you Protect Shield, you fly again. And the problem is...
Switch timer's not up.
This health on the Talonflame is just brutal for a Superior to deal with. Knowing that the Drapion is useless there, just going to let that go. Here comes the next fly that will get Protect Shielded. The problem is, I don't even know a double Aerial Ace is enough to knock out a Talonflame.
The problem is you're going to take way too much damage. I think Shady Equation is just going to concede at this point too. He knows that the damage is just not there. And there goes Inadequance. He is going to make the comeback here, taking a 2-1 against Shady Equation, continue his run here in Toronto.
Yeah, a brutal swing there from Shady, winning that first game of the matchup, and then Inadequance with the 2-0 reverse sweep to move on to losers round 4, really on the back of his meta call, or his line calls, excuse me, with the Talonflame in the back, able to use that shield advantage in game 3 and game number 4 to manipulate matchups to win the game.
Yeah, it's just really great team building from Inadequance side, because against a really good player, if you have a safe Pokemon, then that good player is going to try to capitalize and build as much advantage as possible, and sometimes it's just too hard to stifle that. But Inadequance's team, it's so strong in the sense that it has so many answers to the common meta threats that no matter what, unless you position your Pokemon perfectly, even though Shady Equation won the switch advantage, the Talonflame just looks too strong, right, with the shield advantage in against the Drapion. And of course, Shady Equation, he had to go Superior, right? Because we see Marowak everywhere, we see Azumarill, there's a Vibro as well, but at the same time, he's 3 times strong into the Superior on the side of Inadequance, and it was just a little too much to overcome for Shady Equation. But again, another fantastic run from a Shady Equation. Definitely someone that I would never want to have to face in a tournament, because you can see his accolades are, he hasn't gone to a lot of tournaments, but every tournament he top cuts, he does really well, right? And I think this is at least a top 5 finish for him yet again here in Toronto.
Yeah, and I believe he only had 3 tournaments before this in total. I mean, he does so well at these tournaments. Oh, sorry. No, he had the 2nd place, so I think he had 4 tournaments in total, and this would be his 5th. But it's just crazy to go against Inadequance, put him on the ropes, be almost at the verge of victory. Really well done. A fantastic tournament from Shady Equation. Of course, Inadequance is moving on, and I just want to take a moment to talk about the meta right now. It feels like a lot of these trainers are just positioning their team with all these Pokemon that up a shield can close a battle, like Talonflame, Shadow Cannon Marowak, Feraligatr, Annihilate. All these Pokemon that seem to be the bulk of these teams, if you get down a shield, any one of those Pokemon can kind of close out a battle. I feel like that is the strength of this meta. There is the bulk of the Azumarill, of the Clodsire, of the Diggersby, but it really comes down to these closers and how can you force your opponent to protect shield, and then how do you take advantage of that?
Well, that's a great question. I think Inadequance might be the person to answer. We'll take it to the floor with Jim and Inadequance.
Thank you, Caleb. Wholesome _ here again with Inadequance. More time, fresh off his 2-1 victory. An extended matchup there. You and I were talking a little bit off stream earlier. So many of your games have been 2-1. I know that you've been pushed to the limit, had to come back from 0-1 before. Tell me about your resiliency this tournament.
Yeah, I must say, to be honest, like also before the tournament, my scrims didn't go super well then, and my battles, I could play them a little bit more meticulous. So I'm not exactly super proud of how I play. Oh, well, I play well. It's just like the small things that are crucial in some of these battles. But, you know, we're top 6, so what can I complain?
There's no complaints for top 6, but it sounds like you're not even in your final form, Martine. Maybe we see you go full Super Saiyan after this. Okay, well, I did want to ask you again, Shadow Kanto Marowak, you know, one of my favorite Pokemon. You were able to get it aligned so regularly versus that Shadow Drapion. Is that a good matchup? Is it risky? Tell me what you think.
So in the first game, I was a little bit slow. The game didn't update the typing coming in that I see on the top right super quickly, so it threw me off a little bit. And then the Drapion, of course, with Aqua Tail, super good coverage. I don't do Gastrodon. Gastrodon is a little bit better there. Can take those attacks because they're neutral. But Shadow Marowak's damage output with the Bone Club when it's neutral is just so good. Not with the Rock Slide. We saw it into the Superior, not so good.
Yeah, I think it hangs on versus 2 Rock Slides, yeah? That's a tough spot to be in. Okay, well, at this stage, top 6, I think a couple other Europeans still around as well. Team Europe, are you feeling like it's going to be a win?
Well, the last 2 Europeans are going to face each other after this. I'll be facing Colin after, and he's about the same team. I showed him my team the day before he showed me his team, and his team was inspired by Boom 20, the Lille Regional Champion. Shout out to him. I hope you come to Worlds. He had a Malamar instead of Primeape, I believe. That's what Colin switched to now. It's going to be a little bit tricky, so but I don't want to think about it too much. I just would like to go with the flow. We'll see.
All right. Yesterday, you shouted out your teammates. You shouted out your mom. Any other shout-outs for today?
Just everyone's watching, everyone. Shout out to Crimson K19. He's doing a watch party right now. Great follower. Great. He messaged me this morning. He said, I will message you good luck because it always makes you win. And guess what, Crimson? It is working!
Top 6 for Inadequance. He hasn't even reached his final form. We'll see him a little bit later today, but for now, casters, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Wholesome, and congratulations once again to Martine there, is just ramping up like a Annihilate or Primate, just boosting as he goes through this tournament, but we'll be clashing against a fellow European, possibly Colin, upcoming in a future matchup. But first, we have a little bit more of losers round 3. We have SS Thorn versus Dr. Roastbeef.
Yeah, you know, SS Thorn wants a shot to get back in that grand finals. He talked about it earlier. He lost his first round in Toronto, so he's been just playing a ton of matches, pretty much as many matches you could possibly play in this tournament, as long as he keeps going forward. But we've seen Dr. Roastbeef as well, too. Really breakout performance from him, upsetting a lot of top players in our circuit. Do you think he has what it takes now to beat SS Thorn? Let's take a look at that Shadow Sableye, right? Because it seems like it's definitely the unique pick on his team. Bibro for sure, but we just saw there's another Bibro, right? But I think this is the only Shadow Sableye in the top 16, maybe even the top 32, top 100 even in this tournament.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of play in this team.
It really does, because of the Galarian Corsola that has been over 30% usage in day number 2. It has a fantastic matchup with that, and then neutrally, it's a pretty strong Pokemon. It's kind of fallen off. We haven't seen Sableye a lot in recent metas, but it still is strong neutrally as it was in the past. It probably can do okay versus Shadow Kanto Marowak. And a key factor, it's decent against Primeape. It still has a super effective Power Gem for that jump left. And we know against the Azumarill, if you use Protect Shields with a Sableye or a Shadow Sableye, you can hang in that matchup. So will we see that Shadow Sableye as we get into game number 1 of Losers Round 3, SS Thorn versus Dr. Roastbeef? We got the Clodsire versus the Azumarill. Remember, this Clodsire has Sludge Bomb.
And this is a fantastic lead for Dr. Roastbeef. Not only is it a winning lead, but he also core breaks the line of SS Thorn with that jump up in the back. SS Thorn does have a lot of great options here. He could chip it down, maybe try to even catch a Sludge Bomb on the Shadow Drapion. But the main thing is I think he wants to put in Aqua Tail range so that the Drapion can take this out and then try to sweep with the back line of Shadow Drapion and Jump Bluff.
You know, Dr. Roastbeef kind of brought his 3 best Azumarill answers into this game with the Clodsire, the Jump Bluff, and the Bibarel here. It looks like SS Thorn is going to let this Azumarill go down. Can it take the Sludge Bomb to get to that last Ice Beam here? It does hang on, but it needs one more bubble to do so and can't get there yet. Now you're going to take out this Clodsire, but you can comfortably knock out with Aqua Tail at this range.
And let's see, it looks like Dr. Roastbeef is going for the Earthquake on charge attack priority. I don't think he's going to shield here because the Drapion is going to outpace anyway. Great call to not shield. And now he kind of gets what he wants to, right? Because he avoids the Shadow Drapion on the jump bluff. However, the Bibarel is still going to take neutral damage from the Drapion. And the main part is if SS Thorn swaps first, it's going to be a head-on energy in that mirror matchup in the back.
Yeah, and SS Thorn has a 1 Poison Sting advantage in this matchup because was able to bank up to 5 Poison Stings before throwing that Aqua Tail. This was a key Protect Shield. You need to make sure that you Protect Shield the Crunch in this matchup because if you let a Crunch through, then SS Thorn can go straight Aqua Tail, and that's brutal to keep Protect Shielding Aqua Tails into the Bibarel.
I think SS Thorn trying to predict, is it a jump up in the back or is it the Sableye, right? Because he actually brought triple strong into Sableye as well with his squad of Azumarill, Shadow Drapion, and Jump Up. Does Dr. Roastbeef shield again? Yeah, he spends both shields right here. Do we see a potential catch on the Surf here? And it's exactly what happens here too. 1 rollout and going for the catch. Going to catch his resisted Surf damage on the Jump Up. I can't remember if this is, I think they both are running aerial on their respective Jump Up. But now, SS Thorn, energy lead as well as a shield advantage.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal here because you could possibly get this knockout in the jump bluff and then bank some energy on your own jump bluff to knock out the Bibarel because remember, the Bibarel threw the Surf and didn't bank up any more energy before swapping out, so that Bibarel is pretty much energy dry in this scenario. So the Aerial Ace is going to be doing super effective in the jump bluff, but the double Aerial Ace isn't quite enough yet for Dr. Roastbeef. I don't think the Fairy Wind damage will do enough.
And here's the real question is after this next Aerial Ace, can you farm down with Fairy Wind? I don't think Dr. Roastbeef will able to pull that off. Let's see though how much damage this does. SS Thorn's switch timer is up too as well, but he still has a shield advantage. And here's the thing, the Bibarel doesn't have any energy. And here comes the Shadow Drapion, the counter swap as well from Dr. Roastbeef, but no shields protecting the Bibarel this time.
And the Crunch is going to be same type attack bonus, and it's going to do a devastating amount into this B-roll. I don't think it can hold on, and it looks like it's gonna get the knockout, and now all you need to do is get to a crunch to knock out this jump up, and you have the Protect Shield already. Still trying to go through his mechanics correctly to throw in charge attack priority, even though he was one Poison Sting over. SS Thorn takes it.
Wow, and after going ABA weak to that Sludge Bomb Clodsire as well, but he was confident. He knew how to play around those matchups. I mean, again, this is the Shadow Drapion show. What is the answer here, right? I mean, even Quagsire is going to take a decent amount of damage because you don't have that fast attack pressure like Shadow, Kanto, Marowak.
And SS Thorn said his goal was in this tournament to go on a ridiculous loser's run, and he absolutely has. He has been on fire to end day number 1 and day number 2. He hasn't lost yet. So now SS Thorn on the backs of this Galarian Corsola, but really it has been the Shadow Drapion story here, besides the game that was carried by that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Another Shadow Kanto Marowak making quite far, just like the trainer. He shouted out the originator, Lyle Jeffs.
That's right, and you can see the incredible catch there from SS Thorn to put him ahead, right? Because that's all that energy was wasted on a resisted jump up, and it allowed him to swap out here as well. And you can see, right, that missing energy definitely played a factor. Honestly, even if he still had the surf there, he still had the shield remaining, so he still would have got the crunch off, but just extending that victory even further for SS Thorn.
Yeah, and I think Bibro might win that charge attack priority, but like you mentioned, there would have been a Protect Shield remaining. That was just a tough situation once you got that Poison Sting disadvantage from SS Thorn, because he was able to bank up extra, throwing into the Clodsire, and then he had the extra Poison Sting from the swap in of the Bibro as well. So SS Thorn really dominating that Game 1 matchup. Can Dr. Roastbeef bounce back? Remember, he has faced Colin and Doombug so far to start day number 2. An absolute gauntlet, and now he has a negative lead into the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
And this is going to be a fantastic position for SS Thorn. And in comes a jump up, but here comes the Shadow Drapion to counter it as well. Dr. Roastbeef in a top position already to start off game number 2.
Caleb, the problem is Shadow Kanto Marowak is in the back, and it has 2 pretty good matchups. 2 things that it can mud slap down, because you have the Clodsire and the Alolan Sandslash that is weak to ground in that back line. So SS Thorn in his MVP Pokemon, Shadow Kanto Marowak, has a really good chance of closing out this battle.
I mean, not even that. Look at his 3 Pokemon. All 3 are strong into the Clodsire as well. This Clodsire has absolutely nowhere to go. On top of it, all 3 of them have great play into the Alolan Sandslash. He has completely out-team comp Dr. Roastbeef in this game number 2.
Game number 1, he shows ABA weak to Clodsire, right? And then he pulls the rug out from underneath Dr. Roastbeef and runs his 3 best counters to Clodsire in game number 2. And like you mentioned, Clodsire has nowhere to go, swapping into the Sandslash here, and now able to bank some energy on that jump up, which actually might be pretty useful in the end game.
I actually really like that play from Dr. Roastbeef. I mean, you know, if you let that jump up go down, you just have no answer to that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Now, you have some energy banked, you are down a shield, but you have a potential small win condition. Let's see if SS Thorn lets up the pressure or not, though.
Yeah, I mean, with all that energy banked, it could be super effective into the Shadow Kanto Marowak backline, and SS Thorn knows that's there, so he's going to be a lot more hesitant to use Protect Shields. He still has 2 remaining, though. Dr. Roastbeef knows that maybe he can take this charge attack, but this Corsola is at the back-to-back. Pivot in the Shadow Kanto Marowak, trying to get the Mud Slap down before the Powder Snow reaches, and he does.
So here, Dr. Roastbeef, he has the moves ready, right? And so he's going to go for the optimization. This is actually pretty interesting because there's not much energy. There's 2 Mud Slaps, 3 Mud Slaps worth of energy on this Shadow Kanto Marowak. You could probably go straight Bone Club here, but the thing is there's still a shield on the side of Dr. Roastbeef. If he baits perfectly or lands an energy ball, this game's not over, Dr. Roastbeef.
And he needs a shield because even a jump off at this health, you triple resist Mud Slap, so you're taking no damage. So you have an opportunity to try to close out this game. Gets the Protect Shield on the bait here. This is huge for Dr. Roastbeef. Can he somehow get to the energy ball before the timer is available? I think he's going to get there. He's going to get to the energy ball.
Energy ball is going to be reached. SS Thorn not sure if he's going to be able to hang on or not, but this is a massive, super effective energy ball. It connects not quite enough, but can you hang on? And no,
he gets the fairy
comes down. Dr. Roastbeef's dreams are still alive. How did he flip this game around? It was impossible for him, but he pulls it off and forces a game number 3.
A 10% health jump up just dominated that Shadow Kanto Marowak, and now the Earthquake Earthquake from the Clodsire is reached into Galarian Corsola. It's a tied series, 1-1.
Butters, I tell you, man, there's good players that do everything that makes sense. And then there's greater players that pull off something that you don't even see coming, even from our perspective as a commentator, even from the audience perspective, spectating, seeing both sides, right? That was a win condition that I didn't see at the time, but Dr. Roast Beef snuffed it out and found the way to do it on the backs of that jump up, the double baits, getting to the energy ball to knock out this Shadow Kanto Marowak, and I mean, that turnaround was crazy.
I mean, Shadow Kanto Marowak has looked unstoppable in this meta at times, but Jumpluff is definitely the Pokemon to stop it. A Jumpluff at such low health. I know it had a lot of energy, but still, you couldn't mud slap through that matchup because it's triple resisted. You're literally doing nothing to this Jumpluff. Was able to get to 3 charge attacks before you could mud slap down. And I actually think that was a slight mistake from SS Thorn, because SS Thorn didn't need the pivot into a Shadow Kanto Marowak. I mean, he was going to be around with that Corsola. He could have actually just astonished down that Alolan Sandslash, but since he switch-locked it, that gave Dr. Roastbeef the opportunity to bring in the jump up.
It's a tricky spot for sure, right? Because at the same, yeah, no, I think you're right. I think that was probably the mistake he made. But here we are, going to game number 3 here, and this is a fantastic matchup for Dr. Roastbeef because there's a lot of things that Primeape can beat in the 2-shield. Clodsire is not one of them, especially Sludge Bomb Clodsire. And now he is going to that trusty safe swap Shadow Drap, and we've seen this all day long. My guess is he goes for a bait Sludge Bomb or Earthquake even, and then grabs a shield and comes in Bibro. And he does go for the bait here.
He is
I
going
like
for
this.
the bait, and
he grabs it. You got a shield.
But the thing is, I think you might stay in now because these backline matchups, I know Dr. Roastbeef doesn't know all of them yet, but if you can align Jumpluff in the Primeape and Bibro into Corsola, this is over. I think you stay into this matchup as its charge attack priority, but this looked like an Earthquake that was registered here. This Aqua Tail is going to be coming through, and if the Earthquake goes through, I don't see how SS Thorn is going to be able to get out of this game, so he throws up both his Protect Shields.
Let's see if Dr. Roastbeef, I like your train of thought here too, right? I wasn't even thinking about it myself, but that's a great point. He can double shield this Clodsire now and guarantee he lands an Earthquake. And here's the thing, even if you catch your Earthquake, it's going to do neutral damage against the entire backline of SS Thorn too. So he's going to have to give up switch advantage or lose this matchup. And like you said, Jumpluff can also beat that Primeape, especially. Oh, and it's on charge attack priority. That's exactly what Dr. Roastbeef, and he calls it. He shields here too. He's making all the correct reads here to find another upset here in Toronto. Let's see it pulls it off. Earthquake for sure will knock out. Now you're probably gonna get farmed down from the Corsola, or maybe even the Primeape, but that's okay.
Yeah, which is fine. I think he might have just locked in victory. As soon as he got that charge attack priority, he's going to have the matchups that he needs.
And
you can't even farm down. You have to throw the Rage Fist here. But the thing is, all you have to do is bring in the Jumpluff. The only chance for SS Thorn is this Primeape. This Primeape's going to have to find some way to be able to knock out the Jumpluff. I don't think he has Ice Punch. Does he have Ice Punch?
He doesn't have Ice Punch.
He has Close Combat. He's not going to be able to have the reach for this Jumpluff, and then it's going to be Bibro versus Corsola.
And he's going for the Close Combat. He's already conceding this matchup. He knows he's either going to swap out or just get taken out from the areas. He's probably going to swap over. Here comes the swap, but here comes the Bibro, and he gets the exact matchup he wants here. The Bibro's going to town now in this matchup it's built for.
And the thing is, the Bibro is flimsy enough that a Power Gem is going to do some damage. Yes, I know that these Astonish are double resisted. This double surf isn't going to knock out. Can the double Power Gem ever knock out the Bibro? Maybe it's not completely over, but it looks devastating here for SS Thorn. As you mentioned, Dr. Roastbeef made all the alignment calls. All he has to do is finish out this matchup. The Power Gem, though, chunks into the Bibro.
And great place from Dr. Roastbeef all the way throughout. I mean, here's the thing. Even if you take out the Bibro, the Corsola is going to be way too low.
Right.
And then the Jumpluff can finish it off. I mean, you want to catch your Aerial Ace on Primeape. Dr. Roastbeef's happy with that all day long. And here comes that Power Gem. I think we might even see a Simo swap here because timers are up. And Dr. Roastbeef knows at this health range, I gave him Fairy Wind down. Here comes the swap. Oh no, it actually comes the KO. But here comes the Jumpluff. It's going to try to Fairy Wind down.
Can he get the Power Gem?
Wait, he gets the Power Gem.
Wait a second, SS Thorn is not out of it yet. Corsola reaches the super effective Power Gem. Is it enough? No!
It's
Rage
not!
Fist! No, there's no Rage Fist. There's back-to-back Aerial Ace Banks. I don't think this is enough to knock out Primeape. It's going to be super effective.
He has both, though.
But he has back-to-back. That's going to be enough.
And here comes the first one. Here comes the second one. Can you possibly stomp down? I don't think so. Jump off too bulky. Dr. Roastbeef, I called it a miracle run earlier. It is absolutely a miracle run for him. He has the confidence he needs here. He upsets another opponent, SS Thorn.
What a gauntlet. He has now defeated Dunebug and the previous finalists from last Toronto Regional, SS Thorn. Dr. Roastbeef wins 2-1. We see both these trainers talking a little bit. I don't know what it would be based on in this certain scenario, but what an epic game from when you thought Dr. Roastbeef was so far ahead with the complete team line call to the strength of that Galarian Corsola to defeat a normal type in a head-to-head situation and get to another power gym to almost knock out the Jumpluff. What an epic matchup.
Yeah, what a run for Dr. Roastbeef so far. We'll see what the players are discussing with the judges here, potentially a review happening. I could have easily missed something because I was kind of a little too lost in the sauce there in that game. But either way, just great plays from Dr. Roastbeef, even if it comes down to a potential rematch. You know, he's just capitalizing on a lot of his wins. And I think, you know, he talked about it in his interview, right? He was like, yeah, I'm just really nervous. You know, he's not usually in this spotlight as often. Definitely not on stage and definitely not making it as far in tournaments. But I feel like once he beat Dunebug, once he beat a lot of these players, coming in on the winner side again in the top cut as well, he built the confidence he needed to just really unlock his full potential.
No, absolutely. As soon as you start taking out big names like Dunebug, that will give you some confidence. And now another match victory. They are talking about something once again. There were less interactions and less switches than most games because they played out that first matchup. Well, actually, SS Thorn swapped, and then Dr. Roastbeef stayed in on his Clodsire, and they played out the 2-shield scenario, and then they had a backline matchup of the Jumpluff in the Primeape and then Beebrel in the Corsola. So there's actually less interactions for something that happened in most games, so but we will update you as soon as we know.
Yeah, and just for additional information too, you talked about how he upset Dunebug, right? Might be taking a win off SS Thorn as well. Day number 1, right? He came in as the 9th seed in that Group H, beat the 1st seed, the Torian, right off the bats.
Which I believe he's top 4 in all of North America on the global leaderboards.
Yeah, and also incredible player as well in his own right. And then beats Dr. Marsh as well, a little doctor versus doctor action. And then beats a Shady Equation in the finals as well on day number 1. A Shady Equation, also an incredible player. So Dr. Roastbeef just collecting names here and upsetting so many of them here in this weekend at Toronto. What an incredible performance, regardless of the result of this one too. Let's see how the review is going to stand as the judges are reviewing this match.
And it says it has to do with something on the Primeape here in that battle, but our talented judges are on the case. We'll let you know as soon as we have anything. But what a call from Dr. Roastbeef. I love the positioning of that Clodsire lead because it beats, it's able to beat the Jumpluff, but it's also able to beat the counter swap of the Shadow Drapion. Looks like both the trainers are taking off the headset, giving a handshake here. So the winner is officially Dr. Roastbeef, winning 2-1.
Wow, and you can see he's all smiles on stage. What a fantastic run so far from Dr. Roastbeef, and his run is continuing here in Toronto.
An epic day number 2. I mean, I talked about the gauntlet before, but how about opening your matchup versus the final boss of Colin from Europe, and then having to face Dunebug, which I think we could call the final boss in North America because of how many regional victories that trainer has, and now taking out the finalist of last year's Toronto Regional, SS Thorn. An epic victory from Dr. Roastbeef.
I mean, that's a lot of finals he said there, but he's only one series away from making it to that losers finals for a chance at the grand finals as well. And I think he will be facing off against the winner of Inadequance versus Colin 6. That would be a rematch too for Dr. Roastbeef, who got 2-0 from Colin 6 earlier on that winner's side. But this is a different Dr. Roastbeef, I feel like, from just a couple hours ago.
No, absolutely. I mean, these calls with his lineups here, he kind of went for the rope-a-dope from SS Thorn, where SS Thorn went AVA weak to Clodsire in game number 1, and then SS Thorn just went triple strong in the Clodsire in game number 2. But how about Dr. Roastbeef bringing that Clodsire into game number 3, thinking that SS Thorn might repeat that strategy from game number 1. He called it perfectly. He had the right matchups, and he was able to close out on the backs of Jumpluff.
Wow, what a performance too. I mean, you know, I think both of us said Beebrel might have a spot here in Toronto. There weren't a lot of them, but there's still 2 of them left.
Yeah, and they might be
sign.
facing off too. It could be.
They might be.
It could be Inadequance versus Dr. Roastbeef after that matchup of Colin versus Inadequance, which I believe we have up next. That is an epic clash in itself. Of course, Inadequance was the runner-up at the World Championships, and Colin, a multiple-time winner, and of course, one of the best trainers in all of Europe.
And best trainers in all the world. But the thing is, at the biggest world stage, Inadequance was able to one-up him on that one. And, you know, there's always a joke on who's the better Dutch player here. And, hey, we got to prove it on NA grounds. That's very exciting to see.
Yeah, but we want to hear what you think. Who's going to win this Clash of the Europeans? And let's take a look at social media. What you've been thinking about the tournament so far. Let's take a look. We got English Muffin here as the Toronto Pokemon at the Toronto Pokemon Regionals. I'm glad I was able to beat Wholesome. I'm glad you were able to meet Wholesome as well. Wholesome is a nice guy there. I don't see him in the picture there, unless he's hiding behind that welcome poster. Maybe he'll pop out in the next photo.
Yeah, he might be behind that Charizard, you know? It's
yeah.
The height's about right here.
Who's taller, Charizard or Wholesome? Let us know in the chat.
It's got to be Wholesome. Charizard's like 5'7" on a good day. Tomahawk UK says 6 consecutive top cut. No games dropped so far this weekend. Huge appreciation for everyone that's been supporting me. Looking forward to tomorrow. What a fantastic performance from Tomahawk UK again throughout, not only this season, but this weekend. And, you know, doing that while commentating as well, a lot to balance on his plates.
And KJ Demand, watching some Play Pokemon Toronto action with the boys, doing our best to pick up anything we can to get better. I love that. Try to learn from these amazing trainers. And if you're still watching, we got 2 fantastic trainers up next, Colin and Inadequance, which you could definitely learn something from.
Yeah, we got a picture from Rowan as well. One of my favorites, locked in for the Toronto stream. Looks like that is the best way to watch it too, watching it with your fellow pets.
Yeah, that is a fantastic photo. Definitely locked in there. Thank you so much for your tweets out there. And you know, Tomahawk was in one of those tweets, and to bring Colin into this, these traders, oh wait, we actually got one more, because we got another cute photo. We had the dog, and now we got the baby here from Professor Leaf. Christmas tree up with a few wild encounters from top to bottom. Good luck, have fun, Toronto gamers. Oh, that is a fantastically decorated Christmas tree there.
Yeah, with the Pikachu, and I think that might be a Grinch costume too. That's the happiest Grinch I've ever seen. Good time to be on that. And yeah, all the plushies actually as ornaments for that Christmas tree. So fantastic.
That's smart.
Great to see all the people tuning in both in person and at home, no matter where you are in the world. And I'm sure there's some fans across the pond that are very excited, staying up a little bit later to tune into this epic European showdown here on NA soil.
Yeah, make sure to hashtag play Pokemon if you want to get featured on stream as well. We got Colin versus Inadequance. Colin has actually been roommating with Tomahawk in the past. And a funny thing is, they've gone to 3 straight tournaments together and stayed together. In all 3 tournaments, they both got to the winner's side of respected tournaments. So when they have gone to tournaments together, they have been awesome. And of course, Inadequance, who has already qualified for the World Championships this season because of his placement last year being a finalist at the World Championships.
And Inadequance said, hey, he's already qualified, but he wants to add to his medal collection, and he's only 1 series away from doing that. Top 4 will get him at least 1 medal, but he's looking for that gold medal for sure. Here, we got a whole list of accomplishments. Honestly, this whole page can be filled with both their accomplishments. These 2 are some of the most accomplished players in our circuit. I'm super excited to see this one play out. I don't even know how it's going to go down, but I'm sure there are going to be some epic matches.
I mean, Bieberl looks kind of good. You have the Ariados and the Talonflame weak to that rock rollout from the Bieberl. Of course, you don't really want to see that Shadow Kanto Marowak because you resist the rollout, but a Surf is going to do a lot of damage in that Shadow Kanto Marowak. It's good against the Zuberl. It's decent against Drapion. I think we're going to see the Bieberl in this matchup, but we're definitely going to see 2 top European trainers go at it with a chance of losers. Round 5, their tournament dreams on the line. And there it is. It's the Bieberl lead into the Talonflame. Brutal for Colin.
Oh, and you know you like to see it if you're Inadequance as well. I mean, here's the thing. The Bieberl has play into all 3 Pokemon. You said it perfectly, Butters. This Bieberl is looking really strong into the side of Colin 6. I mean, really, he just has the Primate as a primary answer for this B-Bro, and he didn't even bring it.
Yeah, and the thing is, you still have that Talonflame to keep in the back for that Shadow Kanto Marowak. As soon as you're able to see that in the back line, you're going to let this play rough through. You can take the alignment here. You can even bank up some extra energy, but you have to be careful because you have to throw at least a Surf and a Hyper Fang to knock out. Looks like you're actually just going to bank almost 100 energy on the Bibarel and then pivot out into the Azumarill.
That's so smart too, because I mean, Inadequance doesn't know the full back line, but even if it's a Primeape in the back, that Surf, that Hyper Fang still does a ton of damage. But even better though is Colin actually has 3 Pokemon weak to the Bibarel now with that moveset, and he's forced to bring in Talonflame into the Azumarill. That's such a tough spot for him to be in.
You know you're in a tough spot when you have to bring Talonflame into Azumarill because this is not a great matchup. At least you could take that Ice Beam. Did that register on the fly? It looks like he wasn't trying to go for the big damage of the Brave Bird. Does Inadequance think it's going to be a Brave Bird?
Ooh,
No Protect Shields. A fantastic call. The fly goes through, and you should be able to get to the Ice Beam, no problem. And you can even get some extra bubbles before the fly is reached.
Okay, and throws it right before the fly is reached here. Colin 6 knows he can't really give up shields here. Might go for a aggressive Mud Slap down, but there's still the Talonflame waiting for him in the back. This is such a tough team composition in this game number 1 for Colin 6.
Yeah, and then how do you finish off this Azumarill? Do you go for the Mud Slap down, but can you do that before the Ice Beam is available? You can't, but you swap on it.
What a great catch.
To get that not very effective damage into the Azumarill, but Colin is kind of shaking his head, maybe thinking it's going to be tough to deal with all that energy from the Bibarel here as the Talonflame is going to be coming through. That's an aggressive swap in here because I don't know if this Azumarill is going to be able to get to double Ice Beam.
Such an interesting game too. Both trainers bringing in Talonflame to counter swap into the Azumarill, but they recognize that the more valuable Pokemon is actually in the back here. This Ice Beam damage is pretty threatening though to this Talonflame because we've seen the fast stack pressure of Shadow Kanto Marowak. For Colin 6, I think his win condition is just going straight Mud Slap. You don't throw a single move. Can he pull it off, though, is the real question.
And this is only single resistance.
Oh my gosh, I think he might be able to.
But the thing is, you have double Surf. You have double Surf here.
True,
so it's going to be a combo move. You're going to be able to get the Protect Shield here, and it looks like the Bibarel can't come out yet, though, so you can get the full-blown club down. But as soon as this Bibarel can come out, it's going to be one Surf, and then it's going to be the back Surf, and it looks like Martine is making metal moves here in Toronto with Bibarel.
You know, he wants to add to that collection, and he is one game away from doing it here. Bibarel is coming in real clutch here in this losers semifinals against Colin 6. Inadequance wants to snuff out any of the allegations that he is not, he says, maybe the second best Dutch player here.
Yeah, and I mean, how much pressure is that just banking 100 energy on the Bibarel? I didn't think, well, actually, we both had caster predictions, but I didn't really conceive that how much pressure just holding on to all that energy could be in that matchup. It just put Colin in such a negative place since the beginning of the matchup. A perfect call from Inadequance with his line, and no respect for the Bibarel from Colin.
It's tough, too, for Colin, right? Because even if he tries to counter it, you got to line up the Primeape into it really well. And meanwhile, Primeape just doesn't have great matchups into everything else on the side of Inadequance, right? You're going to lose Ariados. You're not great into Talonflame and Zuma. Like, it's just too much of an investment to even try to hang in there. And, you know, you take a decent amount of damage from the Drapion, even the Shadow Kanto Marowak. So Inadequance does a really good job that I've noticed of protecting his kind of anti-meta picks, right? We saw this a lot when he ran Giratina Origin. It was just like, you're like, oh great, it loses the Lickitung, Umbreon, Manabus, stuff like that, but he's always going to have checks to protect it, making it really hard for you to play around. You have to call his lines perfectly to even have a chance here. And unfortunately for Colin 6, wasn't able to call that first line. But Colin 6 has been in this position plenty of times throughout his career. Down a game, needs to go 2-0 to come back for it. Let's see if he can do it here in Toronto.
That's a great point. Martine is one of the best creative team builders in Championship Series, and he's one of the hardest trainers to predict which Pokemon will be coming out in which slot. There's so many times that he's getting this proper alignment. When he was a regional champion in the past, when he was a finalist at the World Championships, he was just overwhelming opponents with positive matchups. Colin is down 0-1 versus Inadequance, a fellow Dutch trainer, a fellow European. He's very familiar with Inadequance. Can he do the impossible? Can he make the right team read here? We have our leads, and it is going to be the Azumarill versus Azumarill. Let's look at the back lines. There is going to be the Talonflame in the back, which is ridiculously hard to deal with for Colin's team.
It sure is. Yeah, we're going to see how Colin can pull this off, too. I've seen Colin pull off some incredible victories that I didn't see coming either. He does kind of have to stay in this matchup, at least for a bit. I've seen him swap out here before, even when he has that Marowak in the back, because as long as he puts his Azumarill in a manageable position where even the Shadow Cancel Marowak can take it out, he might be able to do that, right? You can see even the pause here, too, right? Trying to avoid any potential sneaky catches on anything else that it could be, particularly Ariados, maybe even Talonflame here, too. But that being said, is able to throw that play rough. These two players play each other so often, I'm pretty sure they already know who wins Charge Attack Priority.
Yeah, they probably do, and Colin is called the last boss for a reason, even though he has, or the final boss for a reason, even though he has these negative backline matchups. He might be able to find a way to get a Protect Shield down, because if you can land a Rock Slide into that Talonflame, you can one-hit knock it out. But if you just play this out... Oh, actually swapping out the Shadow Drapion, that gives the opportunity for the Marowak to get some energy here. This actually might be crucial, and I think he was quick enough. I think he'll get to the Bone Club before the back-to-back Aqua Tail is available.
But is it better actually to shield the second Aqua Tail and just go for the farm down? Because that energy actually is going to be super useful here too. Let's see what Colin does. I think he's going to go for the Mud Slap down completely. This actually gives him a slight opening, right? Because now the Zumaril's a little bit hard to bring into the Marowak, and you could draw out the Talonflame now.
Yeah, but the problem is
you're gonna, have a lot of health.
Yeah, you're gonna soak up this health on your own Azumarill, and here comes the Bone Club here, and actually this bubble's gonna be coming through. I don't think it's gonna be enough to knock out, so you should be able to guarantee double attack. Do you bank this Rock Slide? Do you now pivot into a different Pokemon? No, you can't pivot.
It's
actually,
not enough.
Wait, it actually goes for the Mud Slap, maybe trying to get enough damage to bank that attack, but now it's gonna be Ariados versus Talonflame, and Inadequance knows it. Colin knows it. There's no way down a shield Ariados can take out this Talonflame.
This is a tough situation for Colin 6. You know he's going to try everything he can to do this, but even debuffed here, this Talonflame is just way too strong. The matchup is too good for it, and you can see banking up almost double fly here. Looks like Inadequance is about to add another piece of metal to his trophy collection.
And he gets the last Protect Shield from Colin, and he has the back-to-back fly after one more Incinerate. He's going to land it into the Azumarill. Just a fantastic backline read once again from one of the best trainers in Championship Series on team composition calls. He's able to take out Colin 2-0 in advance to losers round 5 to play Dr. Roast Beef.
Wow, what a performance in Inadequance here throughout the tournament, and from Colin as well. Colin might be the final boss here in Europe, but looks like Inadequance tried to steal that title here in North America, and just great team reads from Inadequance. Even the best player, even someone like Colin, just can't play out those backlines.
Yeah, it's just brutal with that Shadow Kanto Marowak and the Ariados in the back. There was just nothing you could do. Inadequance even swapped in that Shadow Drapion to try to just get that Shadow Kanto Marowak out of the game, and it was the Ariados. Maybe if it was a different Pokemon in the backline for Colin, he might have had a shot into that Talonflame, but that's why Martine is so tough to beat, especially when he builds his team to protect his Spice Picks like the Bibarel.
Yeah, it just looked like Colin just really couldn't catch a break. I mean, it's tough because I'm looking at his team. I don't even know what team of 3 to build into Inadequace's line, right? I mean, the Talonflame looks so strong too. There's not really a lot of answers to it, and you know, we didn't see a lot of Shadow Drapion, I think, from Colin, which I'm actually kind of surprised by. But yes, you have to worry about the Shadow Cancel Marowak, so maybe he was just a little bit too concerned about it. But at the end of the day, like, if it's not Talonflame back and Shadow Cancel Marowak and you bring the Drapion, you're still in a bad spot, right? So just kind of caught in a really tough place.
You know what we didn't mention? It was pretty much the same exact team. It was 5 out of 6 the same. The only difference was Bibarel on Inadequance side and then the Primeape on the side of Colin. So it was actually a very similar team composition. It felt so different because of the dynamic between Bibarel and Primeape, but very similar teams, and that actually sometimes makes it even harder to make those team composition calls.
That's actually really interesting too, because if you look at it logically, then Colin 6 might have the advantage, right? Because he has the Primeape for the Bibarel. But the problem is the rest of the team is so hostile towards Primeape, it's just impossible to use. So Colin's kind of playing, you know, with the hand tied behind his back 5 or 6 in some ways, and the Bibarel just ends up being super unchecked. And, you know, I'm really glad to see that we see people like Inadequance using Bibarel to see its true potential, right? Because someone that's using Bibarel, maybe not as familiar with the matchups, might not really showcase what it could fully do. But Inadequance, in the first tournament it's allowed in, is already making a top 4 appearance with it. But speaking of top 4 appearances, looks like Dr. Roast Beef might be chasing his tails there with his own B-Bro.
Yeah, apologies. It won't be Inadequance versus Dr. Roast Beef next. It will be ValorAsh versus Dr. Roast Beef. That's going to be on the other side. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back really soon. Words of encouragement or anything you would like to say to the competitors here in Toronto?
Sure, I'd like to wish good luck to my teammates at Legends United. Got a lot of friends here. They're all really, really talented battlers, so I'm excited to watch them.
But the real reason we are here is to play a game. We're going to play Pokemon Heights, and I'm going to ask you, who is taller, the Pokemon or the trainer? And remember, Pokemons come in all shapes and sizes. This is going to be an average, maybe what shows up in the Pokedex of these Pokemon. So are you ready to play the game?
I'm as ready as I'll ever be, Butters.
Oh, and also, there's a shirt on the line. So I'm going to give 5 questions, and if you get 3 out of 5, you win a championship series shirt. So let's get it started. All right, first Pokemon and first trainer. We got, who is taller, Wadaj or Toxicroak?
Oh, I feel like they're actually like quite even, but I'm gonna give it to Toxicroak.
No, actually, Wadaj is taller. The average Toxicroak is 4'3". So Toxicroak isn't that tall. All right, here we go. Rise to Occasion in Charizard.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be Rise, but then you said Charizard, and Charizard is huge. But Rise is really tall.
He is very tall.
I'm gonna say Rise.
Yes, you got it. Charizard, a normal Charizard is 5'7", so Rise does come up on top. He is over 6 foot. All right, here we go. This one might be an easy one. All right, Marto Gaude or a Feraligatr?
Ooh. Okay, Marto's like kind of tall as well. But Feraligatr, I think, has got some bulk and maybe some height to him. I'm going to go with Feraligatr.
Yes, yes, ding, ding. That is correct. Feraligatr is one of the tallest Pokemon at 7 feet 7 inches. And now here's a tough one. So you've gone 2 correct. You need 1 more to win the T-shirt. We got Weedle with a Pokemon that he won the European International Championship with, Skeledirge. Who is taller?
It's Weedle, right? Skeledirge?
Yes!
Yes! Yes.
Yes, it is Weedle. Skeledirge is tinier at 5'3". You know, it's not that much shorter than Weedle, but that means you did get 3 out of 5. But we are going to ask you the last one because I like this one. Who is taller, Softoph or Clodsire?
I think Softoph is tall. Clodsire is actually like bulky, but Clodsire is like a long animal, right? I gotta go with Softoph.
No, Clodsire is 5'11" on average. It's huge. It's somehow taller than Charizard, but it doesn't matter because you still won 3 out of 5. That means you win a championship series T-shirt. Congratulations, and let's get back to the Pokemon action.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and, you know, make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube, a lot of YouTube, just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charge-a-Bug. It actually does pretty well right now. But it's also just, it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own style, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow. Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at. And then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot. And now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. We're so much closer now. Through the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go. But look how far we've come.
Welcome back to Toronto, Canada. We are nearing the end of our Day 2 Championship Sunday. What a gauntlet of battles that we have already seen, but we have narrowed ourselves down to the top 6 here. We're going to be picking up here in Losers Round 4 very shortly and see who's going to be making it to the loser semifinals. Wholesome_ here, joined by Softoph yet again.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see these matches. I can count on one hand the amount of matches we have left in this tournament. So we're about to see ValorAsh face off against Dr. Roast Beef. The winner of that matchup is going to go on to play Inadequance in those losers semis. And the winner of that is going to go to the losers finals, that is top 3, where they're going to face off against the loser of the winners finals.
Yeah, if we take a look at the winner side of the bracket, we have Elum, who will face off versus Sceptileice. Elum, what a gauntlet he has had, even just the winner side of the bracket. Tomahawk and Colin, 2 formidable opponents coming from overseas. Both have had lots of success in their respective geos, trying to capture a regional title over here. But Elum has gotten in the way on the back of his trusty ghost Pokemon, Galarian Corsola. He's put on an absolute display, an absolute clinic for how to leverage that Pokemon with its good typing, good fast and charged attacks, as well as just its overall bulk.
That's right, Elum has certainly done well, but we still have a few matches before we get there. You talk about a gauntlet of players. Look at Dr. Roast Beef. He's taken down players like a Shady Equation, Dunebug, and of course, most recently, SS Thorn, and now he's got to go through ValorAsh.
Yeah, chatting with him before, I told him, hey, you got some time to take a break here, but he was almost he said out of breath after his last matchup here. This is the farthest that he has been. It's great seeing a lot of these trainers that are reaching new personal highs, which I think is the case here for both Dr. Roast Beef as well as for ValorAsh. But both of them have had good time to recover and recuperate here, and I think that they're going to be ready for these matchups here. What's really interesting, though, we talked about some signature Pokemon on both of these teams. For ValorAsh, it's been the Greninja and the Talonflame. For Dr. Roast Beef, though, he has that Shadow Sableye, which matched up so well earlier versus things like Starmie on Dunebug's team.
I think sometimes we talk about these spicy or less common Pokemon on the teams. We don't necessarily see them in battles. but I think in this case, the Greninja for ValorAsh is actually incredibly potent against all of Dr. Roastbeef's Pokemon. I think the B-Barrel on Dr. Roastbeef's side, maybe even the Shadow Sableye have a lot of play as well. So we're going to have to see if these trainers choose to bring those kind of spicier Pokemon.
All right, winner go home at this point. ValorAsh versus the Dr. Beef, Dr. Roastbeef, whatever you want to call him. He has a great lead. It's going to be the B-Barrel into the Talonflame.
Oh my goodness, and this is looks very similar to the match we just saw with Inadequance B-Barrel leading into Talonflame and Azumarill. And now Dr. Roastbeef has actually counter-swapped the Azumarill with his own Clodsire.
Yeah, this is tough because keep in mind this is Sludge Wave Clodsire. Not going to be nearly as easy to get through for this Azumarill, knowing that 2 Sludge Bombs after the Poison Stings will be knocking out. ValorAsh maybe wants to start investing Protect Shield, maybe on the second charge attack, seeing if there's any way that he could possibly flip this. If we're trying to fast forward to this endgame matchup here, Greninja versus a potential jump up here, that would be a really tough game 1 for ValorAsh.
Absolutely, but you know, if ValorAsh were somehow up shields, up energy, got a boost on that Greninja, maybe could still flip a matchup down the line, but looks like Dr. Roastbeef is going to be prioritizing switch advantage. He knows that against a Talonflame, the B-Barrel jump off line that he has is incredibly vulnerable to losing switch advantage. So throwing a Sludge Bomb here, if this takes it out, then Dr. Roastbeef will have accomplished what he wanted here.
Yeah, great information, or great insights there. Just like you said, the information that Dr. Roastbeef has, he knows there's a Talonflame, so it's so important for him to maintain switch. ValorAsh doing whatever he can, though. He gets that advantage when it comes to shields, but this Talonflame now is really not going to get the alignment that it needs, and it's going to put so much work on this Greninja. It's going to probably need some boosts if we're going to see it get through both of these Pokemon.
Oh my goodness, and this Clodsire actually reaches a second Sludge Bomb. If you're ValorAsh, I think the maximum use you can get out of this Talonflame is maybe just to let this go, hope you can get off a Brave Bird on whatever comes in, and then hope that your Greninja up a shields can sweep the back line. So here comes that Brave Bird.
Okay, the rollout unable to go through there for the B-Barrel on the side of Dr. Roastbeef. That means that this Talonflame will be hanging on, and he'll be able to swap out of this matchup. The Protect Shield comes out for Dr. Roastbeef. Now in comes Greninja for ValorAsh. The Hyper Fang is loaded and ready to go, though, with the quick pacing of rollout, already able to get to this hard-hitting charge attack. Dr. Roastbeef will have the luxury of throwing his Hyper Fang and then swapping into his own jump bluff.
All right, if you're ValorAsh, you got to be praying for a boost here. Otherwise, you're going to be needing potentially even 4 Night Slashes to take out this jump up. Let's see how much this first one does, though. I'm expecting you need 3 Night Slashes to, oh my goodness, maybe 4. No boost yet.
No boost yet. We've seen Dunebug get lots of boosts in previous tournaments. ValorAsh desperately looking for a boost. 1 charge attack should be enough to knock out this Greninja, at least 1 energy ball. But no, Dr. Roastbeef only going for the Aerial Ace here. I think maybe Aerial Ace plus some fast attacks may even just be enough throughout the game.
I think that's right. You've got those super effective Fairy Winds as well as rollout being a, well, I don't know how much damage the rollout from B-Barrel in particular is going to do, but does do some respectable damage. You see ValorAsh's Greninja is already in the red there. So I think, you know, you survive this Night Slash on the jump off, and the B-Barrel is still incredibly healthy, can definitely take at least 1 charge attack from Greninja. So I think this game is still looking pretty good for Dr. Roastbeef.
Okay, trying to identify win cons for ValorAsh. You're quickly diminishing. You do have a catch attempt available, but you have to get through a full health B-Barrel as well. This is going to be very challenging. While you can get this jump off the field with this final Night Slash, you're going to need at least 2 Night Slashes to knock out that B-Barrel, and I don't know if you're going to be able to get there.
Yeah, B-Barrel's coming in. You got the boost, but it's a little too late for that. 2 rollouts are enough to take out the Greninja, and there's still a little bit of a Talonflame, but I think 1 rollout is enough to take it out, and Dr. Roastbeef takes the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, good recognition from Dr. Roastbeef in that mid-game matchup, recognizing the importance of switch advantage. Despite going down a Protect Shield, he knew that he could not have that jump bluff aligned versus the Talonflame. Needed to make sure he's investing those Protect Shields so he can keep his B-Barrel on that Talonflame and have the jump bluff for the Greninja.
All right, well, the B-Barrel was the MVP there for Dr. Roastbeef, so if you're ValorAsh, you've got to be thinking that you have to bring the superior. I mean, just looking at the team, I would say B-Barrel has favorable matchups against every single Pokemon there except for the superior. We saw how powerful it was in the lead there, and then just, you know, the rollout damage at the end of the game to close it out.
Yeah, one key detail, though, is that versus Azumarill, realistically, I don't think 2 of the Hyper Fangs knock out, so it does make that matchup a little bit awkward, but there's really no situation where it feels super, super unsafe, like you said, with the exception of that superior. In a lot of cases, it's absolutely dominant going into the Talonflame, going into the Galarian Corsola as well. But so taking a look back at that game, maybe if ValorAsh had been able to land a Brave Bird, that could have changed the story just a little bit, but not only good recognition of using Protect Shields, but also just maintaining that switch. Dr. Roastbeef was ahead to begin, and he did everything that he needed to maintain his advantage from start to finish.
Wholesome, I know you really like thinking about what you give away and what you gain when you invest these shields. You know, Dr. Roastbeef invested his shields and Clodsire was able to land 2 Sludge Bombs on the Talonflame, so definitely gaining. But we're already getting into game 2. If Dr. Roastbeef takes this, he's going to the loser's semis.
Okay, these are the same Pokemon that we saw in game number 1, albeit now in a different order. We saw the middle matchup, now that's going to be in the lead. Azumarill on the side of ValorAsh into the Sludge Wave user here, or sorry, Sludge Bomb user of the Clodsire on Dr. Roastbeef's side.
This is pretty uncomfortable for both sides. You're taking super effective damage the entire time. I would say Clodsire has the advantage. You do just have more efficient fast attacks and charge attacks, and this Ice Beam coming through is not really threatening at this point.
Yeah, the bubbles do add up a little bit faster as far as just fast attack pressure, knowing that it's a 3-turn attack and also just a slightly harder hitting attack. But the one advantage you have to give to the Clodsire is this pacing, as well as the same type attack bonus on its Sludge Bomb. And ValorAsh, no shielding here, maybe thinking that he can get a big farm down with something, but look how healthy that Clodsire is.
All right, coming in with the Talonflame, potentially trying the 2 shields Greninja strategy again, but like you said, it's the same Pokemon as in game 1. Dr. Roastbeef still has the jump off in the back, and I'm getting another sense of deja vu. This Clodsire, I think, is going to be able to get off 2 Sludge Bombs against the Talonflame.
I think it's only 1 Poison Sting away. I think if you throw 2, that would be, oh no, it is 2 away. Can you farm down? Oh, it hangs on with 1 HP, able to reach this next Sludge Bomb. This is devastating for ValorAsh.
And it's turning out to be very similar. Lets the second Sludge Bomb go. Actually, I don't even know if you can incinerate down. You have to take 2 Poison Stings, and actually even faints. Look at this, Clodsire has already taken down 2 Pokemon. ValorAsh is desperately attempting to do something with his Greninja here, but there's already a jump left. And look at these super effective Fairy Winds. You can't shield those.
Yeah, that is just absolutely devastating. We talked about ValorAsh getting in situations that he just can't come back from. And now farming over 100 energy, I think ValorAsh sees the writing on the wall, is just going to let this charge attack go. It is a bait. Dr. Roastbeef knows he needs to crack those Protect Shields with ValorAsh. I think throwing the towel in on this one here, that is going to be a super, super tough, not only game 1, but game 2. Never getting the alignment that he wanted, unable to force things. And yeah, 2 games will be going to Dr. Roastbeef on the back of his amphibious ally, Clodsire. 2-0 sweep for Dr. Roastbeef.
Hey, what about the Bee Barrel? I feel like it did some things.
It's another amphibious ally. Maybe more of a land amphibious ally. I don't even know what I'm saying.
I thought that's what you were going to say, and then you said Clodsire.
I think if I had to say who's more amphibious, I have to go with the Clodsire on this one.
All right, well, ValorAsh's run is going to come to an end here, but, you know, he has a lot to be proud of. He made it really, really far. Like you said, Wholesome, a lot of times I feel like he's been just on the cusp of making, you know, a top 8 or the top cut, but, you know, here he was able to persevere all the way, I think, through to the top 6.
Yeah, top 6. And, you know, hats off to both of these trainers because this is a personal best for both of them. So win or lose at this stage of the tournament, you have to be happy for both of them, setting new personal bests and just ticking up that goalpost for, you know, what their next goal is going to be. So regardless of how, you know, ValorAsh did in that particular tournament, I know that he's going to be back and he's always looking to improve himself. I fully expect to see him continue to maintain that success throughout the season.
That's right, and ValorAsh has been around for a long time, you know, big name in the community, even going back to pre-championship series days. As for Dr. Roastbeef, I feel like he has to be, if we had like a most improved player award or like a breakout, you know, tournament award, I feel like that award would have to go to Dr. Roastbeef. You know, he made top cut on the winner's side in LA, but I think he dropped pretty quickly. And then, you know, just a couple of weeks ago, he was #1 on the Go Battle League leaderboards. That's like a global leaderboard. You know, players like Mew Weedle are always on the top of that, and he surpassed them all. And here he is. I think he's actually now made it to the top 4. Definitely his best performance to date, and he's been playing so well and has taken down so many big names.
Yeah, speaking of #1, we have our event coming up, Holiday Part 1. Let's take a look here. Nice transition, I know, so thank you so much. Holiday Part 1, guys, December 17th, I think 2 days away, you'll be able to get some new shinies and some new costume Pokemon as well. So walk us through.
All right, well, there are some costume Pokemon coming out. You see that Dedenne in the top left. It's got a shiny chance as well, so definitely don't want to miss out on your chance for that. This chance might only come around once a year, if ever. Again, you can also get a couple other costume Pokemon in those 1-star raids. So a lot of chances for you to get those exclusive shiny Pokemon. Those are really, really valuable when you trade with your locals.
Yeah, I see in that paid time research as well, the incubators, those are actually very valuable right now, trying to get those Galarian Corsolas, which are hatching from 7-kilometer eggs as well. So that'll be an interesting one. Pair that with the half hatch distance, you can be farming those Galarian Corsolas left and right.
Exactly, and then you can re-roll those with your locals as well. So I feel like this is a great event. You know, the Christmas events are always about, you know, sharing with your friends. There's often, you know, like lucky bonuses or friendship bonuses, things along those lines. So this is no exception. Get those shiny Dedenne, get those Corsola, and you'll be on your way.
Yeah, absolutely. Sharing is caring, and shout out to all the trade partners that have been trading me Galarian Corsolas today, so thank you for yours. 15 attack, not exactly what I was looking for there, unfortunately. But that said, also big shout out to BRZ. She actually sent me quite a few of those Galarian Corsolas as well, so really appreciate that. All right, well, guys, we are getting set up here. Dr. Roast Beef versus Inadequance. We're getting a double dose of beef here. So he's going to be facing off versus Martine. He has been the 2-1 king, it seems like. So many of his battles have been so close, where we've been seeing some trainers just sweeping this tournament. Elum 4-0 here in day 2. Inadequance, on the other hand, has had an absolute gauntlet of battles. 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, consistently throughout today and yesterday.
That's right, and I'm taking a look at these teams. I said last match, I feel like the last match just went by so quickly. I said the Greninja from ValorAsh looked so good, and Inadequance doesn't have that, but he does have another water type, actually 2 water types, that look pretty safe into Dr. Roast Beef's team, and that is the B-Barrel of his own, as well as an Azumarill.
Yeah, no, I think that in many cases when you're building a team, sometimes you're trying to bring a surprise, which maybe for Inadequance, you know, could be that B-Barrel. I think that most people are preparing for it, though. What I don't think people are preparing for is the Shadow Sableye. Now, that said, I think it's had enough usage throughout the various seasons that people kind of know the counts and know really what the strategies around it are. But taking a look, I think that that Shadow Sableye doesn't have a ton of play, unfortunately, right? There's the Azumarill, there's the Shadow Drapion, there is the B-Barrel as well. I mean, even realistically, the Ariados has some decent play into it too, so I think that that may be one that Dr. Roast Beef leaves on the bench here for this lineup.
I agree with you. I think he's going to be relying on the B-Barrel. We saw in the matchup between Inadequance and Colin that I think Inadequance's B-Barrel really had the time to shine. And remember, Colin has the same team as Inadequance, which means Inadequance himself is also quite weak to B-Barrel. So really curious to see how that plays out. We might even get a B-Barrel mirror match. I don't know if we've had that on stream yet.
So key matchup to look out for, Shadow Kanto Marowak versus B-Barrel. The reason I say that is B-Barrel is one of the very few Pokemon actually that can hang on versus a Bone Club and actually get to 2 Surfs here. So it can actually, I believe, win the 0-1 Shield matchup if it just has a singular rollout lead. So Inadequance is going to have to figure out in game plan how he's going to be reacting to that B-Barrel swap in. Now, keep in mind, there is no fighter on the side of Inadequance. There's no Primate, there's no Annihilate. So that's going to free up that B-Barrel quite a bit.
I think you're right. I actually think Inadequance's B-Barrel also looks pretty good, so I'm expecting a lot of B-Barrel action here.
Okay. These trainers are locked in. It's the loser semifinals here. Inadequance, the final hope of Europe at this point, trying to win this regional. He's going to be bringing in his Shadow Kanto Marowak, but it's met with the jump loft from Dr. Roast Beef.
Incredible read from Dr. Roast Beef. Inadequance is going to get out straight away into his Drapion, and it's now met by Dr. Roast Beef's Shadow Quagsire.
Okay, Drapion is not too terrible in this matchup simply because you do hang on versus a charged attack. You're able, with a little bit of an energy advantage, if you land this crunch, maybe in an attack debuff. There it is. Get this into now Aqua Tail range. Dr. Roast Beef builds up to the Stone Edge, but throws the Aqua Tail here. Inadequance wanting to think, okay, do I shield this? Do I not? He throws up the Protect Shield.
He does shield it, but you have to wonder if switch advantage even really matters for Dr. Roast Beef. Just look at how delightful the B-Barrel looks into the backline. You've got super effective damage for the Marowak, and Inadequance has already used a shield. Look at this Aqua Tail coming through. It's going to land, going to put the Drapion very, very low. Inadequance forced to throw the Aqua Tail straight away.
Yeah, Inadequance will not be able to get to 2 charged attacks here, so Dr. Roast Beef will be using that Protect Shield, simply able to now farm down with the Mud Shots and maintain that positive alignment, which is going to be the jump bluff into the Shadow Kanto Marowak. I think that he's recognizing the B-Barrel may be a key Pokemon for another Pokemon, which would be that Talonflame in the back for Inadequance.
Yeah, exactly. I actually thought that maybe the B-Barrel could just, 1v2, but actually this might be even of a safer play by Dr. Roast Beef. You get the Jump Pluff onto the Marowak, you get to avoid the Talonflame, and then the B-Barrel on the Talonflame. It's going to be really hard for Inadequance to come back from this, but, Talonflame does a lot of damage. Let's see what he does.
Okay, brings in the Jump Bluff. Now it's going to be a quick switch from Inadequance. Brings in the Talonflame. You can see a smirk on his face. He recognizes how devastating this is. These are non-stab rollouts, but they're double super effective, and the pacing is really nice here for this B-Barrel as well. Inadequance with his back up against a wall needs to figure out a way to get this B-Barrel off the field.
All right, it's looking good for the B-Barrel, though. Inadequance all the way at 100 energy. He can only hope that Dr. Roast Beef lets this Brave Bird go, but even then, I think he would actually maybe even get taken out by the Jump Pluff. Dr. Roast Beef actually just shields it up and now a fly is being fired by Inadequance.
Look, we've seen a lot of Dr. Roastbeef. This is 3 consecutive games where he is perfectly predicting his opponent's team composition and also perfectly shielding everything that he needs to as well. So I am very, very impressed, especially in this last stretch of games here. Dr. Roastbeef seems to have all the answers and is making all the right plays.
Exactly. I think he's absolutely locked in. This is his tournament. And here is the last matchup. It's the lead happening again. Jump left into Marowak, and this is going to be very straightforward for Dr. Roastbeef to take a 1-0 lead over Inadequance.
Okay, but for Inadequance, this is just following the script that he's been following this entire tournament. Okay, I'm going to lose the first game and then find a way to win 2 games after this. So while you may think that he is down, he is absolutely not out. Inadequance has come back from this before. On stream, off stream, doesn't matter. He has found himself in those lose or win or go home situations, consistently been able to dig his way out of a hole.
That's right, and I think actually some of his best championship series runs have been from the losers side of the bracket. So, you know, maybe he feels alive inside knowing that his back's up against the wall, that this is lose or go home. Let's take a look at Dr. Roastbeef's team one last time. We saw the jump bluff there leading into the Shadow Marowak, and I think B-Barrel was just really safe into everything that Martine happened to bring.
Yeah, you know, waters are just such a good typing in Pokemon Go. I think that Azumarill probably stands out amongst all the waters, but there are so many different ways, and depending on what subtyping that you want to bring, that waters can be effective for you. And Dr. Roastbeef is showing how, despite a little bit of a tweak at the beginning of this last season, the Shadow Quagsire is still a very impactful Pokemon. It can be a punish to the Shadow Kanto Marowak. It can be a punish to the Drapion as well. I mean, it can do a lot of things. Even versus Talonflame, that Shadow Quagsire has tons of play.
Yeah, one of the great things about Shadow Quagsire is that it has a great coverage. You mentioned the water typing, so strong as both an offensive and defensive typing, but I think Dr. Roastbeef was actually maybe afraid of the Kanto Marowak. Looks like he brought basically his 3 best Pokemon against it in the Jumpluff, the water type B-Barrel, and the second water type of Quagsire.
Jumpluff has been consistently aligned versus its target Pokemon for Dr. Roastbeef, but actually now Dr. Roastbeef putting it on the bench, putting the B-Barrel in the lead. This is a relatively neutral matchup. Normally, when we see a rollout user's Drapion, you're a little worried because it's the Dunsparce, but no Drill Run here, so these are going to be a relatively neutral matchup.
Yeah, it's pretty comfortable as the Drapion. You just feel like you have more flexibility with the spamminess of your charge attacks. Actually, Inadequance is able to pull the first shield with just the first Crunch. Dr. Roastbeef not worried about a potential debuff on the Crunch for the defense. And this is a Surf coming through. Inadequance is also shielding it up, so it's already, you know, 2 shields down in total.
Well, we talked about how effective water Pokemon have been for Dr. Roastbeef. He's got both of them on display in an ABA format here. We don't have a grass type, but Inadequance does have the Ariados with access to Trailblaze. I think that a shielded Ariados may have a lot of play, but Inadequance has already used both Protect Shields.
All right, he is at the double Crunch here, though, so if Dr. Roastbeef wants to preserve this B-Barrel, he's going to have to take another Crunch, so I don't think he can afford to shield this. He does just choose to let it go.
Okay, well, Inadequance knows that he wants to have alignment no matter what, and he is going to force his way through alignment. Okay, this is actually great, though, because this Alolan Sandslash has come in now. That means that his Ariados, that the Shadow Sandslash resists all of its attacks, will no longer be aligned versus that Ariados.
All right, and Inadequance actually threw the less efficient Aqua Tail there, potentially realizing that if he went for Crunch, the second attack would have been, or could have been on charge attack priority, so maybe not able to reach the double Crunch there. But look at how low this Drapion has gotten the Alolan Sandslash, and it looks like, actually a catch by Inadequance.
Inadequance, like we said, he knows how to come back, and he is catching a resisted attack here. There is no hard punish to this Azumarill either. There's no Clodsire. There's no Jump Bluff. You're going to be in a very nice position as this Azumarill. Dr. Roastbeef, very, very smart. He actually banks a charge attack. He will have an Ice Punch stored later on in the game. Meanwhile, Dr. Roastbeef has to go for these Stone Edges, but not before Inadequance can reach this Ice Beam.
All right, Inadequance going for the Ice Beam bait here, a little bit less efficient. Oh, and actually pulls the shield again. Now I think he just wants to land a Play Rough, and with all the bubble damage, I think it's going to be enough to threaten the Quagsire.
And I think with his Shadow Drapion, he may be able to reach another charge attack if he is able to come back in, though. You have to watch out for those super effective mud shots. This Azumarill might be in Stone Edge range, has the next Ice Beam ready to go. Will he be throwing it? He goes for the Play Rough here. No shields remaining for Dr. Roastbeef.
Oh my goodness, I do think the Azumarill is in Stone Edge range, but does it even matter? The Quagsire, actually it has a lot of health left. Inadequance with a quick stop into Drapion to take this Aqua Tail.
Smart play. Switch clocks were a bit desynchronized. Brings in the Drapion. It would have reached the Aqua Tail if you don't throw that energy. Now a full Aqua Tail is used. There is an Ice Punch stored. You get to a Stone Edge versus this Ariados. Is this enough to knock out Soph?
Oh my goodness, I think it might be. Inadequance is hoping that he can just bubble down both Pokemon, but that means he's going to have to survive potentially a drill run. Actually, it's going to be critical. Does that Alolan Sandslash have a drill run or just an Ice Punch?
He's only in an Ice Punch, but can you get to the drill run? The drill run will absolutely knock out. No, Aqua Tail does not get loaded. Dr. Roastbeef needs to get to this drill run. He gets there! Oh my gosh, Dr. Roastbeef able to get to the final drill run. This will knock out the Azumarill. Despite heroics in that game, Inadequance unable to do it. Dr. Roastbeef 2-0.
Oh my goodness, another huge name for Dr. Roastbeef to add to the list of trainers that he has defeated. He's taken out Dunebug, he's taken out Inadequance, he's taken out SS Thorn and a Shady Equation. What an incredible tournament run for Dr. Roastbeef. He dropped early from the winner's side, and a lot of the times, you see people kind of just lose their motivation after that, but he has kept it going. What an incredible run. He's advancing all the way to the losers finals.
I'm getting goosebumps because Inadequance played that so well. I mean, he was doing everything right. He was making catches, he was making reads, but Dr. Roastbeef just, despite any distractions, he was just locked in, and time after time, okay, you did this, I'm going to adapt. I'm going to find that new win con in order for me to take this game. I'm just so impressed with what we're seeing here from Dr. Roastbeef.
I think you're exactly right. He's had the line reads, but he's also just been really cool during the games themselves. We saw at the end there, he knew he had to commit to the drill run. There was no panic ice punching. We also saw earlier in the game, he banked an attack with the Alolan Sandslash, had to do an extra powder snow to do that, and that really came in handy at the end.
When we talk about the different water-type Pokemon that you can bring on your roster, we talked about the coverage for Shadow Quagsire, the one-hit knockout into that Ariados, completely neutralizing it. I said it at the beginning of the matchup, that Ariados in many cases needs shields to operate most effectively because it's based on either ramping up your attack with Trailblaze or slowly chipping away at your opponent's attack stat via lunge. Now, when you go up into a loaded Quagsire with a devastating Shadow Stone Edge, there was just nothing it was able to do.
Yeah, I feel like Ariados has kind of fallen off. There was definitely a period where, I think there was even a tournament where it was the most used Pokemon out of like 100 competitors, but feels like it's kind of fallen off. I know we saw Colin and Inadequance getting very far with it, but maybe at this point, there's another rollout user in the meta, in the B-Barrel. There's also the Fire Punch getting buffed on Diggersby, the Ice Punch getting buffed on Alolan Sandslash, so maybe not the best time to bring Ariados.
Yeah, and where it's going to struggle, and it's against a lot of bulky Pokemon as well, when you look at like the Galarian Corsolas, when it's just having to rely on resisted Poison Stings and then going for Trailblaze. Against Clodsire, where you have to go for Trailblaze. Any matchup where you're just going for Trailblaze, it's just not going to feel that good, especially versus a Pokemon that can tank 2, maybe even 3 Trailblazes in some cases.
I think that's right. Ariados is pretty good in a vacuum. You can buff yourself, you can debuff the opponent, but I think just at this particular tournament, it could be good next week, who knows? But, the Galarian Corsola, the Alolan Sandslash, as we've seen, so not super friendly for the Ariados.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, in the interview, Dr. Roastbeef said he was out of breath, and I'm almost out of breath after that game as well because it kept teetering back and forth. We're seeing Inadequance make all these plays, trying to jockey for position and get that alignment that he needed, which he was able to, but still, I'm just so impressed by the adaptation mid-battle by Dr. Roastbeef, where he says, all right, that win con, it's gone. I'm moving on, finding the new win con. All right, farm you down. Okay, Stone Edge, get to the next Aqua Tail. There were things that went wrong for him as well, but every single time he was able to pivot, adapt, and overcome.
I feel like there were charge attacks and switches just flying all around in those matchups, but you mentioned that Dr. Roastbeef actually threw an energy on, I believe, a Drapion that had a little bit of energy, so you even see there just keeping really good track of energy on Pokemon that are very low health, Pokemon that haven't been seen in more than a minute, so really impressive just to stay locked in during big moments like this.
Look, all these trainers, they're counting fast attacks, and they know exactly how much energy the current Pokemon that they're facing has. But when you're having to remember 3 Pokemon towards the end of the matchup, okay, who has what? The Drapion does have 2 Poison Stings, does have 3 Poison Stings. Did they get a 0-turn switch? Like, how all these different dynamics that you have to react to in microseconds. Being able to put all that together is just such an impressive feat by Dr. Roastbeef, and he is doing it against some of the best trainers in the entire world.
Exactly, and it's not just being able to recall what's happening in the game, right? I know how much energy this has, whatever, I know how much health this has, but being able to turn that into, okay, if I see this Pokemon come in, this is exactly what I'm going to do. That's like a whole nother level, and I think Dr. Roastbeef is executing on that perfectly. Yeah. But, Dr. Roastbeef, he's going to be playing the loser of this match coming up right here. This is the winners finals, Sceptileice and Elum. At this point, we actually have our top 3 of the tournament locked in. It's these 2 trainers and Dr. Roastbeef.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen Sceptileice looking very strong early on today. We haven't seen him in quite a while. Elum, also a very impressive run as well. Again, Colin and Tomahawk, 2 of Europe's finest, that he was able to 2-0 both of them. Elum, for me, the story has been his Ghost-type Pokemon, not only the Annihilate, which we saw on display versus Tomahawk, but that Galarian Corsola. So much has been talked about that Galarian Corsola. Again, it is a new Pokemon in this meta here. Incredible bulk, mono Ghost typing, not too many vulnerabilities, and also a great toolkit of fast and charge attacks. With Astonish, a hard-hitting Mud Slap clone, same type attack bonus, as well as Nightshade and Power Gem. We don't really see Nightshade anywhere else, so it's kind of unique here on Corsola.
That's right, but I don't know if this is the right matchup for Elum to bring Corsola. He's been relying on it a lot in the last 2 matches that we saw today, but now there's a Diggersby and a Shadow for Alligator. So we might see him pivot to some of his more kind of tried and true Pokemon like the Shadow Drapion, Pokemon like the Azumarill. And I also want to call it, you see that top 8 from Baltimore for Sceptileice. Elum was actually top 3 at that tournament, and I believe is the one who actually knocked Sceptileice to the losers bracket. So this is actually a rematch from 3 months ago.
And a little echo from what you said earlier with, most improved trainer, right? Dr. Roastbeef certainly in that category. I think Sceptileice, we're seeing that same trajectory right here as well, with him consistently improving from the 2024 to the early stages of 2025 to now the middle stages of 2025. It's been very impressive. But Soph, we are getting locked in here. Sceptileice versus Elum. This is winners finals, top 3. Let's get into the matches.
And just as a reminder, this is a best of 5, and this is exactly what Elum wants. He's got Annihilate into the Shadow Drapion.
Okay, well, this is on paper a good matchup for this Annihilate. It is going to get outpaced to moves, and this is one of the nice things about this Drapion is just how quickly that it paces to these crunch. You can just chip and dip and force your opponent into an awkward situation. But Elum actually wanting to use the Protect Shield right away.
Yeah, recognizing that Annihilate is going to be one of his more offensively oriented Pokemon, and actually he's throwing pretty late here, letting himself take another crunch. All of a sudden, he's already down 2 shields in the lead, but he has a lot of energy. Let's see where he goes with this.
Well, if you go straight crunch, you can actually farm down. Yeah, Sceptileice recognizes that, but now there are 2 Rage Fists loaded. The nice thing about this for Elum too is these are going to be super effective Rage Fists. The first one you probably no shield, but the second one, look how much damage that already does. The next Rage Fist is already loaded. It's going to be a race to the 3rd one as well.
I think if you're Elum, you throw this, you pull the shield, and then maybe you come into a Azumarill to absorb all the energy. Remember, Elum has already used 2 Protect Shields, but don't forget, Sceptileice hasn't shown a Shadow for Alligator. In fact, that looks incredibly potent against Elum's remaining Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're going to have to rely on that Annihilate to try and get something off, but your your Alolan Sandslash is not going to have a positive matchup there. Azumarill will have no problem tanking these charge attacks. You're going to be, and I think actually if Sceptileice can reach that close combat, that may be the more effective move. He tries to get there and he does.
This is going to do quite a bit of damage. It is resisted, and Azumarill is very tanky, but Elum is going to come out of this with a lot of energy, potentially going to have something to throw at the Shadow for Alligator if it comes in.
Okay, this Shadow Drapion is not in bubble down range, but keep in mind all the energy that Elum has on his, and a catch! What a little what a peekaboo play that we just saw there by Sceptileice. Throws 1 Shadow Claw, brings in the Drapion. Full undercharge from Elum. He wants to get a bubble down. This may translate to another charge attack, and he loaded for Sceptileice. Wants to get to this crunch. And we have a catch of his own. Elum brings in the Annihilate to catch this crunch. He'll be able to get 1 more counter off here, but needs to get through that for Alligator.
And the crunch actually knocks out. Yeah, so that means Sceptileice doesn't get any Shadow Claws on the for Alligator. And now Elum gets a little bit of a powder snow down, but this is still scary. Look at how much health is on this for Alligator. Pretty much untouched at this point and still has a shield. Remember, this is the regular Alolan Sandslash, though, not the Shadow, so might be able to hang on through a Hydro Cannon.
I don't know about this play from Elum. He goes for the bait here. This is resisted Ice Punch. It does put Sceptileice in range now where 1 charge attack, either a Drool Run or a Play Rough will knock out. 2 Hydro Cannons loaded now for Sceptileice. I think that the the Alolan Sandslash may be able to hang on for the first Hydro Cannon, but it is still a couple fast attacks away. No, Drool Run is ready to go. It forces Sceptileice to throw the second Hydro Cannon.
Elum does have energy on the Azumarill, but doesn't Sceptileice still have a shield? I don't think there's any universe in which Azumarill is able to get to 2 charge attacks. Look at this. The Shadow Claws are chunking away, and Sceptileice is going to take this very first game.
Yeah, so if you made a great call out in the middle matchup, once it was a 1 shield advantage for Sceptileice in the Feraligatr, it just looks so strong. Not only did it look strong into a relatively low HP Azumarill, but it does well into the Annihilate, and it has a dominant matchup into the Powder Snow variant of Alolan Sandslash as well. So we've seen how strong Feraligatr can be, and we've talked about some trainers that have just had incredible success leveraging it even into matchups that look a little awkward on paper. I don't know what that hard answer for Elum is going to be for that Shadow Feraligatr if he's not going to be bringing the Superior.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward, and I remember in the match that Sceptileice played against ValorAsh, we saw the Shadow for Alligator doing so much work. Remember one-shotting the Talonflame, taking out other Pokemon as well. And I think it's no surprise that we see Sceptileice continuing to rely on that offensive pressure from the Shadow for Alligator.
Well, so if we have to call out, as a reminder for everyone at home, this Winners Finals is a best-of-5 series. This is Elum's first loss, however. He was 4-0 prior to this. Still, he needs to now win 3 out of these next 4 games if he wants to advance to the Grand Finals. Meanwhile, Sceptileice is just 2 victories away from moving to the Grand Finals himself.
All right, well, this is going to be a tight matchup. A lot on the line here. Remember, if you enter the Grand Finals on the winner's side, you just need to win 1 best-of-5 to become the regional champion. On the other hand, if one of these trainers drops to the loser's finals, defeats Dr. Roastbeef to return to the Grand Finals, then they actually have to win 2 best-of-5. So if you're in this stage, you definitely want to be advancing on the winner's side if possible.
Okay, I would not be shocked to see more for Alligator from Sceptileice. It just seems so strong, especially if you can get a shield advantage for it to have it sweep. In some situations, though, we've just seen Sceptileice willing to 2-shield his for Alligator instead and force the alignment that he wants to set up a Pokemon like a Diggersby or a Jumpluff that can have very one-sided matchups.
All right, well, if you're Elum and you feel like you have to bring the Superior, what else do you bring? I feel like he's really loving that Drapion Azumarill core. It's been so trusty for him throughout not just this tournament, but tournaments past. So we'll have to see how he chooses to deal with the for Alligator.
Okay, so game number 2, Elum needs to figure out a way to come back here. Otherwise, he's going to be down 2-0 and 1 game away from falling down to the losers finals. Sceptileice brings the Shadow Drapion. It's met by the Shadow Drapion from Elum. They're going to be pacing at the exact same rate here. We're going to see who maybe wins charge attack priority depending on when these trainers throw. A lot of them like to throw at 7. We've seen Elum do that a couple times now. He launches off the first Aqua Tail.
Well, it does take 9 Poison Stings, not just 8, and 2 Aqua Tails to knock out an opposing Drapion. And I'm not sure if these trainers even know who wins charge attack priority. Aqua Tail coming through, and I don't know, if you don't want to risk it, we've seen some trainers do a simultaneous swap into other Pokemon to avoid the charge attack priority here.
Okay, no, we see Sceptileice go immediately for the Aqua Tail. Elum just simply goes for the Poison Sting. He's going to be the first to use a Protect Shield, wants to continue banking up energy on this Drapion. This is very common for Elum. He loves energy on Drapion and maybe even swapping out later on. He actually, no, waits 1 turn, throws the Aqua Tail, wants to win this matchup here and exit the matchup with energy as well.
We saw how potent that Shadow for Alligator was in game 1 for Sceptileice, and Elum potentially realizing that the Drapion is going to be his main damage source. And all of a sudden, if you're Sceptileice, it's kind of awkward. What do you come in here with, right? Now you're taking super effective Poison Stings. And Elum farming up a lot of energy. I think he wants to bank it just in case something else comes in.
Well, there's nothing that's going to be providing any real fast attack pressure into this Drapion. It's either resisted Shadow Claws from the Shadow for Alligator or non-staff Fairy Winds from this Jumpluff. Okay, Sceptileice does throw this Aerial Ace, though Elum does not want to keep this Shadow Drapion around any longer. Probably going to be bringing in the Corsola. Yep, here comes the Galarian Corsola. This is an absolute unit here. These Astonishes are adding up quick despite the bulk of Jumpluff.
All right, this energy ball is coming through. I think if you're Elum, you don't shield this. I don't know if he's expecting the Shadow for Alligator in the back, but if that's the case, he's going to need to maybe reach 3 Nightshades against it to do serious damage, farming up just a little bit more energy, throwing just before the next energy ball is available, maybe realizing that Sceptileice would commit to that instead of just an Aerial Ace.
You got to find a way to crack shields here, and none of your Pokemon are very fast at pacing, right? You're going to have 5 and then 4 for your Nightshades, I believe, for Astonish. Meanwhile, you're going to be having Azumarill, which needs 6 bubbles to get to the playoffs. Yes, these Astonishes are adding up, but there's no reality where you're going to be able to farm down with fast attacks knowing that you're going to have to rely on Azumarill bubbles.
All right, well, Elum does switch into the Azumarill, so the story here is going to be whether this Azumarill can reach 2 play roughs before it's taken out by all of these Shadow Claws and a Hydro Cannon. The Corsola does still have some health in the back, but I think the for Alligator can just outpace it no matter what happens. So it's really going to be up to this Azumarill to close things out for Elum.
Well, what Elum could do is get the shield right here with the play rough and then maybe try and just go for the Nightshade with his Galarian Corsola still with his shield remaining. He does get the shield. Sceptileice is now shields down. Lots of energy on his Shadow for Alligator. He just reached 2 Hydro Cannons. 2 Hydro Cannons are not enough to knock out this Azumarill, however, and Switch Clock is quickly coming up again for Elum.
All right, first Hydro Cannon coming through. The second is already available, as you said, and I think Sceptileice is probably going to do 4 Shadow Claws and throw, just fires it right here. I think this might be enough to take out the Azumarill. I think if you're Elum, you can't afford to shield.
Sceptileice is 1 Shadow Claw away from the next Hydro Cannon. It will take anything out. The Azumarill does fall. This is going to bring back in the Galarian Corsola. Energy dry. Sceptileice trying to get to 2 Hydro Cannons. Elum able to get the Astonish through. Needs to shield up this Hydro Cannon. It's going to be a race. Will Sceptileice's for Alligator get to this last Hydro Cannon, or will Elum get to the Nightshade? Elum 1 Astonish away, and he gets there.
Oh my goodness, a margin of 1 turn, so close at the end there. Elum maybe thinking the Azumarill was what he needed, but no, in fact, the Corsola was able to reach this Nightshade. Elum is going to tie up the series now 1-1.
Need to take a breath after that one. So these are close games that we're seeing here in these loser side, or sorry, in the loser side of the bracket with Dr. Roastbeef. Now back to the winner side of the bracket with Sceptileice and Elum. We were talking about Galarian Corsola and how it doesn't have that many targets, but we saw this strength of Astonish not only versus the Jump Bluff, but versus Feraligatr as well. Put it in perfect range where a Night Slash would knock out. Or sorry, a Night Shade would knock out.
I feel like this Feraligatr is still causing so many problems for Elum. Yes, it did get taken out by the Corsola there, but it was just incredibly annoying. I think Elum, is thinking that his Shadow Drapion is going to be a great way to deal damage against the Shadow Feraligatr, but it's just not that reliable.
We're seeing so many teams bringing double water. Yes, Sceptileice only has the singular water, but he also has another target for that Superior in the Diggersby. I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen any Superior at all from Elum this entire tournament, considering how popular water and Diggersby combo have been.
I completely agree. I think we did see some games where someone had a Superior lined up against an Azumarill Diggersby and it's pretty much game over, but I think Elum is just a little bit afraid to bring the Superior, knowing how safe the Shadow Drapion is for the opposing trainers.
And what makes something like a Feraligatr and Diggersby a little more threatening than, say, something like a Shadow Quagsire is access to Ice Beam and Fire Punch. So there are ways to hit back versus that Superior. Yes, you do tank one charged attack, but realistically, both of those Pokemon have some win conditions in certain shielding scenarios, especially if you're willing to go down one shield versus Superior.
You talked about Annihilate being one of the key Pokemon for Elum, and actually that's another pathway to victory for taking out the Shadow Feraligatr, right? You can two shields and counter your way through Shadow Feraligatr, I believe. I think you might have to boost with a Rage Fist, but that could also be something Elum is thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, those are the questions you have to be thinking as Elum is, okay, if I bring that Annihilate and I see that Shadow Feraligatr, yes, those Shadow Claws are going to be devastating, but what's my formula? Am I planning on playing out the 2-shield? Do I need to boost or do I just simply go for counters? If you remember versus that Shadow Drapion that he lined up versus a little bit earlier, he just went for fast attack pressure, just counter, 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 knowing that if he's going to shield 2 crunches, he can farm it all the way down.
That's right, but it didn't actually end up working all that well because I think he ended up not really getting the most use out of his energy. Yes, he got it into the Annihilate, but it still ended up being pretty awkward because he didn't have a way to deal with the Feraligatr in the back without the shields. But looks like we're getting into this Game 3. Remember, this is not a decisive Game 3. It's actually winners finals. And how many times have we seen this matchup, Jim? It's Shadow Drapion for Sceptileice into Elum's Azumarill.
I think we're at a baker's dozen here. My count is 13 times that we've seen this matchup throughout 2 days of tournament action here. Sceptileice will throw the crunch on 7 Poison Stings into the Azumarill just before it's able to reach the Ice Beam. Elum, no shields this one. This is the formula. We've seen this blueprint before.
But there's no crunch debuff, which is great for Elum. But actually, now this is a great play by Sceptileice. Catches this resisted play rough onto Clodsire.
I'm a little shocked by this play. This is, a little bit of a sloppy play from Elum compared to what we're accustomed to seeing. This Clodsire now being brought out. Okay, Galarian Corsola is going to look pretty good here, and with that little bit of chip damage, maybe a little bit easier, but still, these Earthquakes do a lot of damage into the Galarian Corsola.
And if you're Elum, you have to be trying to get as much of an advantage as you can out of this matchup. You definitely need energy and health to deal with the Shadow Drapion and Shadow Feraligatr in the back, 2 very offensively oriented Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know exactly how much energy that Drapion has, but that energy has better destinations than the Azumarill, so it wouldn't shock me if Sceptileice is able to get some good value out of that. All right, the next Earthquake is loaded. We have never seen Elum shield up his Corsola that I'm aware of here. Could this be the time? No, opts to let this Earthquake go, just using it as a damage sponge. One of the few Pokemon that can neutrally tank 2 Earthquakes, no problem, and we'll now get to this next Nightshade. Plenty to KO, but this may even set up a farm down for the Shadow Feraligatr before Elum's able to reach a charge attack.
I think he's realizing that and maybe wants to undercharge and get out, but he doesn't get the undercharge, but he does get out. Now we have Shadow Feraligatr against Annihilate. This is the matchup we were just talking about, but you are actually behind 1 fast attack as Elum.
Yeah, there's several concerns here. Number 1, you get outpaced versus the Shadow Feraligatr itself. Number 2, there's energy still on that Drapion as well. You need to rely on this counter as your main source of fast attack damage, but soon you're going to be down shields once this Feraligatr reaches the second Hydro Cannon. Maybe there's an opportunity where Elum will have to catch a Shadow Drapion attack later on once the Switch Clock is back up, but right now Sceptileice has the Hydro Cannon ready to go.
All right, these counters are chunking away, but like you said, there's energy on the Shadow Drapion. If it has a charge attack, then Elum might need to anticipate here. Oh, but his clock isn't even up, and Sceptileice able to come in with the Aqua Tail.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Elum here because I think this Aqua Tail is going to be enough to knock out. Had he gone for the crunch, I think we may have seen a charge attack priority, but Sceptileice does take out the Annihilate from Elum. Now there is just an Azumarill and a low HP Corsola. Elum may need to pull off some heroics via a catch, but keep in mind, Sceptileice cannot throw, he can only throw resisted attacks into this Azumarill.
Resisted attacks, but look at these super effective poison stings adding up. I think this is Sceptileice's game to lose. Look at how low this Azumarill is. There is no universe in which it gets to multiple charge attacks, Ice Beam coming through, but Sceptileice still has the shield.
I'd say this is a game of inches, but it's really more of a game of centimeters here in Canada. Now that said, realistically, when we're looking at what went wrong earlier in the matchup, I think it was that play rough getting thrown into the Clodsire. I know this game isn't over just yet, but things are looking good for Sceptileice. When it's that close, like I said, centimeters, millimeters, we can call it, one miscue for Elum can absolutely be a domino effect later on and translate to this game victory for Sceptileice.
That's right. If he had thrown an Ice Beam on Clodsire, that's such a better use of energy. Maybe could have come out of that matchup if he had gone into the Galarian Corsola still, right? He could have come out with a lot more energy, a lot more health. But I do want to give credit to Sceptileice. Not only did he make that catch earlier in the game, but he also had great recognition of the switch clocks being misaligned. He made that combo play with the Drapion into the Annihilate, realizing that Elum couldn't even catch or anticipate that if he wanted to.
One of the things that we just don't talk about enough, but it was so impactful, is the switch from a 60-second to a 50-second switch clock, and the trainers that have adapted to that and know how to manipulate that to their favor, we're seeing have a lot of success here. Yeah, Sceptileice able to get a lot of work out of that Drapion. It took out the Corsola, it took out the Annihilate, and then it was the key in getting damage into that Azumarill as well.
That's right, and I think this Shadow for Alligator, Shadow Drapion core, yes, it is glassy, but you just deal so much damage, and Sceptileice is putting on a clinic with these two Pokemon. If you're Elum, do you finally bring the superior? Your back's against the wall here, you're down 1-2. If you lose this match, you're going to the loser's side of the bracket.
Elum seems to have an affinity for this Galarian Corsola. We've seen him bring it in earlier matchups. On paper, Soph and I were saying, it maybe doesn't have the most positive matchups. It has been able to avoid the Diggersby, though, and the challenge, though, is Shadow for Alligator, Shadow Drapion. We're expecting those from Sceptileice. What is your response as Elum? I think the best response is probably that Annihilate, but it can only do so much, especially when it is getting outpaced so significantly.
You know, the weird thing is, if you try to counter Shadow for Alligator and Shadow Drapion, in my mind, one of the really safe things is the Azumarill, but it just doesn't have a great matchup, especially when shields are up against either of those two Pokemon. All right, Wholesome, here it is. It's Annihilate versus Shadow Drapion, a repeat of game 1.
All right, this is what you want in the lead for Elum. You want to have your Annihilate placed versus, oh my gosh, and actually, Sceptileice's team is almost triple weak to Annihilate. There's play for Annihilate pretty much everywhere. Sceptileice immediately going for the crunch, though. We did see Elum in game number 1 shielding both of these. Will he take a different strategy this time? No, still puts up the Protect Shield.
Maybe worried that it's an Aqua Tail bait, and oh, there actually is a defense fall, though, so now the next charge attack is going to do quite a bit of damage. Elum throwing a Rage Fist just before Sceptileice is able to reach a crunch, but Sceptileice does actually call this. I think he has the crunch loaded.
He does have a crunch loaded, and Elum does not have another charge attack, so he immediately throws this crunch. I expect Elum to shield this one up here. He is single stage attack boosted and will be able to reach the next charge attack before any other Pokemon comes in and reaches their own charge attack. Would not shock me if Sceptileice just accepts defeat in that lead matchup now, brings in the Feraligatr to start hitting for super effective damage. These Shadow Claws add up so quickly.
Especially because I think Elum just got 2 defense falls on the Annihilate, but I don't even know if you can reach a second Rage Fist from here. I think if that Shadow Claw goes through, the next Shadow Claw is going to come very close to knocking out. And also you see the adjustment from Sceptileice. There's actually Diggersby in the back now, but Elum, at least he's bringing the Galarian Corsola into the Feraligatr.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, this is such a tough spot. This Shadow Feraligatr just looks so imposing. Super effective Shadow Claws into the Annihilate. Super effective Shadow Claws and very efficient Hydro Cannons into this Galarian Corsola. And then a dominating matchup as well into that Alolan Sandslash in the back. Elum, I don't even know if he's going to hang on versus this Hydro Cannon from the Shadow Feraligatr.
It's looking fantastic for Sceptileice. You have the Diggersby, you have the super effective Fire Punches, and you even reach this Hydro Cannon. I think all you have to do at this point is just land one more charge attack with the Diggersby. You have a shield. I think Sceptileice is going to go to the Grand Finals.
Yeah, this Shadow Feraligatr has been the MVP in this series for sure for Sceptileice. Between the Shadow Feraligatr and the Shadow Drapion, just no answer for Elum. He's doing everything that he can, but continually Sceptileice making all the right plays here, and this double super effective Fire Punch will solidify Sceptileice 3-1 victory here in the winners finals. He's going to the Grand Championship.
What an incredible run for Sceptileice. Elum, on the other hand, will drop to the loser's side of the bracket. He's going to have to face off against Dr. Roast Beef in a best-of-5 to see if he can get a rematch against Sceptileice.
For Elum, he felt so comfortable bringing in that Galarian Corsola as a damage sponge in those first 2 matchups versus Colin and Tomahawk. In many cases, he was doing it versus an Azumarill. There was no Azumarill on the side here of Sceptileice. Instead, it was that Shadow Feraligatr. That is such a more threatening matchup than an Azumarill. And we just saw how many dividends that Shadow Feraligatr and that Shadow Drapion were paying off for Sceptileice.
I think Sceptileice played that matchup pretty much perfectly. Not only was he making, you know, the flashy catches we saw with the play rough on Clodsire, he also kind of recognized what Pokemon were strong for him. He realizes how strong the Shadow Feraligatr is if Elum isn't bringing Superior. He also recognizes in that final game 4 that the Diggersby is really strong against what Elum has been bringing, right? The Corsola, the Shadow Drapion, of course. And in that case, actually, the Fire Punch on Alolan Sandslash was great as well. So, you know, Sceptileice kind of making all the right plays as well as all the right calls.
And getting a little bit of luck as well with double crunch debuffs into the Annihilate in that final game 4 there. Had he not been able to get those debuffs, I think that Annihilate would have reached another Rage Fist, which would have forced a Protect Shield, and maybe it's a different game at that point. Still, that said, I would have liked to have seen Elum throw that Rage Fist a little bit earlier, just so that his counters are boosted, maybe doing a little bit more damage into that Feraligatr. Wanted to go for the back-to-back, but when you're using a Pokemon that is reliant on boosting its fast attack, in many cases, you want to throw your energy early to boost your attack so that your counters do a little bit more.
Well, it's a little bit tricky because you want to build up to the close combat to threaten the shields, but you also, like you said, you want to boost the attack. So the synergy of Rage Fist and close combat just feels a little bit awkward in some situations. You get this with both Annihilate and Primeape, but you know, regardless, you know, Elum has had a great run with Annihilate. It doesn't end here. He's still going to get to play Dr. Roastbeef, who's been on an absolute tear. So we'll see what happens there in the losers finals.
Yeah, can Dr. Roastbeef add another Titan to the list here? He's taken down so many trainers, household names that have had success from grassroots all the way here to regionals and ICs. And now the next one that he has to face is Elum, one of the most consistent battlers in North America that has had success all over the place. He's done well, even most recently at the Latin America International Championships as well, where he just took top 8.
All right, well, they are going to face off in the losers finals, but let's just take a quick look at the losers side of the bracket. You see there Dr. Roastbeef dropping to the loser side of the bracket after being on winners round 1. And from there, he's just been on a tear. 2-1 against Dunebug, 2-1 against SS Thorn, 2-0 against ValorAsh. And then, like you said, adding another Titan to his resume in Inadequance, of course, runner-up at the World Championships. And he's going to be playing Elum in just a second. By the way, Elum actually lost to Dr. Roastbeef in Los Angeles, so this is actually a little rematch for them.
Yeah. It's interesting. Sometimes you feel like there might be one trainer that is your kryptonite, right? Your slayer, you could say, for Elum in this scenario. But I think that Elum is one of the best trainers at figuring out a way to, if I lose once, I'm not going to lose again. So I think that there is a lot of upside here for Elum, and I think he can probably take some notes from that matchup from Sceptileice. But now, Sceptileice, he gets to rest. He had a long break, actually, between his winners semis battle versus facing Elum. He's going to get a decently long break here as well, as we are going to be having a best of 5, that being Dr. Roastbeef versus Elum.
That's right, and if you look at the names that Elum has played, Tomahawk and Colin, those are no small feats as well, so certainly a gauntlet for him to go through, maybe feeling the fatigue a little bit, but he's going to have to think up a little bit of a new strategy as he moves forward, especially if he has to play Sceptileice again, right? I feel like what we saw in that matchup was a lot of what he was trying against other trainers with different teams, right? He was relying on the Shadow Drapion, Azumarill, Corsola, Pokemon that he just loves to play and put together, but, you know, it didn't really work out. Maybe he hasn't played a lot of Shadow Feraligatr this tournament and, you know, kind of just didn't realize how oppressive it could be.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that you would think would slot in so well into Elum's team would be something like a Shadow Kanto Marowak, which would be a great answer to that Shadow Drapion. It can also two-shield its way through that Shadow Feraligatr. I think that that is a team that core of Drapion and Shadow Feraligatr feels very kind of last season. That was something that was very consistent. And they haven't gone away in this season. We've seen Drapion skyrocket to #1 in usage here in North America, and Shadow Feraligatr, it kind of comes and goes a little bit, but its effectiveness can never be discounted. With Shadow Claw, very strong fast attack, and Hydro Cannon, one of the most efficient charge attacks in the game, and relatively low energy as well, so it outpaces a lot of Pokemon.
Exactly, 2 very offensive Pokemon that have just made such a huge impact this entire championship series season. But let's take a look, a little break from the action actually, to look at some social media posts. I think this is a great time. You get to watch the Toronto Regional Championship with your favorite Pokemon. Looks like a Bidoof right there, maybe enjoying some of the B-Barrel action that we've gotten to see. We're gonna get to see a little bit more from Dr. Roastbeef as well, so shout out to Dylan Isaacs.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really cool to see some of the plushies here, and I want to mention here at the tournament, there's, you know, cups and challenges and stuff going on as well. And you get those prize tickets. You can actually get a lot of cool plushies yourself. All right, we've got Professor Tops here experiencing some fire and ice. We were talking about that earlier with Sceptileice versus the fire type user, ValorAsh. Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a recap here. Some nice cosplays at the merch desks.
Yeah, and that's actually the prize while you were just talking about. Great place to get plushies if you're winning a lot in those side events. So shout out to Professor Tops. Looks like a great time there.
Okay, next up we have Millie watching Toronto Regional Championships, #PlayPokemon. Got the little kitty cat hanging out watching the TCG battles as well. Looks very locked in. Former champion in the making, right? Or sorry, future champion in the making right there.
Yeah, there's also a couple little figurines at the bottom of the screen there, maybe also joining in on the watch party. We've got Nicole here, placed 3rd at a League Cup today with, I think those are the decks that Nicole must have played against. So congratulations to you, Nicole. Hopefully you got some great prizes, got some championship points, maybe some booster packs.
All right. Well, thank you for sending in your posts. Continue sending them in on X to get them featured later on in the broadcast. All right, so in our intro today, we had a little bit of a teaser. We mentioned the cookie decorating contest. 'Tis the season for cookie decorating, absolutely. And actually, we're going to be showing you the cookies here very soon. We have Caleb and Butter standing by. They're going to take us through our cookie decorating competition.
Thank you for the fantastic intro, Jim. Us casters backstage, we've been busy decorating some festive Pokemon cookies, and I have my esteemed colleague, Jewel Butters, that's going to introduce each cookie for you all back at home.
Yes, and I'm going to try to stay as non-biased as possible because we're not going to say which cookie is which, but I'm going to start on this side. This is going to be the Gengar. What a fantastic Gengar there. Could even be a shiny Gengar maybe. Looking good. A fantastic holiday cookie there. And then up next, we're going to go with the coughing. We got a beautiful coughing, just majestic and looks amazing. A good color scheme too. Fantastic. What do we got as the next one? Oh, a gorgeous Voltorb. What a beautiful Voltorb there.
Taking a little roll here. Looks like a little upside down. It is a ball though, right? So it's got to go upside down eventually.
Yeah, for extra flair there, the upside down Voltorb. And look at this. This is the Squirtle. Just beautiful, mean mugging the camera there. A fantastic little Squirtle cookie for our holiday festivities. And that will be the Gengar, Coughing, Voltorb, and Squirtle are your options here. We're gonna have a Twitch poll, so you're gonna be able to decide who is the cookie champion here in Toronto. We don't know which caster did what. I tried to be as non-biased as possible. So vote for your favorite cookie. We would love to hear what you think was the best one.
Yeah, I will say as a slight spoiler too, Jewel Butters did make his in about approximately 5.5 minutes. So do with that as you will, but vote for the favorite cookie, your favorite cookie you want here on twitch.tv/Pokemon Go. Anyway, we have more action for you, so stay tuned because we're going to head straight to the losers finals.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here on the competition floor at the Pokemon North America International Championships, and I'm standing here with AJ, who is the side events lead. Now, if somebody has never participated in side events before, AJ, what are they?
Side events, it's fun. That's all I can say, really. It's a lot of fun. So anybody who's not playing the main event, we have all kinds of alternate formats, try something different, earn some prize wall tickets, and just really experience a whole enjoyment of Pokemon. We're running all the games, so.
All the games? So which ones could they sign up for?
So we have trading card game, standard pods, build-in battles, just like pre-release type formats. For video game, we have some video game tournaments. We also have, it's called a catch cup, where they have like a limited number of time to catch certain Pokemon, then they battle with those Pokemon. We have Pokemon Go side events, so Pokken tournament, so lots of really cool things every game.
And it's not just the fun, there's also points that can win you prizes, right?
Yes, it's also fun, but you're gonna earn some really cool points. We have an amazing prize wall with lots of really cool prizes. So play some games, the better you do, the more prize wall tickets you get. And there you go.
What advice do you have for a first timer as they go to sign up for their first side event?
So check out the schedule. We have it listed by the registration booth. Once you get signed up, check out, kind of make your plan for the day, you know, what events you want to play in. And as you pick your events, just sign up and then get ready to have fun.
Easy peasy, get to it.
Welcome back to the Toronto Regional for Pokemon Go. We are here at the Losers Finals. We have the top 3 players. Winner of this best of 5 will be moving on to the Grand Finals as they can challenge on Sceptileice. My name's Caleb Pang. I'm joined by Two Butters, and hopefully you all got your votes in for your favorite cookies, because those are some good decorated cookies. You know, particularly one of them, I think might take this by a landslide, but you never know.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what chat thinks, which was the favorite cookie. We all worked hard on it all weekend. Can't wait to see what you said. And can't wait to see who is going to become the Toronto Regional Champion, because now we have the Losers Finals, and this is how the day played out so far. Dr. Roast Beef with a gauntlet. He lost to Colin in the first matchup here today, but dropped down and then defeated SS Thorn, ValorAsh. I didn't even mention he also was able to take out Dunebug.
And
Inadequance. What an absolute gauntlet for this trainer. Of course, facing Elum, who was on that winner side of the bracket that just dropped down to these Losers Finals.
I mean, if you don't recognize what Dr. Roast Beef can do at this point, I don't know what to say. This guy has been surprising, I feel like everyone, including himself. You know, I talked to him yesterday, and he was like, there's a lot of stuff I could clean up in my gameplay, you know, and I know I'm falling short in some ways here or there. He's nervous, but he's pulling off upset after upset. And, you know, I mean, let's take a look at realistically how much of an upset it really is. His previous best performance was last year at Los Angeles, 9th place. His first ever top cut as well in day 2 performance. Outside of that, you know, 193rd place at NAIC, 65th place at Worlds this past year, you know, a previous top 13 in Vancouver, but that's about it. Just doesn't have the resume like a lot of these other players here on day number 2, but he's already in the top 3, and he might get even more. Let's see if he can pull off another upset, or Elum is going to try to fight for his own first title.
And I don't know if this is correct, but I see a previous matchup of Dr. Roast Beef actually defeating Sceptileice in the World Championships last season. So if he's able to make it to these winners finals, to the grand finals, he might have a shot to beat Sceptileice once again. And we're locked in to the first game. This is a best of 5 series. We have the Shadow Drapion versus the Alolan Sandslash, probably one of the best answers in the meta to this Shadow Drapion.
And this is exactly what Dr. Roast Beef wants, because his backline Pokemon both are weak to that Shadow Drapion. Probably going to let this first crunch go, because a lot of times you get debuffed and then you start being in Alcatel range, so you want to let that first one go in case you get debuffed, but doesn't get debuffed, is now going to throw this Drurun to soften up this Azumarill.
Yeah, and the swap into the Azumarill, because there is no hard answer besides the Jump Bluff on Dr. Roast Beef's team, and you can get to these Ice Beams versus the Jump Bluff, so it's not a terrible situation. Actually, just trying to go for proper timing here. Looks like the Energy Ball might have been available, but Dr. Roast Beef decides not to throw it, because even if you land that Energy Ball, it's not going to be enough to knock out the bulk of the Azumarill. Now we're going to throw the Energy Ball. I think you'll get the back-to-back Energy Ball before the next Ice Beam is available from Elum.
And Energy Ball is going to land on this Azumarill. No debuff is going to happen, but it is closing in on Aerial Ace range. I don't think it's quite enough. So Dr. Roast Beef going to go for the safer play and go for the Energy Ball. I love this play, right? Because Elum's thinking, if you get greedy and go for the Aerial Ace, I can land the Ice Beam. Not going to happen, though. Is going to get the Energy Ball, but now this farm down is going to be super scary.
Instantly comes in because he doesn't want to wait for the timer to go down. He wants to have this Jump Bluff stuck in this matchup. Gonna throw the Aerial Ace just to get back to your timer, even though this is the worst attack. He just wants to get out of this matchup. Swaps into the Shadow Sableye, met by the Shadow Drapion. You are at a Protect Shield disadvantage. Looks like he's going to try to reach for the Power Bend Gym, but instead goes for the Foul Play, which is the bait in this scenario. This is resisted by Shadow Drapion, and Elum Protect Shields it anyway.
I think it's the right call for Elum, right? It is so risky to let that Power Gem go, because then your main counter to the Shadow Sableye is just gone in an instant. Dr. Roast Beef only has 1 shield left. Does he decide to save the shield or not? I think he has to let this go, because if he goes down shields, his Alolan Sandslash just straight up loses the mirror matchup. And here, Elum throws another Aqua Tail to prevent even the chip damage from the Foul Play. Dr. Roast Beef has to let this go.
Yeah, and he could have decided to try to throw on Charge Attack priority there, but was going for the Shadow Claw instead, and now it's going to be the Shadow Drapion versus this Alolan Sandslash, but you have your own Alolan Sandslash in the back to match up versus that Jump Bluff. Looks like Elum is in a great situation to, actually getting a Protect Shield on this Aqua Tail, knowing that that your backline matchup is so bad. And swapping on the drill run.
He catches it too. What a huge catch. I mean, this is still a tough matchup for Dr. Roast Beef because he gets farmed down completely from the powder snow.
Triple resisted. That did nothing.
It did
nothing. Less than a powder snow.
Yeah, the powder snow's doing plenty more here. But the problem is Elum is still in a commanding position. It's one of the situations where, again, it's a great catch, but he's so far ahead that he just needs to get this powder snow down, has the drill run ready for the lone sand slash, wins from there.
Yeah, it's a nice play, but there's just not enough you can do, and that looks like there was a debuff there from the energy ball, but there is double drill run banked for Elum. There is no protect shield remaining for Dr. Roast Beef, and a pretty comfortable 1-0 lead for Elum in this matchup.
Don't count Dr. Roast Beef out yet. This is a best of 5, which means Elum has to win 2 more to get a rematch against Sceptileice. Great plays, though, from Dr. Roast Beef, but better plays from Elum.
Yeah.
Hey, my favorite segment here. We got a little trivia for you, two butters.
Okay.
Dr. Roast Beef, you said it, right? He actually beat Sceptileice at Worlds 2-0. Dr. Roast Beef and Elum actually faced off in Los Angeles, the last time they faced off. What do you think the result was in that? It was a best of 3.
You know, I'm going to go with, I think Elum won that matchup because I think Dr. Roast Beef was 9th place in that tournament. So I think Elum probably got the best of him in Los Angeles.
You are correct. He was 9th place and Elum had a higher finishing place. But actually, on day number 1, Dr. Roast Beef 2-0'd Elum, and that's how he ended up on day 2 on winner's side, and Elum started out on the loser side.
Oh, wow.
So this is actually a rematch, and, you know, Dr. Roast Beef has been upsetting people already off-stream from previous regionals, but he is now on the big stage at the furthest he's ever been in this losers finals, and he needs to dig deep to try to find another upset against Elum.
A lot on the line for these two trainers. Like you mentioned, the underdog, the 9th seed in this tournament, had to take down so many big names, had to take out Doombug, ValorAsh, just countless trainers, has already defeated Elum in the past, has even defeated Sceptileice. Could this be the day for the underdog? And on the other side, Elum, one of the most consistent trainers in North America, consistently getting top 4 or top cut appearances. He was on the winner's side of the bracket, and now he has an opportunity to get back to that grand finals because he has never been a regional champion. Something that he's been going for multiple tournaments, something that he said would mean the world to him. So much on the line for both of these trainers trying to make it up into the grand finals to face Sceptileice. Elum with the 1-0 advantage. We got a game number 2.
All right, here we go. It's going to be the Galarian Corsola versus the Clotsire. This is a Sludge Bomb Clotsire as well, so it's an even worse matchup for Dr. Roast Beef. Let's see how he plays this out because his backline Pokemon are decent into the Galarian Corsola. Maybe he's going to farm up extra energy before swapping out. Kind of an interesting timing there, too. Let's Astonish, too.
Yeah, I think he threw on the alignment there with the Astonish, so it didn't shrunk that Clodsire too much because of the bulk of the Clodsire, but giving too much extra energy to the Corsola. It looks like Corsola is over 100 energy as he throws his first Nightshade. I don't think double Nightshade is going to be enough to knock out the Clodsire. It looks like Clodsire could actually win the zeros here.
Yeah, Clodsire actually has some win cons. It's a little bit more comfortable, I think, with the Stone Edge in that one shield situation, but if he lands this Earthquake, it's actually not too bad. He is going to land it. I don't think it's enough to KO. Does he go for a catch here? Maybe on the Bibro, but no. Actually is going to Elum's going to just throw the Nightshade. Not going for the optimization. Just wants to get this guaranteed damage through. And Dr. Roast Beef going to throw up a shield.
And the thing is, you have 2 answers in the backline for that Azumarill. You had a really good opportunity, and now the swap in, the Shadow Drapion, cutting off all this energy. This is actually brutal for Dr. Roast Beef, because how is he going to be able to take out this 2-shield Drapion that has a little bit extra energy here? You have to bring in the Bibro, but at least you're going to have the Jump Up versus the Azumarill. But we know Azumarill's kind of fine against Jump Up because of the double super effective Ice Beam.
Yeah, it looks like 2 kind of back-to-back miscalculations from Dr. Roast Beef. Not, letting the Astonish shoot, and then also not even getting all that energy off on that Clodsire, making his shield kind of not as useful as you would predict. Let's see if he could come back from this rough start in this game. Crunch is going to connect, and you know, you can't really spend your second shield already when you're already down a shield. Going to throw up this first Surf. Elum can just double shield and get so much value out of this Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, and will he go for that farm down with Poison Sting and go for that? No, actually just going for the Aqua Tail. But at this range, it's probably going to knock out. That is the trouble with letting one crunch through on the Bibro. So now he's forced to actually protect shield on an Aqua Tail, which is devastating. At least now you're going to get the Surf off, waiting a turn to make sure there was no swap. You get the last Protect Shield of the game from Elum, but I don't know how you're going to take out this Drapion, because now you're going to swap the jump up. You're just going to be a sitting duck. You're going to take so much damage here.
Not only that, but you land one crunch, you're in Ice Beam range, and you need 2 energy balls to take out this Azumarill. I wouldn't be surprised if Elum just straight up swaps to Azumarill after this to get to Ice Beam. That's exactly what he does, because he doesn't want to get outpaced here by the energy ball on this jump bluff. And you can see he's 2 bubbles away from this Ice Beam to secure the knockout. Dr. Roastbeef is locked in this matchup too. He can even catch your energy even if he wants to. Let's not forget there's a half-health Drapion in the back.
And he is too far away from the energy ball, so instead throwing the aerial ace on charge attack priority into the Azumarill here. I don't think this is going to get it nearly low enough to roll out down. You wanted to try to get to an energy ball, but you just couldn't get there in time. Now this Ice Beam is going to be double super effective to take out the jump up from Dr. Roastbeef, and it's all up to Bibarel, but it's going to have to take out 3 Pokemon here.
Yeah, you can see Dr. Roastbeef even saying over the mic too, he said GG's to Elum the moment that he threw that aerial ace. He knew that it was unfortunately just over. There's just not enough left in the tank for this Bibarel. A huge 2-0 lead for Elum. He is looking like he's trying to storm back into that grand bounds, get the rematch for Sceptileice, and try to get his own first championship title. Now, I know Dr. Roastbeef has been facing tough opponents after tough opponents, but he is not only facing Elum, one of the best players in the world, he is also down 0-2. To reverse sweep in a best of 5 is not something you see every day. Very few players even have that on that resume of theirs. And Dr. Roastbeef hasn't even been in a best of 5 until now, and this would be an incredible comeback if he could somehow pull this off. But let's start with the first game. He's got to win this next one just to at least slow down on momentum and still stay in this.
Exactly right. He still has a chance in this series. He's able to take out so many top trainers. Can he pull off a miracle here? But sometimes you run into a wall. If you keep facing top trainer after top trainer, you can't have 100% win rate versus all of them. And Elum is hungry for that regional victory. He wants his chance to get back to the grand finals and a shot at a rematch to win the whole thing here in Toronto. But Dr. Roastbeef is going to have to pull off a miracle here to reverse sweep it. But he's been pulling off miracles all afternoon on Championship Sunday.
That's right. Really calculated plays from Elum all the way throughout in this entire series, really. You know, we see a couple mistakes here or there from Dr. Roastbeef that Elum just able to capitalize on no matter what. Even when Dr. Roastbeef kind of gets a lineup he wants, Elum just able to put him in a tough position and force the mistakes, right, from Dr. Roastbeef. I think against less experienced players, it's easy to make the good plays, right? But against very experienced players, that's when you have to really dig deep and figure out what are the win cons, because they're not going to give you a lot.
Well, I think it's great for Dr. Roastbeef that he's facing this adversity here after he's taken so many match wins versus the likes of Dunebug, Inadequance, some of the top trainers on the planet. You spoke to him earlier, and on the interview, he said he was nervous, and maybe he has settled in a bit. He is in an 0-2 hole. He has an opportunity here, but will it be Elum making his way back to the grand finals? We got a double poison lead here. We have the Clodsire into the Shadow Drapion.
And that Superior in the back looks scary for Dr. Roastbeef. Let's see if he's able to predict it, draw it out, maybe swap around, see what he does here. Do we have the double Aqua Tail already loaded for Elum? He's going to get these bolts off before that Earthquake is thrown from Dr. Roastbeef. He might even go for the bait. We see that a lot because a lot of players don't opt to shield that first potential Sludge Bomb. You see Elum going to throw up the shield right away. He gets a lot of value here, even if it's a Sludge Bomb bait. But for his sake, it's even better because it's actually the full Earthquake.
Well, here's the problem. Shadow Drapion has been giving Dr. Roastbeef a lot of trouble. Even though his team is pretty strong against it, he brought a double ground team to face this here. But the huge adjustment from Elum to have the Superior in the back. Superior looks amazing versus, and then swapping into the Earthquake onto the Azumarill here. Maybe this is going to bait out the Bibarel, which means the Quagsire is going to be facing that Superior in the back, and that's going to be devastating for the Quagsire.
Dr. Roastbeef does have a shield advantage, but let's not forget, there's a lot of energy still on that Drapion, and I mean, it doesn't matter if you're down a shield for Superior, you're still in a pretty good spot into that Quagsire. Just the double super effective Vine Whips really add up here. And let's see if Dr. Roastbeef is going to spend a shield here or not, tier 2. It's going to do a lot of damage, so I think a lot of people do opt to protect the Bibarel here, he's actually going to let it go.
Yeah, the problem is you're getting closer and closer to Aquatail range, and then Elum is just full of energy on a Shadow Drapion, so you can just start unleashing those Aquatails into the Bibarel. Actually going for the resisted Surf here, I don't think this is going to be enough to knock out, so that means you're going to have to roll out down. Oh, it actually does knock out the attack from Bibarel, and now the Superior is revealed here. Dr. Rose Beef knows it's going to be really tough to finish off the Superior. Instant no shield in the Hyper Fang, but this is going to do a big chunk of damage.
That's actually really good for Dr. Rose Beef. He needs all the chip damage he can get. If he could put this even potentially in Aquatail range, that wouldn't be too bad. There's no way he can shield this Clodsire, though, so I think he's going to just let this go.
Wait a second, though. This will probably... Actually, no, he needs to shield this because he needs to bait out the Drapion.
But the combo play.
But he needs to bait out the Drapion. That's fine. Because once you bait out the Drapion, then you can get some energy onto the Quagsire. That's your only win condition. You can't shield. I don't know if you can shield this, though, because now
that's tough.
There's pretty much a back-to-back available, but you have the Earthquake at least to get the last Protect Shield of the battle.
This is okay too, though, in my opinion, because if he could, now he just needs to build up to Stone Edge, take out the Drapion, and he can win this game. However, Elum, one of the best trainers in the world, he's not going to let Dr. Rose get away with this so easily. He's going to farm up so much energy. This is going to be a hard matchup even for the Quagsire to overcome.
Yeah, the problem is the double crunch is going to be enough. So do you have to swap on the Bibarel to try to absorb that energy? The double crunch isn't quite available yet. And the problem, you can also get back to your timer if you're Elum. So this is so tough. Elum is on the edge of making it back into the grand finals. There is one crunch. The timer is up, swapping into the Superior, and there is a Frenzy Plant loaded, banked, and unleashed into Dr. Roastbeef's Quagsires.
He is only seconds away, a few Vine Whips away from sweeping this loser's finals. Dr. Roastbeef had an incredible run here in Toronto, but it is going to come to an end with Elum, the quick 3-0, and he gets his rematch in the grand finals.
Making quick work of Dr. Roast Beef here. Elum is gonna have his rematch versus Sceptileice. Congratulations, though, to Dr. Roast Beef. He was able to take out Doombug, ValorAsh, Inadequance, and SS Thorn here on Championship Sunday. That is super impressive. What a run.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said, too, about coming into tournament with maybe not as high expectations, right? Some of these top trainers that have won tournaments before or searching for their first win, made it really close. They want to win, right? And every placement that they don't end up getting because they get knocked out sooner than they want to is a little disappointing. Whereas Dr. Roast Beef, he's like, hey, man, I'm just happy to be here. Every win I'll take, right? Every upset is more than I expected to come with. And, you know, this is someone that you got to look out for in future tournaments because he has quite the resume under his belt just from this tournament alone. But like we said, he's beaten people like Elum, like Sceptileice in previous tournaments. Maybe just wasn't on the broadcast so people don't know, right? Even you forgot. But, hey, he was able to 2-0 Elum in a previous tournament. Elum does get his redemption here in Toronto, and he's going to earn himself a spot in that rematch against Sceptileice.
And I think that was the exact dynamic, that was the story. It was Dr. Roast Beef that was happy to be there in this moment, in this top three. And then Elum, who's been there so many times, has not been satisfied with getting 4th place or getting top 3. He wants to be the champion. So he was locked in and focused. He's not just happy to be top 3. He wants to be #1. And now he has punched his ticket to the grand finals to have his rematch versus Sceptileice.
Yeah, and it's been so long since Elum has made it back into that grand final. So last time he made grand finals was 2023 Hartford, Connecticut. This was back in, I believe, April or May of 2023. So been over a year, almost 2 years since Elum has sat in that grand final spot. But you know he wants to make it his moment. This has been his season, right? He's made so many top cup performances, top of the leaderboard for North America and throughout the world in championship points, but he's still missing that coveted 1st place trophy.
I'll tell you how impressive it's been. He was actually just 1 spot away from qualifying for Worlds at the Latin American International Championship. He was 5th there in the top 4 at an international championship, qualifies for Worlds. He was 5th place in Louisville earlier this season. 3rd place in Baltimore, the very first regional of the season. And then going back into the North American International Championships of last season, he was top 4. So he's been top 5 in 2 straight international championships that he has competed in. 9th in Los Angeles, 7th in Indianapolis, 7th Charlotte, 7th San Antonio. This is a trainer that is so talented. And I didn't even mention that Hartford, 2nd place.
2nd place.
He has been top 5 in 2 internationals. He's been on the edge of victory. He will be coming in on that loser side of the bracket, which will be a disadvantage. But I think this trainer is absolutely starving for that championship medal.
Yeah, he has the drive and determination for sure. I mean, he might have not officially qualified for World Championships, but for, you know, additional 70-plus players to catch up to him in championship points seems a little unlikely. I don't even know if there's enough tournaments for all that to happen, but for him, it's not just about qualifying for Worlds. For him, it's not just about even getting second place. He wants that first place trophy, he wants that first place medal, and he wants that title for himself. Meanwhile, Sceptileice, I mean, we talked about how many fifth place performances and higher Elum's had. His best performance before this weekend was fifth place this year, only a couple months ago. Before that, nowhere even close to that. However, this is his standout year. I mean, I don't even say standout year, it's a standout season, right? It's only been a few months, right? It's I don't even know if it's been a different like weather season for him, right? He still has a long way to go even in this season, but he's already shown why he has improved so much, put in the work to get to this point, and he's starting on the winner's side. With the bracket advantage, that's no easy task for Elum to upset.
Well, we have our grand finals set, so let's hear from those trainers. Jim has an interview ready. Take it away.
All right, thank you, Butters. I am Wholesome_ on deck here with Sceptileice and Elum. They are in the grand finals. Gonna be a rematch of what we saw in the winners finals as well, so I know that's exciting for everyone on the stream here. We want to talk to them a little bit about their journey so far, maybe some things to expect in the grand finals. You know, I want to start with Elum here. Elum, we have seen you before in this grand final situation, back in Baltimore as well as Hartford in 2023, but it's been a little bit since we've seen you in this grand finals. What has been tell me a little bit about this season and the journey leading up to you here. Do you feel that you've just got a read on this meta? Is this your season? What's unique that's bringing you back here to the grand finals?
I wouldn't really necessarily say that I have a good read on this meta. I have just been consistently playing. I've been practicing a lot, just looking out for new Pokemon, the move update as well, just trying out stuff. And well, after a couple tournaments I've done, well, this season and last season as well, finally made it back to the grand finals.
Yeah, consistent success for you. All right, well, Sceptileice, you've been trending up. We've seen you in the end of the 2024 season having success, and that has been multiplied here throughout the 2025 season. I believe you were in Louisville earlier, and then, or you had a tournament earlier, maybe Baltimore. Then you're coming into this one here, and you're now in the grand finals. What has been the key for you for continuing to trend up as these seasons go on?
I just think my confidence has gone way up after Baltimore. I've gotten a lot more comfortable playing at regionals. I feel like I'm playing how I play at home. I feel like everybody's a better battler when they're playing at home, just in their chair, you know, hanging out. So I'm just very comfortable, I love the new meta. It feels like a breath of fresh air, no more Gligar, Wishcash shenanigans. It's amazing.
Yeah, I think we all enjoyed the shakeup at the beginning of the competitive season. Really just a completely fresh meta. A couple standout Pokemon that remained, you know, Shadow for Alligator, things like that, but it's been a very fresh meta. All right, well, that said, I want to stick with you here because we've been seeing Azumarill consistently throughout the last 3-4 months as the #1 Pokemon, especially when we see teams, they in many cases just, that is a staple, 60-70% uses in some situations. You, on the other hand, no Azumarill on your team. When you're team building, what's the motivation to leave Azumarill on the bench?
I think Azumarill is very defensive. It's a very safe Pokemon, but I think Feraligatr is almost equally as safe. I think Feraligatr is a better safe swap, and that it's how I've been using it most of the tournament. It's just, like, even if a grass type comes in, I have Ice Beam, I can threaten a shield, something like that. It's just, it fits my playstyle a lot better than Azu.
Yeah, just absolutely astounding coverage as long as you're not getting lined up versus a, you know, even waters like a Azumarill, it still has a lot of play into, so it is just a very, very interesting Pokemon. Now, we've seen you have success versus things like Galarian Corsola, and I want to double down because, Elum, you've been piloting this Galarian Corsola in a lot of day 2 battles, and you seem to have unlocked the recipe for success compared to some other trainers that it looked a little bit underwhelming. Do you feel, how comfortable do you feel with Galarian Corsola right now?
Well, I'll be honest, I don't have that many scrims with it. Most of the things that I've learned have been in like the last couple days. Even in the tournament, like as the tournament goes on, I'm like learning stuff to do like for the next couple matches. So I wouldn't say like I'm super comfortable with it, but I would definitely say like I can pilot it well, so yeah.
We've seen you use it very regularly to absorb energy, and obviously on paper it's a really solid Pokemon where it has good bulk, has good fast attack pressure, efficient charged attacks as well, and relatively good typing, all things considered as well. But like you said, I think there's a lot of intricacies with the Pokemon that are yet to be determined. Right now, Elum standing out. Well, guys, remember, this is going to be a rematch. Elum will be coming in on the loser side of the bracket. We'll need to do a bracket reset. So, you know, best of luck to both of these trainers here. I do want to give you guys an opportunity to shout some people out, though. Elum, we're going to stick with you for now. I know you've had a lot of people on your team that have been doing scrims with you and things like that. Any special shout-outs?
Wow. Well, this might take a while, but so first I want to shout out my local who traded me the Corsola. His in-game name is Iquerican. He gave me this Corsola, and like I'm very thankful to him. And then my teammates, SJ, Mango, Brandon, So, Pranab, Signal, Ed, they've all been helping me a lot, and a lot of people have been messaging me already. So yeah, shout out to them.
All right, a long laundry list of thank yous there from Elum, but it takes a village to get to this spot, right? No one's really doing this on their own. You got to get those practice in, for sure. All right, Sceptileice, same question for you. I'm sure you've had a lot of help along the way as well. Any special thank yous?
First of all, my mom and my sister Taylor, they've been supporting me at home, texting me the entire time watching the stream, so it's very nice to know people are watching. And then as well to my teammates at Slice Homies, they're always here to support me. Amazing. They helped me build my team. They helped me with scrims, and anybody else who helped me with scrims as well. Thank you. I want to give a huge shout out to Elmo, who's in the crowd. He's been supporting me the entire event. He's just been hyping me up. Very helpful. But the biggest shout out I need to give is to my biggest hater, Slice Henry. He's been doubting me my entire career, and it's just nice. Nice to be here. Nice to prove him wrong.
All right. Shout out to all the people helping with scrims, and shout out to the haters as well. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, great stuff, guys. We're going to let you get back to it here, but before we do, we are going to be having our cookie contest reveal. You guys got to see with Caleb and Butters the full reveal. We had, I believe, the Voltorb, we had the Coughing, we had the Gengar, and we had the Squirtle. No names were attributed to any of the cookies. We had a Twitch poll where you guys all had the opportunity to vote and spend your channel points to indicate who you thought had the best cookie here. So we're going to be getting these results live on stream here. All right, I'm getting the feed right now. Our winner for the Cookie Contest 2025, it's me, Wholesome _ with the Squirtle back to back. Shout out to all the haters just like Sceptileice. You guys motivate me each and every day. Look, Squirtle, you know, maybe not the most traditionally artistic Pokemon that we've ever seen, but it has character and it has flaws just like all of us. So special shout out to everyone who voted for me, guys, back to back. Thank you so much. All right, well, guys, we are going to get geared up for this grand finals. Keep in mind, this is going to be Elum versus Sceptileice, and it is going to be a rematch of the winners finals. A lot to look forward to. Will be a best of 5 series. Keep in mind, and Elum has to reset the bracket if he is going to win the tournament. For now, though, let's kick it back to the casters, Caleb and Butters.
Thank you so much, Wholesome, for that devastating news that neither of our cookies won that cookie championship. Why don't you let everyone know which was your cookie?
Look, I'm not that devastated. I was the Gengar, right? We had Soph on the Voltorb, and we had 2 Butters with the, I gotta say, you know, almost Da Vinci-like Coughing, right? That's my Gengar. I tried my best, right? We didn't really have any. I was going to make it black on the background, but we didn't really have that option.
Show the Coughing.
We got the Coughing. Right?
I was wrong. Look at this beautiful.
I did say, you know, 2 Butters spent like about 5 minutes on this, and I kid you not, I look away, I see a purple dot on the cookie, and look back, it's a whole Coughing throwing Sludge Bomb everywhere. But very impressive stuff. We do have our winner here, though, of course, Squirtle Squad. Wholesome.
That's a slippery looking Squirtle, but it is nice.
Yeah, there is. Got the eyebrows too. And let's not forget the Voltorb too, the rolling Voltorb from So. Might have rolled off the table by now. But we have a grand finals on our hands here too. Great insights from both our players in that interview.
Yeah, and a lot to be thankful for this holiday season. I know they had so many people that they wanted to shout out, even the haters, to get to this point. I'm gonna flip this around a little bit. I have some trivia for you, Caleb.
All right.
Both of
Hit me with it.
These trainers faced each other in Baltimore, where Sceptileice was 5th place in that tournament. And who do you think won that matchup between Sceptileice and Elum in Baltimore? First tournament of this season.
I would have to say Elum won 2-0.
Yes, Elum did win
Steel Trap.
2-0.
You can't question the trivia, guy. I know all the trivia.
Yeah, I'll give you credit for that. I'll give you props. That was good. The 2-0, not even the 2-1. But yes, Elum did take out Sceptileice in the first tournament of this season in Baltimore, placing 3rd place. in that regional. So he's done it before. Can he do it again? He obviously didn't have what it takes in this first matchup. He lost in the winners finals. Now he's on that loser side, which means even if he wins this best of 5 series, he has to beat Sceptileice twice to become the Toronto Regional Champion.
And Sceptileice's run, I remember watching that Baltimore Regional, was really impressive because he did lose to Elum early on day number 1, stormed through the losers bracket, ended up with 5th place in Baltimore, only 2 spots below Elum's own finish at Baltimore too. So just quite the impressive gauntlet he had to go through even to come close to Elum's own placement in that 3rd place slot. And, you know, he's already beaten Elum once in a best of 5. He's hungry to do it again. I thought the insights were really interesting, right? The Azumarill on the side of Elum and then the Feraligatr on the side of Sceptileice. The 2 waters they end up choosing. And even Sceptileice saying, you know what, I feel like Azumarill is more defensive, whereas Feraligatr, you can be a little more aggressive with it. And I think that describes almost their situation really well, right? We got Elum with a lot more to lose, right? He's had these top placements before, come so close to win the title, but falling just short, right? This is his 3rd attempt in this grand finals, trying to get that 1st place finish, right? So he has a lot more to lose, going to maybe play a little more defensively, whereas Sceptileice, he doesn't have much to lose at all. This is his best finish so far, right? Already guaranteed at least a top 2 finish, already eclipsing all his previous attempts. And he's just going to probably be on the offensive. Not only that, he has a whole grand final set to spare, you know, so he could go more risky in these plays because he knows even if he loses best of 5, he has another shot here. So we're going to have to see if their playstyles do come to fruition based on their water Pokemon of choice.
Yeah, a lot of room for error for Sceptileice because even if he drops this series, he has another shot at it. But you don't want to let the momentum slip away from you in these matchups. And Elum is one of the few trainers that has done really well with Superior. It's really been the jump up that's been the story of Toronto. Over 40% usage in day number 2. And in the matchup between Superior and jump up, that does give the advantage to Sceptileice because he's going to be able to have that Superior grass type, even though Elum's Pokemon is called Superior, and he does have that Alolan Sandslash, which he has used at the Latin American International Championships, and that Galarian Corsola, which his friend traded him. If you did hatch one of those from your 7K eggs, try to trade that with some friends, preferably low friendship, so you can get a lot more of stamina and defense, so you can have it more weighted for stat products. And I believe Elum's Corsola is already best buddy, which is really impressive because this Pokemon was released recently.
Yeah, almost like probably got the best buddy a couple days before this tournament. We got the Shadow Drapion, the Jump Up, the Clodsire with Stone Edge, the Digger Speed, the Shadow Feraligatr, and the Close Combat Annihilate on the side of Sceptileice. I mean, like you said, right? You got to find a good friend with a Galarian Corsola to trade you. I happen to be sitting next to a friend with a couple of Galarian Corsola to spare here too, so maybe we'll do a little special trade after this one.
Find a good friend that has also hatched one, so you don't have to use a special trade. But we have a special moment right here because we're about to get locked into these grand finals. Remember, this is for a bracket reset, or Sceptileice can become your Toronto Regional Champion. We got our leads between Elum and Sceptileice. It's going to be the Annihilate into the Shadow Drapion.
And here we go. Sceptileice, he has the Annihilate in the back as well. He said he doesn't really like the fact that it's been his MVP pick, or, you know, performing better than he expected, I guess. His MVP pick is actually this Shadow Drapion, but he is going to bring both here into his game. I think he said he's bringing Shadow Drapion into every single game, and I think he might have actually done just that. Let's see if Elum goes for a close combat or not. He does go for that close combat on charge attack priority here. Let's see if Sceptileice lets us go or not. It's going to be a big decision. He does let it go. However, this just sets up his Feraligatr for the Shadow Claw down. Now, he draws out the Azumarill exactly what he wants, but where's the Annihilate going to go? You still have the Galarian Corsola in the back to deal with.
Yeah, that is going to be brutal for that Annihilate. Not only do you have to deal with that Galarian Corsola, but the Annihilate from Elum still has enough health that you can't comfortably counter down because counters are going to be double resisted here. Here comes the resisted Hydro Cannon into the Azumarill. It's going to be really hard for Elum to lose this matchup, but he's going to go for a cheeky bait. But it gets protect shielded by Sceptileice.
Yeah, I like the play from Sceptileice to charge up a ton of energy before throwing the Hydro Cannon. He farmed up so much energy that he's making it really hard for Elum to optimize. Because if Elum goes for the optimization, he gets another Hydro Cannon off. so forcing Elum to purposely throw on bad timing, setting himself advantage. He has the back-to-back Hydro Cannon, and now he throws it on charge attack priority to force Elum's first shield.
This is tough though, because if you double shield if you're Sceptileice, the Corsola is not going to love trying to take out the Feraligatr from this range. I think you give up the protection. You do. That is actually brutal for Elum, because Elum can't stay in this matchup. He's going to have to swap to the Corsola, but the Corsola is going to have to take a lot of chip damage here. But the shields are down, so you could land a Nightshade in the back against the Annihilate, but Sceptileice.
All right, and again, he's going for that heavy over-farming strategy to avoid the optimization. Elum has the Nightshade. Do you ever catch a Nightshade on the Annihilate? Because he has it ready here, and he does land the Hydro Cannon. This is a huge Hydro Cannon for Sceptileice. I mean, Elum, can he just commit to Astonish down? He hasn't even seen the third Pokemon, but
and here it is.
Comes the Annihilate. Super effective Nightshade's going to do a lot of damage.
How much is this going to do? It's going to be super effective into the Annihilate. The Pokemon Sceptileice doesn't like too much. It does a ton of damage, and now you're going to be able to get this Astonish down, and you just have another Nightshade that is ready, that is banked, and Elum is going to take the first game of this series.
All right, and Sceptileice, as he said, you know, you can be more aggressive and offensive with that Shadow Feraligatr, but it comes at a cost. You have to invest the shields there too. Really great plays from Sceptileice, but just better plays from Elum.
And that's a 3-ball flex and a huge changeup of momentum. Obviously, Sceptileice did defeat Elum earlier on in this tournament in the winners finals, but now Elum taking a confident 1-0 victory. He needs to win this series and then win the next series to become the Toronto Regional Champion. Sceptileice just 3 victories away. These trainers are just locking in right away. We got game number 2. It's going to be Shadow Drapion versus Shadow Drapion. We don't see this very often.
No, we do not. Usually the people like to position it as a safe swap, but it's fantastic in the lead as well. The backlines are pretty interesting too. I mean, a lot of play on both ends here. We're going to see how this plays out. We could potentially see even catches here on the Azumarill from Elum. He can't afford that because the Azumarill is bulky enough to pull that off. And here's the tricky part too. Even if you win charge attack priority, if you're Sceptileice, if you throw right away, you can end up being in that situation where your Aqua Tail is caught.
And now we know who wins charge attack priority. It's going to be Elum's Shadow Drapion that wins that charge attack priority. And I can't believe we haven't seen this matchup at all in the leads this entire tournament. There is 6. Oh, he hangs on to that Aqua Tail comfortably to throw the Aqua Tail in the Elum. Now, which Drapion has more stat product? Could Elum actually get the Poison Sting down and take a Poison Sting? I think he has better stat product.
Oh, but he comes in aggressively with the Superior. This is everything that Sceptileice needs here because this energy advantage, even though it's on the Superior, you avoid the Superior on the Shadow Feraligatr.
I think Elum thought it was going to be simultaneous because both the Aqua Tails land, and maybe he thought if it's going to be simultaneous, it's just going to be a 50-50 with Pokemon we bring in anyway. I might as well pivot, but I actually think that his Drapion had more stat product. I think he could have Poison Sting down the opposing Shadow Drapion and took alignment, but now instead he's facing this Clodsire, which is not as good for his backline.
I think Elum's thought process is if there's a jump up in the back, he needs an energy lead to deal with it, right? Because the Azumarill and the Superior is core broken by it. Here comes a hard-hitting Frenzy Plant. It's enough, though, it's not enough to actually KO the Clodsire. Now comes the Stone Edge. We grab the shield. That's huge for Feraligatr. Feraligatr with a shield advantage is going to put in work in his backline. However, you're going to take some Vine Whips here. You might even have to shield a Frenzy Plant. Elum's not messing around. He's throwing the Frenzy Plant right away. No, it's going to be throwing up a shield as well from Sceptileice. Now one shield apiece on the Azumarill. And he now can't catch. He has to swap in. He doesn't want to get farmed down. But this is good for Sceptileice too, because now that means that you don't have to worry about any catch potential on those 2 low HP Pokemon in the back.
And Feraligatr does usually barely win this one-shield matchup. Did he take enough Vine Whips to put him in range of the Play Rough, though? I believe that might be the case. So I think Elum actually could win this one Protect Shield situation just because of the little extra damage his Superior was able to put into the Feraligatr.
Yeah, but look at the switch timer. Sceptileice has a catch opportunity and a way sooner catch opportunity than Elum does as well. Elum's going to have to shield this next Hydro Cannon at some point. This one's going to connect, but he's already at the back-to-back. He's going to throw one more Shadow Claw before getting there. Elum is going to throw up his final shield. However, he is closing in that Play Rough. Can Sceptileice pull up a crazy catch here on that low HP Clodsire?
It comes down to this. He doesn't go. He goes for it, and Elum waits it out. And back to back 3-ball flexes for Elum. I think this play rough is going to be just enough to knock out Sceptileice and take a 2-0 series advantage.
This might be Elum's day. He's feeling good. He's feeling confident. 3-0 against Dr. Roast Beef in the losers finals, continuing his undefeated run here in the grand finals. Since then, 2-0 now against Sceptileice. 5 straight wins. 1 more, and he's going to reset the bracket.
And then it's anyone's series. If he resets this bracket, the next trainer to get 3 match points will be your Toronto champion. Elum, we've mentioned so many times, he hasn't been in this position since 2023 Hartford, but now he is 1 victory away from that opportunity of getting his first regional championship ever, and it feels like he has all the momentum here. He's won 5 straight battles, had 2 straight 3-ball flexes in the Sceptileice's team. Looks like he's figured them out a little bit.
That's right. I mean, you know, they're just great plays all the way around, right? I don't see any significant or any really misplays from Sceptileice, but Elum just predicting his opponent really well, predicting the catch, right? You can see here he's pausing. He's not going to throw right when he has a play rough. He knows that it's Sceptileice's win con, and as long as he stays patient, avoids the catch, he's going to win.
And how about that Clodsire versus Superior matchup? Able to get through the Clodsire there, but gave up a Protect Shield. But you get that Protect Shield right back from the Feraligatr. And then once you did enough Vine Whip damage, that means the Feraligatr will be in range of the play rough. So it's been a real team effort from Elum here. And I believe Elum not only won charge attack priority versus Sceptileice, but it also seemed like he somehow had more stat product as well, because he took those double Aqua Tails more comfortably.
That can definitely happen sometimes depending on what kind of Pokemon you end up training in these situations. And now, speaking of mirror matches, we have a Annihilate mirror match here, and this is kind of an awkward one. Elum can potentially catch the energy here on the backside of that Azumarill, but he can always risk a potential of getting the Annihilate blocked into his Alolan Sandslash.
And in this matchup, it's crucial to win charge attack priority, which we know Sceptileice wins in this matchup. So yes, you might want to Protect Shield this up and match the Protect Shields. Actually, no, letting the first one go, knowing that you can get to the second one, but that just does so much damage, and now you're in danger of maybe getting countered down. Do you try to swap on this energy into the Azumarill? And Elum does swap on the energy into the Azumarill to soak it up.
That's a tough situation for Sceptileice, because if he doesn't throw, he could also end up getting taken out by the opposing Rage Fist, but Elum knows he's going to throw because he's so low on health, and now he gets the Feraligatr on the Alolan Sandslash, clearing the way for the Alolan Sandslash, actually, because the 2 hardest answers to that is that Feraligatr and and the Annihilate, and Elum's drawn both of them out.
ABA strong to Alolan Sandslash, but neither of those Pokemon are going to land on it. It's going to be the Shadow Drapion that's going to land on the Alolan Sandslash in the back, and there is a Protect Shield advantage for Sceptileice. Does he decide to give up one here? Yes, he does Protect Shield on this play rough to keep the Feraligatr around. I like that because you can start banking up a bunch of energy here, but the thing is, Elum does have a Rage Fist banked on his own Annihilate.
Yeah, this Feraligatr, the matchup there on who wins charge attack priority is not always clear, so we'll have to see how that plays out. But does come in with the Annihilate, and looks like Sceptileice is going to throw this Hydro Cannon. It looked like Elum didn't have the chance to throw the Rage Fist there. Yeah, it looked like he was trying to go for the move, but didn't have the option to throw the counter nor the Rage Fist. Let's see how this plays out. There's a lot of energy on this. Oh, and catching the Rage Fist on his low HP Annihilate. What a great play from Sceptileice. And that's going to waste a lot of energy from the Annihilate on the side of Elum. And he's so far ahead now. He still has a Trap and he hasn't showed up yet, and he still has a shield.
The problem is, he's 1 counter away. Maybe he would have had the double here, and now he's going to go into the Hydro Cannon that's going to knock out this Annihilate, and Sceptileice has that Protect Shield advantage with the Shadow Drapion, still has the Feraligatr around. Looks like Sceptileice is probably going to win this game comfortably.
Yeah, and this is the thing too, even if Elum got that Rage Fist off, I don't know if it makes a difference here or not. You can see Sceptileice getting as much chip damage as possible before throwing this Hydro Cannon. I like this play too because it ensures that you get as much Shadow Claw damage as possible to put the Alolan Sandslash really low here. However, not low enough. Can you get off 2 potential draw runs? He has both loaded, but I don't think one will knock out.
Yeah, it's going to be super effective, but this Drapion is full health, letting it go. And no, actually, no, last second Protect Shield, it looked like, to guarantee it. But now this one is definitely going to be let go because there are no Protect Shields remaining. And Elum has a chance to reset the bracket, but I think he's going to come up a little bit short versus Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, that's it's interesting. So we'll have to see what the players discuss here too, right? I think Elum's probably going to bring it up. It looks like he's talking to the judges right here, right now, and they're going to take a look to see if this makes a difference or not in that outcome. Because when it comes down to it, Sceptileice did end up spending that final shield.
So let me tell you what I saw. If he tried to go for the counter there and not throw the Rage Fist, then he would have been at double Rage Fist when there was a swap later in the game where Sceptileice did swap on Elum's Rage Fist.
Yeah.
Elum was one counter away from the double Rage Fist, and then he would have been able to Rage Fist the opposing Hydra Cannon of the Feraligatr, and then it would come down to who wins charge attack priority between that Feraligatr and the Annihilate. That is one possibility there, but there are literally so many possibilities of how that game could play out. We have two talented judges on the stage here, so they're going to make a choice. I don't even know if it's under official review. It looks like they might just be going into game number 4.
Yeah, I think sometimes if you just talk it out between two players as well, you know, the judges may not even need to review at times because both players come to a mutual understanding. I don't know, though. It looks like... Yeah, we'll have to wait any official word here on the side of the judges. But the players are talking through. It looks like they might be prepping for the next game here.
It looks like they're moving on. It looks like they're probably going into game number 4. Elum still has a pretty comfortable lead in this series, 2-1. Sceptileice avoids that bracket reset by putting a point on the board. And now he is only 2 match victories away from becoming the Toronto Regional Grand Champion. Can he pull off a reverse sweep versus Elum? That would be absolutely epic.
Yeah, we have the official word from the judges now. No rematch here. Both players agreed that the loss fast attack on entry from Annihilate was inconsequential to the result of that game. So great that both players are able to work it out too, right? And great sportsmanship from both of them, right? Because just because you can raise a review doesn't necessarily mean you have to if you could understand the other perspective too, right? And you can see here too, I think...
He could have been 2 away.
Yeah, I think
it was
2 away. So
yeah,
I don't think it matters. I mean, it was still a very close end game, but I think if that was the case, it wouldn't have made that much of a difference. Because you can see here too, right? At the end of the day, the Feraligatr still got to another Hydra Cannon against Elum, and it had even more room to go at that point. So,
that makes a lot of sense, because it did look like he was also 2 away. And if he was 1 away, maybe it would be a little bit different, but makes total sense. We're going to go into game number 4 here. It is 2-1 for Elum. Elum is 1 victory away from resetting this bracket and going into a brand new Grand Finals. Sceptileice was able to put a point on the board. They're making their last second adjustments, and we are going to be locked into that game number 4.
Resetting or slowing down the momentum from Elum was crucial there, right? Not only do you avoid the bracket reset right away, but you get a win on your side, get that confidence back, and see if you can make an adjustment. If Sceptileice wins this game, then we have a game 5 on our hands, and it's anyone's game. We're going back to the Shadow Drapion mirror matchup here. We saw it before too. Elum not only wins charge attack priority, but it looks like his is even bulkier too. You can even tell from the CP, right? The combat power doesn't say everything, but the closer you get to that 1500, the more stat priority you can fill into a Pokemon, right? So typically that's why a lot of people try to hit up to that 1500 mark if possible with certain Pokemon.
I think Elum could just win the zeros here with 2 Aqua Tails and a Poison Sting. I'm really curious to see if he goes for it. Last time he went for a pivot, and he's going for a pivot again, trying to soak the Aqua Tail, but instead it's going to take a crunch here into the Annihilate. And what is this going to bring out? Is this going to bring out the Clodsire here? I don't think you want to take this damage into the Feraligatr, but you might put this Annihilate low enough that you can Shadow Claw it down. Looks like it came into the Clodsire.
This is interesting too, right? Because Clodsire is typically not what you expect to see here, but maybe he's thinking Elum's trying to draw out the Feraligatr, but with that crunch landing, you are closing in on even Stone Edge range here. Is going to throw the Stone Edge right before the Rage Fist is reached. I think especially with the debuff and at this health range, it surely will knock out. And now the opposing Drapion kind of is in a tougher position too, because it's not in within 1 Aqua Tail range, so you're going to have to spend a lot of the energy array banked, and actually comes in with the Azumarill instead, showing that third Pokemon will give Sceptileice a huge advantage, knowing how to play out the end game.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that Elum would come back in with the Shadow Drapion and try to bank up a little energy, but the problem is Cloudsire's out of range of Aqua Tail. So you would need to throw double Aqua Tail to knock out the Cloudsire. So it does make sense that you bring in the Azumarill here to secure a knockout with an Ice Beam. Does Sceptileice decide to go for Protect Shield? He knows the full 3 of Elum, decides to let it go. It is not enough to knock out the Cloudsire, but one more bubble will do it. And it looks like a pivot there, a risky pivot from Elum, and it's gonna bite him with a Stone Edge.
And I don't even think the pivot's risky, but the fact that the Cloudsire hangs out with 1 HP is absolutely huge there, and getting the Stone Edge off. That's the benefit of that Stone Edge Cloudsire as well. And unfortunately, not able to get to this Aqua Tail before Elum has the back-to-back. I think shielding here would be a big mistake, and Sceptileice realizes it, putting everything on the backs of this Feraligatr. Unfortunately, no Shadow Claw coming through. Big decision to make, do you shield, and does correctly shield the crunch.
And the problem is you can't comfortably Shadow Claw this down, and you're at the exact same pacing. Do you just try to go for the Aqua Tail bait here? No, just going for the crunch. You're probably going to give up both your Protect Shields if you're Sceptileice, unless you want to try to call an Aqua Tail. Yes, double Protect Shield here, and do you get the debuff? There is no debuff, and is this Feraligatr in range of Play Rough?
It's going to be super close. Elum still has that shield hanging on, so you have to get the 3 Hydro Cannons. Even if the Play Rough is not enough, I think the remaining health on the Shadow Drapion should be able to poison this thing down. It's going to be super close here, and you see Elum trying to reach for the Play Rough, but not able to yet. He's still 1 away from the Hydro Cannon, so he doesn't have the back-to-back, which means this Play Rough is 100% connecting onto the Feraligatr. However, he missed a Shadow Claw earlier, and that could have changed things.
Yeah, and he's going to go for the Play Rough. Can Elum reset the bracket? It's not enough damage. Now Feraligatr can go ahead and Shadow Claw down. No simultaneous, but Elum had his Shadow Drapion remaining. That means Elum resets the bracket, and we're going to have another Grand Finals.
Looks like the players might talk this through. We'll see how it goes, right? Of course, Sceptileice doesn't have to raise a challenge here, but there was a Shadow Claw that was missed.
Yes.
In that Shadow Drapion versus Shadow Feraligatr matchup. And the thing is, if he gets that Shadow Claw through, he gets to that second Hydro Cannon, or third Hydro Cannon, I should say, against the Azumarill at the same time Elum gets the Play Rough, which means he definitely knocks out the Azumarill, doesn't take the Play Rough, and he can now just Shadow Claw down the Drapion, or well, even take the crunch.
Exactly. Caleb, another factor, he could have registered that damage. We saw a simultaneous between the Azumarill and the Feraligatr. If he had 1 Shadow Claw more damage into that Azumarill, he probably gets the farm down, and then he has the Hydro Cannon banked to load into that Shadow Drapion. So a tough situation here. Looks like there probably is going to be an official review here as I see the judges going and looking at the monitor. So we'll let you know as soon as we know. As far as we know, that was an Elum victory, and we'll reset the finals. But of course, we're going to let the judges decide this.
Right, and it looks like there's not going to be a rematch here. It looks like Sceptileice actually not even going to raise the review, I think. So we have a Grand Finals reset. It's going to be set number 2 here, 0-0. Now it's really anyone's game. 1 best-of-5 left in Toronto.
Yeah, here it is. Looks like Elum was able to take down Sceptileice. He's done it in previous tournaments, but wasn't able to do it earlier in the winners finals. But it is now even between these 2 trainers. Sceptileice and Elum are exactly tied. And what better way to get into a grand finals than 2 trainers exactly tied in a tournament to see who will become the Toronto Regional Champion.
It looks like, yeah, so both players are trying to make the adjustment possible. Sceptileice almost with a potential reverse sweep, but going down 0-2 to start things off is such a tough position. Elum looking on fire in this second rematch against Sceptileice. Let's see if we can continue momentum going into this final best-of-5, and we get the Annihilate mirror match yet again. Sceptileice was able to win the charge at priority in this situation, and before Elum caught the second Rage Fist on the Azumarill. Let's see if he goes for the same play again.
And the alignment kind of matters in the back for Elum because he brought the Superior once again, which is going to be very good against the Feraligatr. And there comes the Protect Shield from Elum. And now, from Elum. And now Elum's going to unleash his own Rage Fist. We saw Sceptileice let this go last time, and he's going to let it go again. Are we going to see once again the same exact swap onto the Azumarill? Azumarill. Looks like Elum is tapping near his Azumarill. Is he going to go for it one more time? Yes.
And he throws the Rage Fist yet again, too. I mean, this does cut off the potential bubble coming through, and you get some chip damage. I think Sceptileice is okay with this, right? Let's see. He comes in with the Shadow Drapion, though. This is exactly what Elum wants. He draws out the Shadow Drapion, and now the Superior is more free to do damage against the Shadow Feraligatr. I think this is a tough part for Sceptileice, is that he has both the Annihilape and Shadow Feraligatr on the same team, which means that if he spends a shield on the Shadow or on the Annihilape, that's one less shield for the Shadow Feraligatr in the back, one less shield for the Shadow Drapion. And when you play with less bulkier Pokemon, you have to allocate your resources more carefully.
Well, that has been the story of the tournament, is these three Pokemon, the Shadow Feraligatr, Shadow Drapion, and a Fighter, because they all have such closing potential. But in this situation, Sceptileice did give up a Protect Shield in this matchup versus Azumarill, so the Protect Shields are even. You don't have that advantage going into the backline matchup, and you might need an energy advantage, or you need a shield advantage to be able to defeat the Superior as a Feraligatr.
Yeah, it looks like Sceptileice got a little hasty there. Threw the Aqua Tail instead. Tries to go for the catch. Not able to. Now almost back-to-back Rage Fist on Elum's Annihilape. He might just come in with the Shadow Drapion to absorb this energy. Doesn't, because you know you can tank a Rage Fist, but no, comes in with the Feraligatr. This is going to do a lot of damage if it goes through, but he kind of has to let this go because
he shields.
No, he shields.
And now he's going to have to take the full Rage Fist. No, actually decided to swap out, not throw the Rage Fist, thinking you don't want to give the extra energy to that Feraligatr to let him get to the Ice Beam there. That looked like it was charge attack priority. It's going to be on a Hydro Cannon bait, but I believe Elum was able to lock in his Frenzy Plant.
Elum putting Sceptileice his back against the wall, getting the matchup he wants, playing right into his hand. Frenzy Plant is going to knock out this Shadow Feraligatr. There's only a little bit of health left on this Shadow Drapion. Can he do enough here? Crunch not able to KO from this range. And you can see Elum reaching for the airways. Sceptileice already conceding this game, trying to prepare for game number 2.
And a risky choice from Elum to bring that Superior in the matchup, knowing it could be a little bit alignment dependent, whether you got it on the Feraligatr or the Shadow Drapion. But it paid off, able to bait out that Shadow Drapion with his own pivot of Azumarill. That was a huge swing, and especially knowing that he has to play that lead matchup a little differently because he loses charge attack priority.
And I think we're seeing the downside, right, of running the Feraligatr over the Azumarill, because Sceptileice, yes, he could be very offensive, but he's pairing it with the Annihilape, with the Shadow Drapion, two other very offensive Pokemon. There's not enough bulk to absorb this damage, whereas Elum, he can catch the Rage Fist on his Azumarill. It's neutral, boosted damage, but it's fine. It's just an Azumarill, right? It can tank the damage. So Elum's able to pair offensive Pokemon with defensive Pokemon, whereas Sceptileice kind of forced to play a lot of offensive Pokemon or just bring teams that are really weak. Or, you know, the jump up, yeah, it's more defensive, it's bulky, but it also takes a lot of damage from the Shadow Drapion and the Lone Sandslash, right? It has way harder matchups. You got the Diggersby, the Clodsire, right? Bulky defensive Pokemon, but not great matchups against Elum's team, and Elum just taking advantage of the bulk on his team to just overwhelm the resources of Sceptileice.
But we have seen all tournament long those frailer Pokemon, those Shadow Drapion, Shadow Feraligatr, and a fighting type, we have seen them defeat the bulk in this tournament. When given the opportunity of a Protect Shield advantage or an energy advantage, they can go off on the backline. I feel like Elum is doing such a good job of robbing Sceptileice of those windows, making him use a Protect Shield early, or making him send out a Pokemon that he didn't want to send out yet. And so Sceptileice, I feel like, can still use those same three Pokemon, but just has to make some slight adjustments of how he closes these games.
Yeah, he's already lost one here, but he desperately needs a win here to not only slow down momentum, but have to put himself into another situation where he has to reverse sweep, but this time he can't make any more mistakes. He doesn't have another bracket reset to give here. Going to game number 2, this is a pivotal game. It's not match point, but it is definitely crucial for Sceptileice to come away with the victory here. He gets the Annihilape now on the Shadow Drapion.
The room for error is gone in this series for Sceptileice. He has already taken the bracket reset. He's down 1-0. He can't go down 0-2. He has to pull off a victory in this matchup, and he has a decent lead to do so. But What is his choice? Does he go for the big attack? Yes, he goes for the close combat. Is Elum going to try to make the big call of the close combat? Yes, he protect shields it.
Great call from Elum too. He knows that Sceptileice less likely to bait here if he built up that much entry before throwing the harder hitting move. So a pretty easier, I shouldn't say easy read, but a more predictable read for Elum to make here. Now, Shadow Drapion pretty low on health, but you can't really Shadow Call this down. You can't really Poison Sting it down either, which means there's so much more value on this Shadow Drapion. Now, he is going to get the crunch going to try to go for the aggressive Shadow Call down. I like this play a lot. I mean, the back line of Elum is pretty weak now to this Fraugator. Fraugator up energy is going to be in a good spot here. And he gets the matchup he kind of wants, but he really wants this on the Alolan Sandslash.
This is so smart from Elum. Last time he made this exact same pivot to bait out the Shadow Drapion because he had a superior in the back. This time he has a Alolan Sandslash. So Sceptileice is not making the same swap as he made last game because he, oh wait, hold on a second. He actually did make the swap into the play rough, and this is actually much better for Sceptileice to match up his Shadow Drapion into the Azumarill here, and Elum is switch locked, so that means the Fraugator is going to have some good play against the opposing Alolan Sandslash.
And that extra Poison Sting when he swapped in the Shadow Drapion allows him to pace perfectly to that crunch on 4 Poison Stings, putting it in a good position here. Azumarill, pretty low on health at this point too, is going to throw this. Is he going to make Sceptileice think that there's a superior in the back? I don't think Sceptileice is going to fall for it because he wouldn't have swapped so quickly here. Now, Elum is in a much tougher position because this is not a great matchup for him. He has the Shadow Drapion for potential catch potential. His switch timer is up. But even with that catch, it's actually not up. He's actually completely locked into this matchup. So this is actually definitely Sceptileice's match to win.
Yeah, he switch locked himself out of the Azumarill matchup to not let the Shadow Claw down happen with the Fraugator. And now Sceptileice has that same trio and has the opportunity to close it out here. This is going to be charge attack priority. Elum doesn't even get a protect shield here. This means Sceptileice is going to be able to knock out the Alolan Sandslash. I don't even think the Azumarill has any energy. Shadow Drapion threw its energy, so its energy dry. Looks like it's going to be a full sweep for Sceptileice.
Sceptileice quadrupling, quintupling down. I don't even know. He's bringing the same 3 Pokemon almost every game, but finding the necessary win. It's now 1-1. This is essentially a best of 3 now.
It is a best of 3, and it is with those same 3 Pokemon that failed him in game number 1, but making the adjustment, even though I thought Elum had a brilliant pivot there to try to have that Drapion stay in the back. Because in game number 1, he pivoted Azumarill, which took out the Shadow Drapion. That means he had a superior that was free against the Fraugator in the back. He makes the same exact pivot in game number 2, and Sceptileice still brings out the Shadow Drapion, so that put the Fraugator versus the Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, it was a great read from Sceptileice, and I think look at how much energy's on that Fraugator. Even if it is superior in the back, it's not the worst position for him to be in, right? He knows that he's in a commanding position, but ends up being the exact matchup he wants to be in. And of course, Elum didn't have the swap opportunity, couldn't even catch the move. And I think he knew, right? The moment he doesn't get the Ice Punch off, he knew that there's no way he gets the 2 additional moves, even with the 3 Pokemon combined. All right, it's now 1-1. Shadow Drapion into the Azumarill. And look at this.
Yeah.
He brings the jump up in the perfect position. Annihilate and Superior in the back. He hasn't shown the jump up, I think, at all in this grand finals. Over the course of 6 games, he hasn't shown it. Brings into game number 7 into the perfect backline.
And he gets the debuff, and not only the perfect backline, Elum has no respect for the jump up because he hasn't seen it at all. He's triple weak the jump up. He was not expecting this call. What an advanced move from Sceptileice in this position. Like you said, we're in game number 7 now in this series. These are long series that these two trainers are facing, and they played before as well.
Yeah, game number 11 if you count the winners finals as well. Now he gets exactly what he wants with the jump up, but this is not bad for Elum. He draws out the jump up, and now Sceptileice has a Fraugator in the back for the Superior. However, both the Shadow Drapion and the Fraugator have played into the Azumarill, and he can still line up the Shadow Drapion with a lot of energy and health left for the Superior. So it's not bad for Sceptileice, but Elum at least avoids the worst case scenario, which is that Superior into that jump bluff.
But the problem is, how do you even finish off this jump bluff here? You do have a protect shield advantage. This is going to chunk. You just need to somehow get this jump bluff out of the game, and you have a chance. It could be any trainer's battle here as the Rage Fist lands in the jump bluff. Jump bluff is looking like it's just going to go for the fairy when down. That is absolutely devastating. Looks like he didn't go for it. I think he could have got there, but tried to go for the safer play.
Yeah, I think it's definitely worthwhile to go for this, right? You don't want to go down with all that energy. I mean, it's not a lot of energy, but still some energy. And I think Elum is in a tough position. He might be just conceding this game. I'm not sure. He's trying to draw this energy away. But, I mean, he hasn't even seen the third Pokemon yet. And the Shadow Drapion, look how much energy's on this thing.
Yeah, exactly. The Drapion is absolutely loaded. So even though you have the positive backline matchup versus the Feraligatr, you still have to get through this Drapion. You protect shield on the crunch here, but you almost have back-to-back crunches. No debuff. Yes, actually a debuff. So now this second crunch is going to be doing a ton of damage and take probably the second shield from Elum.
And here's the tough part. He shields again, and now it's open season for that Feraligatr. He can throw the Ice Beam without any contest here. Is going to throw this Aerial Ace. Oh, I like this play too. I think Sceptileice gets this crunch before the next Aerial Ace is
Charge
reached.
attack priority. Charge attack priority on this one.
Oh, and he does get the crunch. Absolutely huge read from Sceptileice. This should, if it doesn't knock out, it's definitely going to be a knockout range from Shadow Claw, and it doesn't quite, but you draw all the energy away. Sceptileice doesn't even need to show the Feraligatr in this match.
And suddenly it felt like Sceptileice was in such a devastating position, and now he is going to be up 2-1 and just one victory away from becoming the Toronto champion.
Wow, what an impressive series from both trainers back and forth, right? The gameplay, the predictions, the line reads, just impeccable. I mean, again, like, these players aren't really making mistakes. They're just playing better, slightly better than the other game to game. And now...
But we have to give huge credit to that jump bluff.
Yep.
That move from Sceptileice. He benched that Pokemon all of that series in the bracket reset, all of this series, and in a crucial game number 7, he shows the jump bluff card.
Game number 11, actually. Yeah. But you got to think about this, right? Think about last game, Butters. Alone Sandslash in the back, nowhere to go. And he's thinking, you know what? I got Elum scared, right? He's not going to see the jump bluff coming, and that's exactly what happened. Triple weak to jump bluff, and not only that, but his... I mean, the Zuma is probably the worst matchup for jump bluff, and he even avoids that on the jump bluff.
And we're about to get into this game number 4 of this series, but the 12th game that these trainers have done in Toronto. Sceptileice, one victory away. Elum, a trainer that has been a runner-up before. Top 5 in 2 international championships. He desperately wants a regional championship. Can he win 2 straight here to become champion, or will Sceptileice, a trainer that's been on fire this season, can he close it out?
Yeah, you got Sceptileice, a breakout season for him, a breakout performance in Toronto, even compared to his 5th place finish in Baltimore. Meanwhile, you got the Titan, one of the Titans of PP, Elum, just missing that regional title. Can he do it? We're gonna start this game off in Annihilate Mirror. It is going to be match point for Sceptileice. Can Elum even up the series? Going to catch the Rage Fist right away.
And he usually swaps on the second Rage Fist. This time wants to maintain the health on his own Annihilate, making the slight adjustment to catch on the first one. And this baits out the Feraligatr, but if Galarian Corsola is going to be matched up versus the Shadow Drapion in the back, that is going to be devastating for Elum.
And I get where Elum's going with this Galarian Corsola, right? It's a more neutral check to the jump bluff, but it also doesn't get punished as hard from the Feraligatr, whereas the Lone Sandslash is much more of a gambit for him. So he's going to bring that. However, there's a Shadow Drapion waiting for it in the back, and that is going to be a tough spot to handle for him. He does grab a shield, though, from this Feraligatr, but Feraligatr paces so quickly. It is charging up to the next Hydro Cannon. He has back-to-back. Elum can't shield this, going to get hit by another one, and now Annihilate can't come in and throw Rage Fist. It's not in Rage Fist range, so he's still going to get hit by a Hydro Cannon. And you can see both players throwing out charge attack priority. Annihilate on Elum's side is going to win this charge attack priority, but the Hydro Cannon was clicked as well from the side of Sceptileice.
But
He's going to throw this.
If you don't shield this, there is the shield here, because if you didn't shield that, it's all going to be Corsola versus Shadow Drapon. You need to keep this Annihilate around. Here comes the pivot. Both of these Annihilates are energy dry, so they're beginning to Rage Fist at the exact same time. But we know who wins charge attack priority, so Elum actually decides to just sacrifice his Galarian Corsola into the Rage Fist.
And I mean, this is the best case scenario for Elum, right? He's going to do a little less damage.
Oh, but he's switch locked. He's switch locked.
Exactly. Sceptileice does get what he wants, but Elum does get what he wants, but at the same time, this Drapion on the back is closing in. Even this is closing in on Aqua Tail range. He just needs to farm extra.
And that's
oh my
not
gosh,
enough.
it does so much damage.
And the Astonish knocks out, and now you have a Power Gem.
You come in for Alligator, I feel like.
You have to soak this
oh,
energy.
no, you might come in Drapion.
It is a tough choice here. What is Elum going to throw? Is he going to try to look for the Pokemon typings in the corner or blind Power Gem? He knew it was going to be the Shadow Drapion or the Jump Bluff, so I really like this decision to blind Power Gem here. It's going to chunk into the Drapion, and now, can you get enough damage off? This is resistant, but if you don't shield, you might just get countered down.
You have to shield here, too. There's still a catch opportunity for Sceptileice. It is not over, but it is coming close. The counters are adding up. He goes straight for the Aqua Tail, forcing Elum to shield. I don't hate this play, because if he lands that, he could just Shadow Claw down, potentially, the Annihilate. Annihilate doesn't pace very quickly. It's trying to reach for it. Do we get a catch here? Oh, he does go for the catch! Doesn't do it! And Annihilate going to win this charge attack priority, and he is going to throw the close combat to shore this up. We're going to a game number 5.
It's 2-2 here in Toronto. Grand Championships. Elum ties up the series, and what patience there, not throwing the charge attack. He left himself vulnerable to losing this entire championship. If there was no swap there, Sceptileice could have registered a charge attack and knocked out Elum's Pokemon, but to make that kind of call on this kind of stage, it might be a reason he becomes your grand champion.
Yeah, there's so much on the line for both players, right? Sceptileice, I mean, his best performance so far, but, and you know, some people might say, hey, even if he doesn't win this, he could probably get back to it, but Elum's shown, even if he made it to Grand Finals before, it could be over a year before you make it back on stage. There's so many talented players here. This is the one chance and opportunity for these players to secure the deal here in these next 5 minutes in this final battle here in Toronto, and you can see the damage coming through here, just not enough. And here's the thing I think the mistake was on Sceptileice. He should have came in Drapion to start poisoning right away. Because he waited, he allowed Elum to swap into Annihilate sooner, which means he has less energy banked already on the Drapion, making this matchup a little bit harder.
Yeah, and Elum, with that adjustment in the early game, he had a negative backline, especially when he had that Corsola into the Shadow Drapion. But he was using his backline Pokemon just to soak all the energy from the opposing Rage Fist. Because he knows his Annihilate loses charge attack priority to the opposing Annihilate, he was just sponging with the Zoom Roll, sponging with Corsola, and able to get all the knockouts he needed with his own Annihilate. Brilliant gameplay from Elum there, but I love with Sceptileice dreams on the line of becoming the regional champion. He brought his signature 3. He brought the Shadow Drapion, the Shadow Alligator, and the Annihilate. He was trying to do the maximum damage in that game number 4. What does he lock into game number 5?
And neither of these players are making it easy for each other, right? Sceptileice says, hey, you want your first title after all these years? You're going to have to come and take it from me. You're going to have to reset the bracket. You're going to have to win game number 4 to force a game 5. And Elum stepped up to the challenge. He is one game away for achieving the dream he's had all these years. Meanwhile, Sceptileice absolutely on fire these past few months, and he thinks that he has a lot to prove to the world as well. Securing a title after all these years as well would be huge for him. Let's see. Here we go. It is Grand Finals game number 5, the final game of Toronto Regionals Pokemon Go, and it's going to be Shadow Drapion into the Annihilate.
And he has that Jump Bluff in the back, a Pokemon that he has barely brought this entire series. Now he brings it into this game number 5, but Elum isn't as vulnerable in the backline because he at least has that Corsola, but he is ABA weak to the jump left, so he probably wants to keep the alignment in this matchup as a crunch is going to be coming through in a protect shield. Is this double protect shield from Elum?
That sure is, and this is interesting position that Elum has put himself in now as well. He gets debuffed too. He has all this energy, and oh my gosh, he gets to an Aqua Tail as well, debuffed on the defenses of the Annihilate. It's actually going to do a decent amount of damage, and all this energy is not going to be as impactful. Look at how much damage it does, and he has to jump up to absorb all this energy.
I don't know, that double shield, because he took that Aqua Tail chip, he's just in such a bad position here because, like you mentioned, it all gets soaked up here, swapping into the Corsola, but there's a double protect shield lead for Sceptileice.
And you can see Corsola try and do its best, but Energy Ball is going to come through on this Corsola. 2 shield Shadow for Alligator in the back without a true answer to it. That is scary business for Elum.
What a crazy start to this game. The double protect shield annihilate
he
strategy.
calls the power gem too.
Wow, and he calls the bait into the Nightshade, and that's going to be neutral instead of super effective here. And Elum is without a protect shield. This isn't going to quite knock out here, but remember, Elum does have some energy on his annihilate. He's going to bank some energy into Corsola. It's all going to come down to if he can land all this energy into Alligator and pick up protect shields. This should be 1 protect shield for Elum. He's not out of it.
He's not out of it yet. Elum's going to have to pivot out here as soon as possible. He comes with the Annihilate, goes for the combo play. Wait, he's 1 counter away from the double Rage Fist. Does Sceptileice realize it? He has so much energy. Now this is about being a boosted Rage Fist. He is going to get to it. That's a huge Rage Fist from Elum. It's not going to KO, but it's going to put this Alligator super low on health. Maybe not low enough though.
And he comes in with the Azumarill here, and now Alligator is going to have to do so much damage into this Azumarill, but remember, the jump bluff is around still. I don't know if Elum's going to be able to bubble down the jump bluff, so Sceptileice is going to have a tough time taking out this Azumarill, but he does have his jump bluff available, and Elum is still switch locked. He's going to come in, try to go for the aerial ace, and the Ice Beam is going to be coming through on charge attack priority.
That's a huge play though still from Sceptileice. This chip damage is important in this matchup. Elum can't undercharge this either because, he tries to swap, but he realizes he throws the Ice Beam. That's huge. Draw some of this energy away. Now Elum has a catch opportunity on the Galarian Corsola for the Alligator. Alligator might outpace here. Let's see. It is closing in.
It all comes down to this. This Hydra Cannon isn't going to be enough, but I believe that Sceptileice is going to be able to get to the back-to-back before the Ice Beam. Is the Ice Beam available for Elum? It is available, and Elum claims his prize. He will be the Toronto Regional Grand Champion!
And it's been almost 2 years since Elum's been on this grand final stage, and he has fought his way all the way to this top of the leaderboard in North America, multiple top finishes, but finally the crown is here in Toronto.
What a wild game, using both protect shields in the early game and then able to bank enough energy to get the protect shields down from the Alligator, close it out with a not very effective ice attack into Sceptileice himself. Elum was able to reset the bracket and come back from a 1-2 deficit to win 2 straight and become your champion. His first ever first place trophy.
What an incredible series too. I mean, I think between the two of them, 13 games going all the way to the final 5th game. Elum down 1-2, had to go 2-0 in those final 2 games, and he found the way around it. It was so close to the end. The Rage Fist bait was what helped secure him the deal because that second Rage Fist did so much more damage to that Shadow for Alligator. And you saw on Sceptileice's face, right? He's like, man, I really wish I didn't shield that because this next Rage Fist is going to hurt.
Well, it's funny because there was some symmetry to that game. Elum didn't think that Drapion would get to that last Aqua Tail. Same with Sceptileice thinking that he was going to do enough Shadow Claw damage, so Elum didn't get to that next Rage Fist. And as soon as that Annihilate was able to endure a Shadow Claw and get to the Rage Fist, that was probably the game there because that Alligator was just so low health, it was almost impossible to take out the Azumarill from that range.
And what a performance, though, from Sceptileice. The incredible performance all tournament long. I mean, a 5th place in Baltimore, a 2nd place in Toronto. His 2 tournaments this season, he looks like he is going places for sure this season, and I wouldn't be surprised if his name joins Elum as one of our regional champions this season. But today is all about Elum, his incredible run here, and he has finally gotten that first place in Toronto here. And hey, I don't think it will be his last either. He's been playing incredible all season long.
And let's go through how Elum did it. Let's go to that first series of the bracket reset. Look at the highlights here, because it was dominant early on for Elum, right? Elum had just 3-0'd Dr. Roastbeef, and he had a pretty confident 2-0 to start this series as well.
That's right. I mean, and, you know, it looked like this bracket reset, though. Sceptileice, you know, it lit a fire under him after that first bracket and just found the ways around it, bringing that jump up, mixing it in a little bit too, and really forcing Elum to bring that Corsa. Couldn't just rely on that Superior anymore. Couldn't keep relying on that Alolan Sandslash. I can't remember the name of Elum's friend and local that gave him that Galarian Corsa, but I'm sure that Elum will probably dedicate a lot of his win to that friend that traded that Galarian Corsa.
Well, that's a best buddy right there that traded him that, and that's why that Corsa has a best buddy ribbon for that trainer's name. But Superior was an interesting choice all tournament long for Elum. So many trainers have now switched to the Jump Fluff to be better against the fighting types, because you have that resistance versus those fighting types. But Superior did make its way to the grand finals and obviously still won the entire thing.
That's right. I mean, Superior's not an easy Pokemon to use. It has great matchups, but at the same time, it has very polarizing losing matchups. So you read that matchup versus Jumpluff, Talonflame, Ariados, Shadow Drapion, but Elum just able to maneuver and pivot around his team so well. I mean, if you look at his team too, not a lot of clear answers to Shadow Drapion either, but he found a way. He made it look easy. He didn't make Shadow Drapion look as hard for his team.
Yeah, and that's crazy because of how strong Shadow Drapion was this entire tournament. Even Sceptileice said it's his strongest Pokemon. And it feels like Elum has 3 polarizing Pokemon. He has the Superior, he has the Alolan Sandslash, which I would call polarizing now because there are fighting types in the meta.
Yeah, almost on every team.
Well, yeah, exactly. And also you have the Galarian Corsola. If you match up against a normal type like a Diggersby, it would wall all of your energy. So to have those 3 polarizing Pokemon and just lean heavily on his flexible picks like the Shadow Drapion, the Azumarill, and then the closer. How good was Annihilate for him in all of these matches?
I mean, yeah, I think everyone watching Elum in that last final game, you saw that double shield, the debuff from the second crunch, the Aqua Tail on the debuff Annihilate almost take it out. Everyone was holding their breath. They're like, this is not going to be a good spot for him. Yeah. But he stayed calm. He pivoted out to his Galarian Corsola. He found the way around that matchup, and it worked out beautifully for him. So big congrats to Elum. I know he's been chasing this for a long, long time. But hey, you talked about it. He's almost qualified for World Championships. I think he would have been with the championship points, but he definitely qualified with this guaranteed invite here in Toronto.
Yeah, super impressive there. I mean, it felt like the series was just ramping up, getting so much speed, so much momentum. And then that double shield in the first situation for Elum, it just slammed on the brakes. And you're like, wait, hold on a second. Is this game over? Is Sceptileice just going to win this matchup? So Elum making a little mistake in that early game and double shielding, even though he took the Aqua Tail damage, still being able to pull off that match. It's just absolutely incredible. And it does teach trainers out there, don't give up in a match. There is still opportunity, even if you make a little misplay at the beginning.
And I love this back and forth between Sceptileice and Elum, right? Really props to both of them for pushing each other to the limit. You know, this was definitely, I feel like, both of their most toughest opponents throughout the tournament, right? And I mean, really, the only losses either of them had the entire tournament was really each other, you know? And you can see this back and forth, just ebb and flow and stuff too, right? And Elum going down 1-2 here after the Grand Finals reset is put in such a tough position. In that game too, I don't even think Sceptileice even showed the Feraligatr, right? Such a dominant victory. But in this pivotal game 4, Elum dug deep, found a way around this matchup. That Shadow Feraligatr is so annoying to play into, especially with your Azumarill, because you know you get outpaced, right? You know that the player up does so much damage, but as long as they have shields, they just keep chunking you down with neutral Shadow Claw and even resisted Hydro Cannon. But this catch on Corsola,
this game 4, he just had to sack the Corsola here, but since it was switch locked, he was able to stay in that matchup and able to pull out this victory where I thought it was over there. It was going to be a Shadow Drapion versus Elum's Corsola in the back, but Elum somehow being able to make it out of this matchup was a huge factor of him making it through to become the grand champion.
Yeah, and huge plays from Elum all the way throughout. You can see Sceptileice reaching for that final Aqua Tail. He does get it, but doesn't quite get there in time. Elum going for the entire counter down as well to force that Game 5. And then, of course, Game 5 iconic from Elum, double shielding the Shadow Drapion, building up all this energy. I mean, I don't even blame Sceptileice if he lost track of how much energy he had, because he was fully filled up at this point too. The debuff, the 1 HP Aqua Tail landing. Look at how much health is remaining on this Annihilate. He's down 2 shields. He has a Core Breaker jump up in the back. He draws some of the energy away from the Annihilate as well. And in comes the Core Slip, but it's just still too much for Sceptileice to deal with.
Sceptileice did even call the Power Gem bait with the Nightshade.
Yes.
Let that Nightshade through as well. I mean, this was the crucial thing. He
1 HP Annihilate as well, getting the range miss off.
He couldn't Shadow Claw down there, and this was the devastating damage that changed the course of this entire game. And then Feraligatr didn't have the opportunity to close it out here. And then what about this nice charge attack priority too?
I mean, incredible plays from Sceptileice all weekend long, right? Even that aerial ace, just to put himself just a little bit closer, finding every potential win con possible. He's 1 Shadow Claw away from taking, well, the Corsa might have actually taken out the Feraligatr, or it could have been Simul KO, which would have been really hype, but Elum just a little bit step ahead, and what a performance.
Elum in game number 4 also waited for a swap, where if Sceptileice didn't swap, he could have thrown a crunch and actually became the Toronto champion. So Elum just making absolutely insane calls all tournament long and reached his dream of becoming champion. Now he's gonna get that first place medal, and he is way ahead of everyone on the North American leaderboards.
Yeah, he might be chasing even Marco Galde for that first place finish, but you know, these players, they're not concerned about just getting points, right? They want the title, the coveted title, and it's a win-win, right? You get the prize money, you get the booster packs, you get 350 championship points, and you get the guaranteed invite and a nice gold medal to boot. Great for Elum, very happy for him as well. And I think we might have a bracket for us too that we could review on seeing Elum's run here. Or no, final standings, I should say, right? Elum at the top. Sceptileice, best finish of his career so far, right? Put an asterisk there, so far. I see great things from Sceptileice to come as well. Speaking of great things, Dr. Rose B, best performance by a landslide, right? Even surprising everyone himself and probably all his opponents. We got Inadequance adding another medal to his collection, his goal as well, and toppling his local and fellow countryman Colin 6, or Coin 6. You see the double I now, right?
Yeah.
You see the double I now. And we got ValorAsh too, one of his best performances too in that 6th place finish. A Shady equation, always consistent. As a Thorn, almost going to repeat that grand finals performance. Not quite there, but still a great performance from him too.
And it's refreshing to see in a tournament with all these stacked trainers. How about these new faces in the top 3, right? I know Sceptileice has gone top 5 before, but Dr. Roast Beef getting 3rd place in an absolutely insanely stacked tournament. It's very refreshing to see these trainers that have been trying to reach the mountaintop get past some of these top trainers to reach it.
Yeah, and a big smile on Elum's face as well in that picture. I think very well deserved. Let's head over to the award ceremony and crown our champions.
Thanks so much, Kayla. Welcome everyone to the awards ceremony. It's been an incredible weekend of Pokemon and Pokemon Go specifically, but the time has come to celebrate our top 3 trainers. Although first, I do want to do a few thank yous. Thank you to all of our competitors here this weekend. Your enthusiasm is what helps our game grow. To production for helping the stream run smoothly. To all the spectators for supporting the competitors. And of course, to all the staff who make the tournament run super smoothly. But without further ado, let's welcome our 3rd place finisher. This is his first top 8 performance, making it all the way to the top 3, Dr. Roast Beef. I think you have a medal over there. All right, congratulations. Congratulations.
Hi, what's up? Hi.
All right, tell us what it means to you to have reached the top 3 at this tournament.
I'm not really sure how to say what it means. It's great. It's surprising. Didn't expect it. It's a bit overwhelming and a bit unbelievable.
You took down some of the best trainers in the world, undoubtedly. Dunebug, Inadequance, just to name a few. What was your mindset when you played these kinds of titans? How did you stay calm and stay in the moment?
I didn't. I did not stay calm in the moment. I just tried to breathe. Try to remember they're only people. They're just people, but they're just very good, and just my reads and picks happen to work.
Now, speaking of your picks, you had some of the most unique picks, I think, on the day too. I think you were the only person with both Shadow Quagsire as well as Shadow Sableye. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your inspiration for bringing those Pokemon?
Like I said before, the team it came from my Swablu teammate, Mystic Mamba. And we talked about it a lot, and we expected Galarian Corsola and Ape to be popular. So we figured Sableye is really good there, and Barrel shuts down Corsola and some of the other waters, and Talon.
All right, well, I think that ended up being a great read from both of you. And in terms of improvement, I feel like you're one of the most improved trainers in recent months, not only with this incredible performance here, but I know you also recently reached #1 in the Go Battle League. Do you have any tips for trainers at home to improve their skill set? What kinds of drills should they be doing? How many games should they be playing? Who should they be reaching out to?
That's a tough question because I hit #1 by copycatting Potamon's team. So I'm really good at copycatting, but that is a fun practice to do, like play things you're not familiar with. It's good to learn things in and out, but if you only know like 5 or 10, then branch out and learn more things so you know what the opponent may be thinking when they're in your shoes.
All right, I think that's some great advice. And before we let you go, do you have any final shout outs or thank yous that you want to give?
Mystic Mamba, Mushroom Queen, my friends. My girlfriend's gonna knit me a sweater with 11 Pokemon of my choice. So I'll have to think of 11. I'm taking recommendations. Maybe Elum's team.
All right, I love that for you. Thank you so much, and congratulations once again. All right, in second place, second time in the top 8 first grand finals, please welcome to the stage Sceptileice. Great. Congratulations. Tell us what this runner-up title means to you.
It's bittersweet to go out in the grand finals coming in from the winner's side, but I feel like I played about as best as I could. I could have cleaned it up a little bit, but overall I'm mostly satisfied.
Well, you definitely had a great run. I know you talked a little bit before about just what Baltimore's run did for your confidence, right? What do you think this run is going to do for your confidence moving forward?
I mean, hopefully we can get a regional win next time, but everybody dreams of that.
That's right. Do you have any thoughts on kind of what your MVP Pokemon was this tournament, or maybe a couple Pokemon if you wanted to shout them out? I feel like the Shadow Feraligatr was doing a lot of work for you.
I think Drapion was probably the Pokemon I brought the most, but I think Feraligatr was my MVP in the end, just because it fits me so well. Like energy management, just building up energy, saving shields for it. I feel like I can find a lot of win cons there, and it's very cool.
Yeah, I think the energy management for you with the Feraligatr and the Drapion really paid off. And I know you probably have a lot of fans at home now that you've had 2 consecutive incredible tournament runs. Where can they expect to see you next?
Most likely Atlanta. I haven't decided yet.
All right, sounds good. And before we let you go, do you have any final shout outs or thank yous you want to give to anyone supporting you?
Anyone in the crowd or at home watching and supporting me, thank you. I think 2 specific people I want to shout out are Derp Dude and Mercury. They're amazing friends. They support me. They've been blowing up my phone the entire day, and they're amazing.
That's great to hear. I hope you get to celebrate them. Congratulations once again, and thank you so much. All right, and finally, our Toronto Regional Champion. This is his 11th Top Cut, his 3rd Grand Finals, and his 1st Regional Championship. Please give it up for Elum. Elum, for a long time, you've been known as the best player out there without a regional title. Tell us what it means to finally have that title.
It means the world for me. As I was telling Butters earlier, all I needed was this win, and now I feel like so much happier in terms of play Pokemon, of course. But yeah.
Well, you've been very successful pretty much since the start of the scene. I think you're probably leading North America in the leaderboards now, so certainly a lot of success for you. In terms of where we can see you next, I know this is something that you've wanted for a long time. Do you think you're going to take a break, or is there something you think you're going to compete at soon?
I think I'm going to be taking a break for a while. My next semester is probably going to be pretty tough for school, so I'm just going to be taking a break, and maybe an IC, maybe Worlds, maybe that's when you'll see me next.
All right, sounds good. I also feel like you had a pretty tough matchup against Sceptileice in those winners finals. It looked pretty one-sided, but you came back really strong in the grand finals. What were you thinking about kind of in between those matches? I know you're pretty busy with another match and an interview.
Well, I don't know. I don't even know what was going through my head, if I'm honest. After I lost the winners finals, I just tried to think a little bit about it. I knew the matchup was tough, but, well, first I had to get through Dr. Roast Beef, and then after the interview, I just, like, took some small break and just took a deep breath, and after that, like, I just let everything flow. And if I'm completely honest with you, I don't remember most of the games. So yeah.
I think a lot of people look up to your competitive mindset and your consistency, and that really showed there. And before we let you go, do you have any final shout outs, thank yous that you want to give?
There's like several. I mentioned some before, but I'm gonna mention them again. Iquarican, he's my local who gave me the Corsola. I'm like, thank you, because that Corsola is really good, and it kinda carried me this regional. And well, my friends, Signal, SJ, Mango, Brandon, Pranab, Monahan, Ed. So I have a lot of friends. I've received a lot of messages, a lot of help from them, and like I really want to give them a thank you. And yeah, well, my parents as well. I know they'll be happy as soon as I tell them.
I'm sure everyone that you listed there and many, many more people are going to be really happy for you. Congratulations once again, Elum, and I think we're going to kick it back to the casters to be able to close out the show.
All right, thank you, Soph. Congratulations again to Elum. A happy holiday for him. He mentioned just how happy it made him to finally win this regional tournament. And as you guys know, he has participated in so many tournaments. Soph just mentioned 11 top cuts, but 11th time was the time, and you can see he's all smiles. Elum kind of known as a humble, soft-spoken guy, but you could just see the emotion on his face for how happy that he was. Guys, I know you kind of recapped it here, but give me some thoughts there on those battles between Elum and Sceptileice. Caleb.
Yeah, impeccable battles from both of them too. Like I said during the commentary, very little to no mistakes in any of those games, but just one-upping each other on the strategy there, right? Going for the catches, making the predictions, making the line calls, right? Because they've already perfected everything mechanically, and from there, it's just the mid to end game execution that played a role. Even the early game execution, I mean, 2 shields, Annihilate in the lead there from Elum, like, I think anyone would looking at that was like, oh, he's in trouble now, right? But he pulled out the victory when it mattered most.
Yeah, well, I really relate to Elum. Just for me, I feel like 11th time is going to be the charm for my cookie competition. Maybe I will get there. But really, it was crazy because when you look back to game number 4, Elum made a decision to wait for a swap from Sceptileice. If Sceptileice did not swap and threw a charge attack, he is the Toronto champion. So to make that kind of read with those kind of stakes on the line, and then the double shield in game number 5, just epic gameplay from a trainer that is top 5 at 2 international championships recently, finally getting his crown. It's well deserved.
So many key moments in those final matchups for sure. But let's take a look back at the full tournament. We're going to start in the losers side of the bracket. We only saw Elum dip down momentarily down into the losers finals, but what a bracket that we had here. Lots of household names. Caleb, walk us through.
Yeah, I mean, the story was, I mean, a couple Europeans there, quite the run to Inadequance in particular, storming through that bottom half, that losers bracket, but the surprise factor here was Dr. Roast Beef dropped down from Colin 6 there, but then just went on a tear in this losers bracket too. I don't remember the last time I've seen Inadequance get 2-0'd at a tournament, but especially from someone like Dr. Roast Beef, who a lot of people didn't see coming. However, Elum put a stop to that momentum and, hey, got the rematch against Sceptileice.
And shout out to Inadequance for making a huge loser side run as well, almost as long as Dr. Roast Beef until he was defeated there. And then, of course, Sceptileice coming in on that winner's side of the bracket, able to 2-1 against Adib, 2-0 ValorAsh, and then drop Elum to that loser's side of the bracket. Almost was able to pull it off versus Elum. Got to the game 5 of a bracket reset, was almost our champion. What an incredible run from Sceptileice.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know the exact total, 13, 14 battles that they had in those last 2 matches. Just so impressive. Well,
13.
13. Oh my gosh. Wow. Well, let's take a look at our caster predictions. I'm sorry, yeah, our day 2 usage, rather. We saw Shadow Drapion rise to the top. It's always been a staple throughout the last 3-4 months. But Butters, what made Shadow Drapion so effective here at Toronto?
It's just such a nice pivot. Even against Diggersby, that was 5th on this list, it's just able to get a Protect Shield, or if you get an energy advantage, it could just flip the switch here. And Shadow Kanto Marowak is only 18%. Mudslappers have dropped down a lot. So Shadow Drapion was just the MVP of the entire tournament because of its flexibility, its dynamic gameplay, and its ability to be in every single team composition.
Caleb, any observations? Top 12.
Yeah, I mean, we get the fighters back as well, right? Again, if you add the fighter usage, Primate plus Annihilate is actually the top usage. A lot more of our players opting for that Annihilate, and of course, Annihilate in that top 2 performing teams might be the testament that Annihilate is back and might be the superior fighter, especially in that head-to-head matchup.
Yeah, I was actually going to be asking you that. If we can pull up our caster predictions, I think that all of us picked either Primate or Annihilate.
Yeah, well, there's only one person that picked Annihilate.
Only one person. Yeah. Caleb, got to call that one out for sure. We had 3 Primates, including 1 Shadow Primate there between Butters, Soph, and myself. Caleb, at this position, is Annihilate the superior fighter?
I mean, in the head-to-head, for sure, right? Obviously, Primate has a lot of upside, especially the pacing on it. But the problem is, if you keep facing opponents with Annihilate, you're kind of handicapped in the sense that you can't comfortably bring the Primate, because once you lock it into that Annihilate, you're in a tough position, right? And I think we see that in a couple of our matchups where they have the Primate going against opponents with Annihilate. They feel like it's really tough to bring in those situations, and because of that, Annihilate is more free to roam, and we saw that too. A lot of Annihilate mirrors even in that grand finals back and forth there too, and if one of them had Primate, that would not be the case.
Yeah, you know what, looking at those matchups there, Primate, while it's so spammy, just didn't have that closing power with counter, and I think that was the big issue and why we saw it get featured, Annihilate get featured in those grand finals. All right, well, we did just wrap up our Toronto Regional. Congratulations again to Elum. We're about at the maybe 1/3 point throughout the season here. Next up is going to be San Antonio. Butters, walk us through the rest of the season.
Yeah, there's a key cutoff here, because after the San Antonio Regional and the European International Regional, of course, there are regionals in other areas around the globe as well. But that is crucial, because after the European International Championship, there is a travel award that will be given to the top 4 trainers in the respective region, which is going to be crucial for the North American International Championship. So a lot on the line here in this midpoint of the season, but of course, it all leads to the World Championships this year in Anaheim, California.
Yeah, and we're seeing so many trainers come across out of region, here to North America, and vice versa, going over to Europe as well. Speaking of Europe, our next regional actually coming up January 18th after the holiday. We will have the 2025 season Birmingham Regionals. First time in Birmingham, I believe. That'll be a very interesting one where we're going to see maybe some centralization of this meta now that we've had a couple tournaments under our belts. Looking forward to seeing kind of how the European response is. I think in our most recent European regional, we are seeing all sorts of spice in the top 8.
Yeah, and how about PvP David really putting the Annihilate on the map, winning with that Annihilate that was really influential to Toronto here, taking a little bit of that Annihilate, a double Annihilate grand finals here in Toronto.
Yeah, next up after that will be San Antonio in late January, back in NA. A lot to look forward to for sure on the broadcast. Caleb, I think that Butters, you were in San Antonio last year as well.
Yes.
Yeah, that was, I believe, Dunebug's big win here, and I fully expect to see him again. Are there any other trainers that you feel are just due for a regional win here? Elum was the one that was due, we feel like. Who's now the next trainer that we are
It's got to be Arrow. He has... there's a couple people, there's 3 people actually with, 3 people with 3 regional final spots, second place finishes, but no title. That's myself, which I'm a little washed, so I'm not throwing myself in the hat, but myself, Arrow, and Tomahawk UK. And in NA, it's got to be Arrow.
Okay. 11th time is the charm, though, like we said, Butters, right?
You know, I have to go with Out of Pocket myself, though. He was not able to make the Toronto Regional, but I think he has been the most consistent North American trainer ever since he won the North American International Championship. If he's going to be in San Antonio, that is my pick to win it all.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to the broadcast, and make sure that you guys also follow along, follow the channels as well, whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube. You guys can go to Pokemon.com/broadcast. We've been featuring your tweets all weekend. Make sure that you guys do interact with us on social media as well. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. You guys can follow along with the action for the next stream and get notifications for when we go live. All right. Well, guys, let's just get our final observations. Let's look away simply just from the grand finals and get some observations for how this tournament looked. I want to start with Galarian Corsola. It won the tournament, of course, but is it legit? Does it need the right trainer? Give me some observations. We'll start with Butters.
I think it is legit because it was over 37% usage in day number 2, and if Pokemon make its premiere that high of usage, you know it's legit because these trainers don't even know how to use it correctly. Of course, the top trainers will use it beautifully. We saw that happen with Elum, but my other pick has to be the Bibarel. 2 Bibarels in the top 5, a fantastic counter to that Corsola. I think we're gonna see some more Bibarel action in Dual Destiny.
Caleb, anything from you? General meta observations coming out of this tournament.
Even more impressive, actually, 2 Bibarel in the top 4. So third and fourth place. I gotta say, I think the Shadow Draft Ban is definitely going to be a problem that a lot of players are going to run into. I'm very curious how they solve that problem because Mud Slappers are not necessarily easy to bring in this current meta. We saw a couple throughout the tournament, even in that top finish, but they just didn't find the necessary power for it. I mean, Azuro's here to stay, Shadow Draft Ban's here to stay. I'm very excited to see if more players lean into that Digger Speed more. It did get a buff, but we didn't see it perform nearly as well on day number 2. One of the players had it. I think Sceptileice had it, and I don't think he brought it into any of his 14 games into Elum, even though Elum had that Corsola. So we'd like to see more players lean into that, or maybe it's a Annihilate show and there's just no bringing the Digger Speed.
That's right. Thank you, Caleb. Thank you, Butters. Thank you, Soph. Thank you to the whole broadcast team. Congratulations again to all of our top 4, Inadequance, Dr. Roast Beef, Sceptileice, and our regional winner for Toronto, Elum. 11 times the charm, just like we said. Guys, we can't wait to see you at the next regional. That's all from Toronto. We'll see you on the next one.
Happy holidays.
I was about to stop tapping.